Welcome to a very special edition of Meet the Press Now, live from Chicago. I am Kristen Welker here in the United Center as we count down to the start of the fourth and final night of the Democratic National Convention and what will be an historic evening. Tonight, Vice President Harris will formally accept her party's nomination for president. Just 1 month since becoming a candidate, and with just 75 days until the election. It will be the biggest speech of her political career and a deeply personal one, as she becomes just the second woman and first woman of color to top a major party's presidential ticket. Sources tell us that while the vice president will acknowledge the history of the moment, her speech will focus on her qualifications to be president and her optimistic agenda. It comes after her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, introduced himself to voters last night, emphasizing his journey to the nomination as a coach, a veteran, a teacher, and a dad. He and other speakers like Oprah Winfrey leaned heavily into the Harris campaign's message of freedom.
I'm letting you in on how we started a family, because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations free to pollute your air and water. And banks free to take advantage of customers. But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love. Freedom to make your own health care decisions. And yeah, your kids' freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall.
The work is not done. The work will never be done because freedom isn't free. America is an ongoing project. It requires commitment. It requires being open to the hard work and the heart work of democracy. And every now and then, it requires standing up to life's bullies.
And in perhaps the most moving moment of the evening, Walz sharing a moment with his son and daughter in the crowd as he talked about his and his wife's struggles with infertility. You can see his son there saying, "That's my dad." Walz also building on the calls for unity we've heard throughout the week as the Harris campaign looks to broaden its coalition and maintain momentum amid a barrage of attacks from the Trump campaign.
This is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know. If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors.
Joining me now from the convention floor is NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, Pink is on stage right now, and I think she's going to start a sound check. In fact, there she is. Yamiche, I'm going to go to you in a second, but let's just listen to Pink for 1 minute.
I'm way louder than Justin. Beautiful hearts. Yeah, still need a little bit of rhythm right now. Oh, what about all the times you said you were the answer? What about us?
And Yamiche, as we are listening to Pink conduct her sound test here, I'm going to come back to you. Everyone here treated to a little mini concert. They're now cheering for her behind you. Wondering if there are going to be more surprises tonight, but let's talk about the main event. Let's talk about Vice President Kamala Harris's speech tonight. I know you've been working your sources to get a preview. What are you anticipating we'll hear from the Vice President?
Well, Kristen, I can just tell you that there is energy and enthusiasm on the floor. As you said, Pink rehearsing here, but a lot of people, of course, waiting for the even bigger moment in political speak here, which would be when Vice President Kamala Harris is going to take the stage at the same place where Pink is rehearsing to talk about her vision for America. And I've been talking to a lot of sources who say she is meticulously preparing for this speech. She spent weeks going to Howard for debate prep, but also for speech prep. She's going through every column, every comma, every word, I was told. And she really has three big things she wants to do. The first is she wants to really reintroduce herself and maybe even introduce herself to some Americans, talking about her professional background as a prosecutor, the cases she took on, but also her personal background as a daughter from a middle-class family, specifically talking about her mother who told her, you might be the first, but make sure you're not the last. She's also going to be talking about contrasting her vision for America with the vision of former President Donald Trump, saying he's wrong for America. And she's going to be saying her vision is rooted in patriotism, talking about the fact that she wants to be a president for all Americans. Now, as you said, she's going to be leaning into the moment of the fact that she will be the first black woman, the first South Asian woman, the first woman of color to be on a major party ticket. But her team is very cautious about race and gender. They want to make sure that people understand that she is qualified. So she's going to be talking about her accomplishments, her background, and of course, she's going to be praising President Biden, which I know we can talk a little bit more about that as well.
Yeah, talk about how much we will hear her reference President Biden, the Biden agenda. And will she be clear with folks tonight about how a Harris administration would look different than a Biden administration?
Well, I was told by a source who's very familiar with the speech preparations that the early part of the speech is going to really be dedicated to praising President Biden. She feels a great loyalty to him. She feels a great gratitude to him, of course, because she made her his vice president, but also, of course, he stepped aside just a month ago and made her, of course, endorsing her as the top of the ticket. So she really is going to say that she loves Joe Biden, that his legacy will live on in her administration. But she's going to be talking a bit about policy and the ways that she feels like she can build on what Joe Biden and her accomplished through their administration, Kristen.
All right, Yamiche Alcindor, thank you for sharing all of your great reporting with us. We appreciate it. Joining me now is a co-chair for the Harris-Walz campaign and Delaware Democratic Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester. She is also running for Senate. Thank you so much, Congresswoman, for joining us.
Thank you for having me on this exciting night.
Well, and Pink is getting things started, so we'll have to have our conversation over the sounds of Pink emanating through the air. But let's just start right there where I left off with Yamiche. What are you expecting to hear from Vice President Harris tonight? What does she need to do to make this night be successful?
Well, first of all, I have to just say how proud I am. I was really fortunate, and I want to pick up as well to talk about Joe Biden and how I remember when he had to make that very first decision about who was going to be his vice presidential pick, and he asked me to be one of the 4 people on the VP selection committee. And so I came into Congress with Kamala Harris in 2016. She came into the Senate and I in the House, and we've had that relationship. But then to see her become our vice president because of her qualifications. And so I think that will be one of the major things that has been talked about this week, but also that she will share. I think you will also hear about her vision for the future of this country. And I love the opportunity agenda, the opportunity economy, because for her, it's not just about people, getting by, it's about getting ahead. And so I think tonight you're going to hear about that. You're also going to hear joy. I mean, I think that has been a signature of this whole convention. My speech was about Bright Hope, the church my grandmother attended for 70 years. And lastly, freedom. And like Tim Walz, who I had the opportunity to serve with, I'm got the best title of my life last year, which is grandmother, and it is because of IVF. So we're going to fight for reproductive freedom as well as our democracy.
Well, congratulations on becoming a
Thank
grandmother.
you. The best thing ever.
My parents would agree with you, by the way. You know, it's interesting because Hillary Clinton leaned heavily, you could say, into the fact that she was a history-making candidate. We saw that in 2016. She referenced that when she spoke here at the start of this week. But Vice President Harris so far has taken a very different tact. As Yamiche said, she may reference the fact and she will acknowledge the fact that, yes, she is the first, but as her mother said to her, you don't want to be the last.
Yes.
Do you think she should lean more heavily into the fact that she's a history-making nominee?
You know, I think that there's debate about that, but there really shouldn't be. She is all of it, you know. But the most important thing, and I know this, having been the first in Delaware to be elected to Congress and hopefully the Senate, that your real goal is to make an impact. That's the goal. The thing about being the first is that it helps to inspire others. For me, when I ran, I had never run for anything in my life. I had just been widowed. You know, I was over 50. And so the first sometimes helps encourage other people and inspire other people and kick down the door. But why she's doing this is for the American people, because she truly wants to see all boats lifted. I love this song.
Well, it's playing at the right time then. Well, on that point,
yes.
I mean, the Trump campaign has been counter-programming this entire week. Donald Trump at the border today. And he's, of course, been criticizing the Biden administration for its immigration policies, for inflation, for crime. Do you think she should get specific on some of these issues to answer what have become some of voters' concerns?
Yeah, I mean, I think throughout the whole convention, there have been examples and videos and stories about her actual experience and expertise, but also her vision. And so I think you saw that Donald Trump actually killed the deal. That was a bipartisan deal on immigration, which is important to us. And so I think you'll hear some of that tonight. I think you'll hear some of the specifics that she has accomplished, but also what's the vision.
She does, and she's talked about that bipartisan deal that you referenced and saying if she were to be elected, she would try to sign it into law. But does she need to get specific about what more she might do on the issue of immigration?
I think you will hear more tonight.
Okay.
I'm not going to preempt anything. That's not my job to do that. But what I can say is she has the vision. She's got the specifics. There are things that we've already done in a bipartisan way and sometimes on our own. But what she has tonight, you're going to see full on that stage that's going to be leading us to the future instead of going backwards.
Will there be differences with the Biden agenda, or will it look like she's building on the Biden agenda?
I mean, I think there are some things that we started together, which is capping the cost of insulin for seniors. Well, we believe that $35 cap should be for everyone. You will see a focus on affordable housing, which we hear is one of the big issues for Americans, and also lowering the day-to-day costs for everyone. And again, back to that focus on freedom and the future. I think those are the themes: freedom, the future, and joy. We need a little bit more joy again.
For all of the unity that has been on display inside this convention hall, there obviously have been some protesters, and we just learned that the DNC rejected a bid by a Palestinian American to speak on stage. The UAW, of course, a key part of the Democratic coalition, issued a statement that reads in part, "If we want the war in Gaza to end, we can't put our heads in the sand or ignore the voices of the Palestinian Americans in the Democratic Party. If we want peace, if we want real democracy, and if we want to win this election, the Democratic Party must allow a Palestinian American speaker to be heard from the DNC stage tonight." What is your response to that?
You know, my response is that as a country, freedom of expression is so important. And as you can see from the diversity of the people in this room, we come from different backgrounds, different opinions, and so we celebrate that. But we also, as Democrats, President Biden and his administration, Vice President Harris, have worked tirelessly to bring peace to that region. So one of the things that I would say is that we are all unified in our desire to have an end to this conflict, to have peace in the Middle East. And so tonight, I don't know if that will be referenced by the Vice President because I haven't seen her speech, but I do know we have that bond in common.
All right, Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Really appreciate it.
And I hope maybe we'll hear a preview of Beyonce. I don't know. That would be lovely.
We're trying to report it out. There have been all of these
There's a lot of rumors
that there could be a surprise.
There's a lot of
So far,
rumors.
everyone's saying no more surprises.
Well, I'm a member of the Beehive, so if they need me up there, I'm happy to help. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Congresswoman. Appreciate it. Joining me now is NBC's Washington Managing Editor Carol Lee and NBC's Chief Political Analyst Chuck Todd. Guys, thanks for being here. Appreciate
Feeding the
it.
Beyonce rumors.
I know.
And she's the campaign chair.
Listen,
that's a good enough source.
I know.
We can go to standards,
I mean,
right?
Is she coming?
Let's go to
Is
this.
she coming?
So says the campaign co-chair of the Harris campaign. We're not saying.
Believe you me, if I knew, I'd be dressed a little differently. So just
ready to dance. Okay, Congresswoman, thank you so much. Carol and I have been trying to report this rumor out. Carol, let's start right there just so we give folks a reality check. There are all these rumors that there's going to be a big surprise. Maybe Beyonce's going to come. We're being told so far that's not the case. No more big surprises. But obviously the Democrats are trying to use their celebrity high wattage power to get the energy going here.
Yeah, we saw that with Oprah last night. And yes, and so even though people are saying it's not going to happen, it hasn't stopped the fun of everyone still talking about it here. It's literally what everyone is talking about.
But I actually wouldn't do it.
Because
there's one
she'll
star
upstage,
tonight.
she'll upstage.
There's one star tonight.
That's
it's
one of the
Kamala
arguments.
Harris. I mean, Wednesday night it might have made sense, or tomorrow it could make sense. You actually don't step on the nominee.
Right. Okay, so let's talk about the nominee and the substance of what we might hear from her. Chuck, kick this part of our conversation off. What do you think she needs to do? And there's this big question about how much detail she's going to get into. Typically, we might not spend that much time talking about detail if she hadn't just joined the top of the ticket.
Right.
But people are really hungry for answers from her. Do you think they'll get them tonight?
I think she needs to directionally say who she is without getting specific. Convention speeches or not. Mario Cuomo had a famous line. You campaign in poetry and you govern in prose.
Yeah.
And that is always good advice. You don't want to make it if she comes in with the Joe Biden speech on Monday night, huge mistake.
Yeah.
Right? Joe Biden basically sounds like his acceptance speech, because it's my understanding they sort of used a bit of that. It was very laundry listy.
Yeah.
Now, he was running for a re-election, and a re-election is slightly different. Even Barack Obama's acceptance in 2012 was a little more of the detail. But Tim Walz last night never once talked about his time in Congress other than winning contests, shooting contests against Republicans. And he didn't talk about, he didn't really talk about what he did as governor. It was more of a value speech, right? I'm on your side. And when I think about the successful, when Democrats have had good conventions, it's when the nominee has done less substance and more values.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton did it really well in '92. Al Gore, people forget this. I mean, his campaign was languishing until his convention, and he really sort of created a very populist speech, but it was a values. Whose side are you on? And I think that little things like talking about her days as a prosecutor is a way to saying, look, I'm not going to be soft on crime. I'm not going to, I know they're trying to paint me as a picture here. I don't think she'll do this, but I actually would confront. They're going to say I'm this.
Yeah.
Let me tell you the truth. They're going to say I'm this. Let me tell you this. I don't think she'll do that because I don't think she wants to sort of feed those. But in some ways, the speech ought to feel like it gives these delegates the responses they need when Trump says she's soft on crime, she's ruined San Francisco, the border's a mess. One thing I'd love to see them do, and they don't do, is acknowledge we didn't get the border right for the first 2 years. But we're getting it right now.
Right.
And I'm not going to mess this policy up. It's, to me, it's a way to lean into the middle to say, hey, we don't always get it right, but we listen to you.
And we learned our lesson.
Right.
Yeah. Carol, part of Chuck's talking about the narrative, the fact that she has this burden of reintroducing herself really to the American people. One of the things that she's not leaning into, unlike Hillary Clinton, is the fact that, yes, she is the first woman of color to be at the top of a major party ticket. Now, again, she's going to nod to that. She'll acknowledge it. But talk a little bit about the strategy behind that. It's very different from what we saw in Hillary Clinton in 2016.
It is very different, and it's partly because of 2016, because Hillary Clinton did it, and it's not as much of a novelty, but it's also partly because of the calendar, because she has a very limited amount of time to introduce herself to voters, and they can see that she's a woman. They can see that she's a woman of color. Those are two things that they already know about her. They don't know how she grew up, what her background is, how she came to be, what she did as a lawyer, what she did as a prosecutor, her resume, and those are the things, and what she would do for them, and how she may or may not be different than President Biden if she were to win the White House. And so she's got this challenge of really trying to tell a story about herself and who she is, and at the same time, what she's going to do for the country. And so saying, dwelling on the fact that she's a historical candidate is something that others can do more than she needs to do.
Well, and it's so interesting, Chuck, because, Carol referenced Oprah Winfrey was here. It wasn't just about Oprah Winfrey being here. Right. It was about her talking about the fact that she's an independent. You talked about Tim Walz. He said, I'm a proud gun owner. Right. I support the Second Amendment, and yet I care about keeping kids safe. There's a real attempt to expand the tent.
Well, this is sort of the Obama wing of the party. For whatever reason, Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign constantly let people know which voters she didn't want supporting.
Deplorable.
And it was a terrible way to message. And she would constantly talk about, I want women for me. I want, LGBT for me. She never once asked for the vote of just sort of generic white guy, generic men in general. And it was sort of notable. You're like, well, why don't you want them included here? You could actually take, Joe Klein in his Substack made this comparison. I thought it was fascinating. Hillary Clinton's speech here was she wrapped herself in Kamala Harris's history.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's where her head is at. Barack Obama didn't do that. What did Barack Obama do? He went and said, let me tell you about my black mother-in-law and my white grandmother who didn't know each other. In some ways they grew up differently, and in some ways they grew up the same. And let me tell you how similar they are.
Yeah.
That is not just subtext, right? That is saying, look, I know we may look different, but we actually share a lot of values. We may pray to different gods, but we share a bunch of these values. And I don't expect, she hasn't been doing it. Yeah. She doesn't. Again, I go back to, she doesn't need to. Others can do it.
Right.
Others can talk about the history. Her job is to do a good job so that she's not the only one in history.
Yeah, and go ahead.
I was just going to add that she also wants to make sure that voters understand that she earned this, that she is standing on that stage because she put in the work and she did all of her background and her history has led up to this moment. It's not for any other reason. It's not because of her gender. It's not because of her race.
Well, Carol, as a part of the sort of similarities between the way that Harris and Obama, for example, have campaigned, the positivity that we are hearing in all of these speakers, the hope, the joy, it's almost like they're trying to repurpose the hope and change message from 2008, an acknowledgement that Biden's message, warning of the threat that Trump posed, just wasn't resonating.
It was also dark. It was this ominous figure is going to come in and take all these things from you. And this is kind of like, there's two things happening. One, it's, trying to diminish him in the sense of like, that's sort of crazy. And, here's this guy with all these views and trying to make him smaller. And then at the same time, also really just talk about how she has a positive agenda going forward.
All right, guys. Thank you. Fourth and final night. We'll all be watching and staying up late. Carolyn, Chuck, great conversation. Coming up, dissent at the DNC. Moments ago, the uncommitted movement says they're still hoping the Harris campaign may grant their request to have a Palestinian American speak at the convention. Is that realistic? We'll see. And as we look ahead to Harris's historic acceptance speech tonight, we're also looking back on other barrier-breaking moments in DNC history, like this one in 2016 when former Secretary of State and former First Lady Hillary Clinton became the first woman ever to accept a major party's presidential nomination.
Standing here as my mother's daughter and my daughter's mother, I'm so happy this day has come. I'm happy for grandmothers and little girls and everyone in between. I'm happy for boys and men, because when any barrier falls in America, it clears the way for everyone. After all, when there are no ceilings, the sky's the limit.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back inside the convention hall. It has been a week of rousing speeches showcasing Democratic unity. But outside the venue, party divisions are on display, with pro-Palestinian protesters holding marches every day this week. And last night, members of the uncommitted movement held a sit-in after being denied speaking time on stage. Now, just moments ago, the uncommitted movement leaders spoke to reporters and said they're still hopeful they will get a speaker on stage tonight. Joining me now is NBC News senior political reporter Alex Seitzwald. Alex, always great to see you. So what's the very latest here? What did we just hear from the uncommitted movement?
Yeah, Kristen, so they have set a 6 p.m. deadline, that's about 2.5 hours from now, to hear something from the Harris campaign and DNC organizers about getting a speaking slot. That's been their request this entire week. They were denied that last night, but the negotiations have been ongoing. And they haven't said what they will do if that deadline is not met. The convention has been marked by really stunning unity from all parts of the Democratic Party and the coalition so far. So on this final night, when Vice President Harris is going to speak, there is a bit of a threat in the air that these 30 uncommitted delegates inside the convention hall with, full delegate credentials could stage some kind of demonstration and put a little bit of an asterisk or mar this otherwise fairly flawless convention so far.
And just talk about the protests overall, Alex. There have been some arrests this week, but they have been largely peaceful, right?
Yeah, that's right. The protests, I think, have not been as bad as initially expected. On that first day, they breached a barrier, which concerned a lot of people. But since then, things have calmed down. And inside the hall, there have been a handful of very small, short disruptions, but nothing like the big fears that people had coming in. But it's still this striking tonal difference with these uncommitted delegates and their supporters. You know, the mood is so festive and upbeat, and they are literally talking about dead children and their relatives suffering in Palestinian territories, and they acknowledge that this is no fun. They acknowledge, one said to me, he's feels like he's the sad clown in the corner of a party. They say they want to celebrate. These delegates are all Democrats. A lot of them have held public office or worked in public office. They say they want to support Kamala Harris, and they just want this kind of token symbolic gesture so that they feel they can go back to their supporters, their constituents, and say this party is listening to us and wants us in the tent.
All right. Well, we know you will track what happens very closely. Bring us any updates as you get them. Alex Seitzwald, thank you so much. Let me now bring in our panel. Stephanie Shriak, former president of Emily's List. Cornell Belcher, Democratic strategist and an NBC News political analyst. And Garrett Ventry, Republican strategist and founder of GRV Strategies. Thanks to all of you for being here. Garrett, I'm going to get to you in 1 second. We're going to start at the table. Cornell, pick up where Alex just left off. How do you think the campaign, the DNC, is handling this situation, this request to hear from a pro-Palestinian American? Was it the right thing to do to deny them the request to speak?
Well, I can't speak on that because I don't know the conversation. Yeah. What I will say is that, look, I think their voices have been heard. I think some speakers have talked about it. We have a ticket that is committed to a two-state solution, that's committed to a ceasefire. But look, it's a Democratic convention. I've been to a lot of these. I've never been to one where there wasn't a protest. But our hearts go out, and this administration is working very hard to bring a solution. And again, I hate to do this, but what's the alternative, right? The alternative is sit home and help Donald Trump, who we know is going to be a blank check for Netanyahu.
So let's talk big picture about what we anticipate we're going to hear tonight. Stephanie, the biggest speech of Vice President Harris's political life, the biggest political test, what does she need to do to come out successful?
Well, it's such a reminder that, vice presidents are known by name, but not very well known typically. So everybody knows that Kamala Harris is the vice president. Now they're going to find out who the nominee is tonight. And you've heard just speech after speech of incredible stories about her. Now it's her moment to look at the entire country and talk about how we need to fight for our freedoms, and where that she is going to be doing this with and together. We need everybody's hands in, and it is, you're right, a huge moment for her. I have no doubts that she is ready for this moment.
Cornell, do you think, I know she'll give her vision. This is my vision if I were to be elected. She will obviously touch on policy. She's not going to give us a whole lot of policy details likely. But does she need to say, this is how I would be different from President Biden?
I think this entire convention has been laying out two very dramatically different visions about America. And one is dark, one is Gotham City, and one is, America's still a city on the hill. And I think the joy thing that Republicans make fun of, they can make fun of it all you want, but the joy is real. And after sort of the darkness and the chaos, Americans are just looking to be happy. Americans want to be optimistic. And once upon a time, that wasn't a Democratic thing, because I remember that was Ronald Reagan's thing as well. Americans want to feel good about America, and they want to lean into the optimism. And I think that she's going to give them that today. I think this ticket is giving them that.
And as I go out to Garrett, I want to take a look at what's happening on this stage here behind us, guys. Maya Harris, the sister of Vice President Kamala Harris, is on the stage right now, checking things out ahead of tonight. She is one of Vice President Harris's closest advisors. Garrett, when I was at the Republican National Convention, Republicans were hugely unified around former President Donald Trump. It was clear the Republican Party is his party. And the question we all had is, boy, will Democrats be able to match the energy and enthusiasm here? Based on what we're seeing and hearing inside the convention hall, it appears as though they have met that bar. What are Republicans saying as they watch all of this unfold? Is there some trepidation that Democrats are more united than they could have anticipated just a month ago?
Yeah, Kristen, they're clearly more united than they were just a few months ago when President Biden was still in the race, right? You saw this across with polls in swing states, polls nationally. And Democrats clearly do have energy now because they feel like they have a candidate who simply isn't in mental decline. The big question for Vice President Harris is, how does she define herself apart from the Biden administration when she's part of the Biden administration? You're talking about the two big issues for voters right now, the economy and inflation, and the border. Former President Trump has a large lead on both of those issues. You're seeing him do that in Arizona now. So I think he's going to lean in. This is going to be a race for her to try and define herself apart from that and Biden's failures on a lot of these issues and try and tell her own story, while at the same time, Republicans try and tie her to a lot of the policies that voters just across the country do not like. But they're clearly more unified than they were a month ago. I think Republicans are equally unified. And the next really 80 days here, 75 days, it's going to come down to tens of thousands of votes in swing states. I think the debates are going to matter. And who knows what can happen between now and the election. But I think if President Trump does focus on the border, he focuses on the economy, he focuses on inflation, the key issues that really drive his agenda, that is a strong contrast that should propel him to victory in November.
Garrett, just to follow up with you quickly, what do you make of this counter-programming campaign that we've seen by former President Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance? Do you think it's been effective so far? Do you think they're breaking through?
Yeah, I mean, clearly we're talking about it right now, and it's been, covered pretty extensively here, obviously, to try and contrast what Democrats are doing. Now, Democrats, there is a lot of energy, there's a lot of buzz, there's vibes, but buzz and vibes don't solve inflation. Buzz and vibes don't solve the border crisis. And so what you're seeing is Vice President Harris has not done one press conference. She's not done one interview in 30 days. And let's also remember here, she's received actually 0 votes from voters right now. And so she has a lot to prove on the stage tonight. And we will see what happens in her speech tonight and going forward in the debate and coming into the election.
Cornell, what about that? How quickly does she need to start making herself available to do interviews? Obviously, she's preparing for the debate.
Listen, I'm not going to be on the press because I'm part of the press now. But the truth of the matter is, the regular voters actually don't care that much about her not getting her interviews. All this time, we've seen her poll numbers rising. She's taking a conversation directly to the people across these states and the battleground states. She's going to do more press because she has to. But right now, it's really, really important for her to be talking less to us and talking directly to those voters in those battleground states, and that's what she's doing.
Stephanie, do you agree with that? And do you think she's going to get a post-convention bounce, or has she already had her post-convention bounce?
Oh, no, we are bouncing really high.
You think so?
I
okay.
really
All
do.
Right.
Because the truth of the matter is the entire country and everywhere you go, there is a true feelings change. And maybe folks don't think that's how it works. That is absolutely how this works. The way you win races is to be the campaign that folks want to be part of, where it feels good, where there's optimism, where there's hope, where she is going to talk with the people and about the people, and unlike Trump, not about herself. He talks about himself. The country wants to hear from a leader who is going to be with them and really understands what's going on, and that's Kamala Harris.
Cornell, where are you on this?
For one quick second, because I was going to say, listen, I hear Republicans say, well, let's talk about the issues to issues. You've been doing this a while. You've actually done debate. It's not like Donald Trump's a policy guy. It's not like an issue guy. And what I would argue is that be careful what you ask for, because I don't think a policy conversation is going to be the antiseptic for their falling poll numbers, because when you look at the policies, when you look at reproductive rights, when you look at college affordability, there's so many issues that line up with her. One quick note on the economy. Listen, I was around for Obama, and do you think Obama had an advantage on the economy over Mitt Romney? He absolutely did not. What we did have an advantage on was who's going to fight for the middle class and working people. And that's where she's got to lean in.
Garrett, respond to what Cornell is saying, because he makes the case that, look, Trump doesn't necessarily go from campaign event to campaign event rolling out his policy papers. He's weaving a narrative, right?
But I would push back on that pretty heavily. He's put out, whether it's Agenda 47, he talks about the border conflict, he talks about the economy, he talks about new policies. We've not seen any policy there. And I'd say this campaign that Harris is running is very reminiscent of another campaign that talked about optimism and had celebrities, and her name was Hillary Clinton, and we saw that turned out in 2016. When you don't talk about policies and you rely on celebrities in Hollywood to tell middle-class people in Ohio and Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania who to vote for, they don't like that. And if we want to get to talk about the policy, the two major issues in every poll over the last 2 years, whether it's NBC, Wall Street Journal, Fox, CNN, you can name it, it is the economy, it is the border, and Democrats are massively underwater, and President Trump has a lead on those two issues.
Stephanie, final point.
When we've been closing that gap since Kamala Harris has gotten the nomination on all of those issues. And I gotta say, that's the first I've ever heard anybody say that Hillary Clinton didn't have a list of policies.
Garrett,
she's not known for that.
Garrett, you acknowledge she did have pretty extensive details. That was one of the criticisms.
That's not the point that I made. The point I made was not on the policy. She clearly talked about policies more than this. I'm saying it was heavily reliant on social media influencers, Hollywood, and that didn't resonate with voters.
So true.
Clearly.
All right, guys, thank you. Great conversation. Really appreciate it. Garrett, thank you. Stephanie and Cornell, great conversation. Thanks. Up next, Trump hits the southern border, as we were just discussing, and hits Harris on the issue of immigration. We're live in Arizona, where the former president just wrapped up a campaign event. But first, we want to show you another historic moment at the DNC, when 40 years ago, then Congresswoman Geraldine Ferraro officially became the first woman vice presidential nominee.
By choosing a woman to run for our nation's second highest office, you send a powerful signal to all Americans. There are no doors we cannot unlock. We will place no limits on achievement. If we can do this, we can do anything.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. All week long, former President Trump has been holding events in swing states as part of an effort to counter-program the DNC. Today, Mr. Trump is at the southern border in Arizona as he looks to paint Vice President Harris as weak on border security and crime ahead of her prime-time address tonight. NBC's Dasha Burns joins me now from the southern border. So, Dasha, what have we heard from the former president today?
Well, Chris, this week on the campaign trail has not been typical for Trump. It hasn't been like those big, massive rallies that you're used to. It's been smaller events that are very focused on issues with specific backdrops for those issues, whether it was a manufacturing plant, a police station, or now the southern border. And here he took the opportunity to hammer Harris, the vice president, on the issues that they have been hammering her on from the beginning. They really believe immigration is one of the best issues for Trump to go after Harris, especially as he tries to tie Harris as directly as he can to President Biden, to his administration's immigration policies, the immigration issues that have unfolded under the Biden White House, tying Harris to that, calling her the border czar, standing here at the border wall and saying that she's responsible for the fact that it hasn't been built as it was, as Trump wanted it to be. And today he brought some people to this press conference, some people with personal stories of crimes that have been committed by undocumented immigrants. This is the kind of stuff that he's trying to lean into here, Kristen.
You know, it's interesting. Of course, we have heard from Vice President Kamala Harris that if she were to be elected, she would try to sign into law that border bill that Trump torpedoed. But let me ask you about one of the developments that we've been reporting on today, that in the month of July, Texas Governor Abbott did not send any buses, 0 buses to blue cities. Do you think that this is still going to be a strong issue for Republicans?
Well, it's a great question, Chris, and I actually asked former President Trump, I had a moment to ask him a quick question, and I asked him about the mass deportation operation that he wants to implement as president. He was calling it the biggest deportation operation in U.S. history, and I asked him how he would go about that in blue states. You know, here in Cochise County, everyone's very supportive of his policies, but in a lot of parts of this country, that's not the case. He believes that because Democratic states, places like New York, like Chicago, like Los Angeles, now have the immigration issue on their doorstep as they have migrants that have been housed in facilities in those cities, that he believes it's a much more prevalent issue for Democrats. And, you know, some polling does show there is some evidence to that. The question, though, is will the energy around this issue be as prevalent, as strong, if you're not seeing that as tangibly in some of these places? He seems to think that it will, but that's one thing we'll be watching play out over the coming months, Kristen.
Yeah, a lot of questions about his mass deportation proposal. Thanks for getting some of those questions to him. Dasha Burns, great job as always. Coming up after the break, we are 75 days out from the election, and former President Trump is already questioning the integrity of the vote. Congressman Jamie Raskin, a former January 6th House Committee member and former impeachment manager, is going to join me next. But first, another landmark moment from the archives. In 1976, then Congresswoman Barbara Jordan became the first black person and the first woman ever to deliver a keynote address at a convention.
I, Barbara Jordan, am a keynote speaker. That notwithstanding the past, that my presence here is one additional bit of evidence that the American dream need not forever be deferred.
there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments.
Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Yeah. Welcome back to Meet the Press Now, live from the fourth day of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Joining me now is Maryland Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin. He spoke from the main stage at the DNC earlier this week. Congressman Raskin, thank you so much for being here.
You bet. I'm delighted.
Well, big night. What do you expect to hear? What do you want to hear from Vice President Harris tonight?
Well, our party is the party that believes that government should be an instrument of the public good for everybody, as opposed to government being the instrument for private self-enrichment of the guy who gets in, which is obviously the Trump vision. So I'm hoping to hear from Kamala Harris what are going to be the top priorities for the administration moving into this period. Are we going to be talking about universal pre-K? What are we doing in terms of health care? What are we working on to address the needs of the people?
So you want to hear details. You want specifics.
I would like some policy specifics, but of course, the critical thing is for her to elucidate the values and the principles of the party, and I know she'll do that beautifully, but I would like, again, as a member of Congress, to see, well, what are they thinking about in terms of the policy thrust going forward?
You know, there's a big question about whether she will enumerate the ways in which she will build on the Biden agenda and which ways she will maybe be different from President Joe Biden. Do you think that's going to be important as well, to make clear that there will be some differences?
I don't think that's tough for her. I mean, the Biden-Harris administration has been one where the president and vice president have worked together super closely on a whole range of issues. So there clearly will be continuity, but there's no doubt with Kamala in charge as the chief executive, she will be the one deciding what are the new policy features that are going to be part of the administration.
Are you clear on what those are right now, the ways in which she might govern differently?
I'm not. Everything has happened so quickly, and that's why I'm saying I'm hoping to hear about it. But look, this week has been, in addition to an experiment in sleep deprivation for everybody, it's also been a great synthesis of the values of this party from the past, the great civilizing movements of our time, the women's movement and the labor movement, the environmental movement, and the principles that unify us in terms of equal rights for all and freedom to make your own decisions. So all of that will be part of what we're going to hear, but also I think then we need to hear what are we going to be fighting for in terms of policy to build on the successes of Biden-Harris.
Let me ask you, because J.D. Vance responded to some of the comments that you made here when you addressed the convention. You said that the job of VP was only available because Trump supporters, quote, tried to kill Mike Pence on January 6th. Here's how J.D. Vance responded last night.
I can't help but laugh at what Jamie Raskin said. These are people who somehow always make themselves the victims. I just don't understand a person in American politics in 2024 who's whining about what happened to them instead of using their leadership and using their influence to make the lives of American citizens better.
How do you respond to that response?
Well, of course, he was addressing Donald Trump directly, who is the professional whiner of American politics. Every day, all we hear from his boss is how poorly he's being treated by the media and how everybody is dissing him. And so I view that as just an expression of J.D. Vance's frustration about the situation he's in. Everybody knows that they are the party of whiners and losers at this point. But I was pointing out that the reason there was a vacancy on the ticket is because Donald Trump, who otherwise used to praise Mike Pence as a key sycophant in his administration, turned on him when he refused to follow Donald Trump's orders to step outside of his constitutional role and simply declare Donald Trump the winner. That's what he wanted. And when he didn't do that, Trump unleashed the mob on him, and these people set up a noose and a gallows outside, and they chanted, "Hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence," and they wounded 140 police officers. This was no joke. And so if that's J.D. Vance's answer to it, it's pretty pathetic. And in fact, I heard he was attacking me, and I researched this morning to determine he had actually said before, and I'm going to elaborate on this, that he would have done what Mike Pence refused to do. He would have gone along with Donald Trump's orders.
Yeah.
Which would have created a much greater crisis.
Yeah, that was during an interview several months ago. I want to ask you about the overall tone, because there has been, it seems like, an attempt to some extent, not focus as much on trying to paint Trump as a threat, more trying to say he's weird, and to lean into this idea of joy and hope. There was a moment earlier this week, though, when chants of "lock him up" broke out while Hillary Clinton was speaking. What did you make of that? And is it discordant, do you think, with the tone that the Democratic Party should be setting?
No, there is a great tone of happiness and joy in the resurgent fortunes of the Democrats. And we are going to continue to bring out the best in America, the incredible, breathtaking diversity of our country. We're going to do that, and we're going to be fighting for every person who lives in our country. But we're not taking any nonsense from these people anymore. The post-Trump Democratic Party is a very different party than the pre-Trump Democratic Party, because we lived through January 6th. We saw these people are capable of fraud, coercion, and violence in order to attack our constitutional order. This is not your grandfather's Republican Party.
Well, let me ask you about some comments that Donald Trump made on the campaign trail yesterday. He said, quote, "Our primary focus is not to get out the vote. It is to make sure they don't cheat." When you hear those words within the context of what you're saying, what do you make of them?
Well, he's the only politician in American history who's taken that position. Everybody else has set about a campaign saying, how are we going to expand our coalition? How are we going to bring in new voters? How do we create a platform that will appeal to the vast majority of the people? That's what the Democrats are doing. We're the party of democracy, and we're the party of the people. Meantime, he's already flagging that he is just going to try to challenge people's votes, block voter registration, prevent people from voting, and then try to overturn the result. That is a signal characteristic of an authoritarian political party.
All right.
And it's a minority party, and it's really operating like a cult of personality at this point. Mike Pence is the first vice president in more than 2 centuries to oppose his own president that he ran with. And in the last time, it was Thomas Jefferson and John Adams. And of course, we elected presidents and vice presidents separately before. Right. It was just the runner-up who became the VP. So it's really the first time in American history where you've got a VP who's saying, the guy I served with is so dangerous, he shouldn't be in office. And that's what he said. Somebody who would elevate his own interests above the Constitution should not be president. That's what his own vice president said. And you have nearly a majority of Trump's cabinet also saying he's not fit for office.
All right, Congressman Jamie Raskin, thank you so much for being here.
Great to be with you, Kristen.
Really appreciate it. On this fourth and final night, well, we don't know the full lineup of speakers and performers on stage tonight, but we do know the programming will end with Vice President Harris accepting her nomination and a lot of balloons. Joining me now from the convention floor is my NBC News colleague, Jacob Soboroff. So, Jacob, you're out on the floor. Tell us what the vibe is. What's going on right now?
Oh, Kristen, it is a very, very upbeat vibe. Somebody just handed me a friendship bracelet. People are handing out challenge coins, trading pins. Not unlike the Republican convention, but it is entirely a different scene here. As you can imagine, I'm in the South Carolina delegation with a couple new friends, all legislators from South Carolina, correct? Right. Tell me your name.
I'm State Representative John King. I represent the Rock Hill area of the South Carolina General Assembly.
And yourself?
Anna E. McDaniel, and I represent Fairfield County, Chester, and Richland counties.
Yeah, Dr. Ivory Thickpen, State Rep, Richland County, current Black Caucus Chair.
It's so great to be with you guys. And you were telling me you're a Morehouse grad, is that correct?
I am.
What is it like to be on the verge of having not only the first woman of color to potentially be the next president of the United States, but also an HBCU grad?
Well, you know, going to an HBCU, we are proud of every member of the HBCU community. Having the new president, who will be Kamala Harris, we are excited as a community of HBCU graduates to welcome her. But not only that, I'm a member of the Divine Nine. I'm an Omega. My colleagues are all members of the Divine Nine. It actually brings goosebumps to me. Like, I get so excited about what this moment means to not only the HBCUs, but the Divine Nine community.
You have those same goosebumps? We got to go, but I just want to know, but you got the goosebumps too?
Have the goosebumps, love, Kamala, love her. Let's go, let's fight, we'll win.
There we go, Kristen. Goosebumps all around. It's going to be an exciting night here tonight.
Here we go. The stakes could not be higher, Jacob Soboroff, and you set the stage quite well. We will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. My colleague Hallie Jackson is with me on set in Chicago. She picks up special coverage on the final night of the Democratic National Convention. Night 4, Hallie.
This
Here we
is
are.
it, girl. Our last slide transition of the week here in Chicago.
It's been seamless.
I love it.
All these transitions. Maybe we'll bring them back to Washington.
Great show.
All right,
love it. We're going to talk to you more tonight because, hey there, I'm Hallie. Let's do it. We're live from the United Center in Chicago for the final night of the DNC right behind me here. Things are going to kick off just about 90 minutes from now. We're going to bring it to you live. You're going to see the gaveling in. We're going to bring you those early speeches as we are dipping in now from Chicago, all, of course, ahead of the biggest night of Kamala Harris's political life. The former prosecutor now making her own case to the nation when she formally accepts the party nomination for president right behind me. Listen, she is looking to define herself, define her vision, and to usher in the Harris era. Also, officially turning the page for the party 1 month to the day after announcing she'd run for the top of the ticket after President Biden withdrew. And after that sprint to the convention, an even faster fall with Election Day just 75 days out and the page starting to turn to what's next and whether Democrats can keep up the momentum they're feeling here in Chicago. We've got a big team with us. Let's start with Monica Alba, who's live for us on the convention floor. Monica, so much going on. Huge moment for Harris. We have some reporting on what she's going to say. She's really going to lay out her vision. She's going to draw a contrast with former President Trump. And she's going to try to reclaim the patriotism mantle, if you will, from Republicans, right?
Yeah, they've been building all week long to this, Hallie, and that is what we're going to see from the vice president. I'm told she's going to take a little bit from each night and some of the main speakers and try to put it together in this closing argument of what her candidacy can mean for the country, but also what she feels Americans now will have the responsibility to do if they come together and elect her, according to people close to the vice president. Now, she's been preparing for this speech for weeks. The original draft was the one that she would have been giving last night if she were the vice presidential nominee. So when that all changed and she moved to the top of the ticket, of course they made a ton of adjustments. They want to give it that heft. They want to give it that gravitas. But I'm also told that she wants to come out here and remind people, here's why I feel I'm qualified to be president of the United States. And speaking of presidents, she's going to be talking about President Joe Biden, and she's going to be paying him tribute and acknowledging his leadership and his legacy as the person responsible for why she is on stage tonight in this moment. So she's certainly going to address that. And then, yes, she's going to take on Donald Trump head on. She's going to talk about how she views him as a dangerous person in this race through the lens of Project 2025, even though GOP allies have tried to distance themselves from that conservative think tank blueprint for a Trump second term. And then she's also going to remind everybody of her upbringing, how she grew up, the fact that she worked at a McDonald's. Her late mother was such a huge influence on her life, and she's going to be speaking about that in very personal terms as well. And Hallie, she's been practicing all week long. She's been showing sections of it to key trusted people, performing in front of her husband, of course, the second gentleman who had his own turn earlier in the week. But overall, this is a person who has given thousands of speeches and been on teleprompter for years. So in terms of that and the mechanics of the speech, she's not worried about. They are saying she's very, very ready to meet this moment. Will it be very late? Will it go on very long? Well, that's up to the potential surprises that could be in store here still tonight on the final evening, Hallie.
Can I tell you what's interesting, Lon? Just looking behind me here, I'm seeing, we've always seen delegates sort of be coming in at this point in the evening here. It's 5 o'clock Eastern. The convention programming begins in just about 90 minutes. It's, to my eye, looking more full than it had been. And I'm also seeing a number of delegates, it looks like wearing white, the women's side. We've seen this before at other political events, Monica, the idea of support of the suffrage movement here. Are you picking, is that like a thing that was planned or just a coincidence?
It honestly seems like something that certainly has been coordinated because we are seeing so much of it. And this was something I got to tell you, 8 years ago, I was covering Hillary Clinton at the Philadelphia DNC, where that was the intended message for Thursday evening's address as well. So I think this is something that generationally has become a message to a female nominee like we're going to see tonight. But to that point, Hallie, so interestingly, the VP has not leaned in as much on the gender significance of what it would mean. She has acknowledged the historic nature, again, of her candidacy, but she's letting other people do that for her, and that is what we're going to see tonight, sort of teeing her up, but she's not leaning into that as much because there are many barriers that she would potentially break if she is elected tonight. So there will be a nod to that in terms of gender, in terms of race, but it won't be the defining message of her speech because she's going to argue it's not about me, it's about all of the Americans she hopes she can serve, I'm told. Hallie.
Monica Alba in the thick of it there on the floor as things get ready to kick off for the last night of the Democratic National Convention. And to do it with us again for night number 4, Chuck Todd here with us in the booth. Jen Psaki is joining us as well. Chuck, let me start with you because after the convention, we're going to start the sprint to the finish. Right? And this is the moment which, you know, traditionally, right, around and after Labor Day, Americans are tuning in. They're engaging. I know your theory of the case is that Americans started engaging about a month ago, right? When
the second the switch
That's
happened.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
How does the Harris campaign, how do Democrats keep up some of the energy we've been talking about a lot here for the next 75 days?
I just wouldn't stop. I think it's more of doing the nonstop barnstorming. You know, what the other big change in this ticket is you now have a candidate that can do 3 or 4 events a day. Joe Biden couldn't. That was a huge problem the campaign was having. Kamala Harris can. You know who struggles with doing multiple events a day? Her opponent, Donald Trump. So it's an opportunity here. And I imagine, you know, I'll be curious if there's going to be, there's different ways of doing this. I remember Gore and Lieberman did a riverboat tour at the time. All of the swing states were along the Mississippi River.
That's right. You heard Senator Klobuchar talk about all the key states.
And it was a huge, and I remember Karl Rove admitting after going, boy, that was brilliant. He goes, they got to hit markets we didn't get to hit because our plane was too big to land in those towns. It was fascinating, the little things like that do matter, but it allowed the momentum to keep going through the weekend. And look, that's one of the conventions I've been thinking about. How does this convention compare to others? There's sort of, this reminds me of a combination of 2 other conventions where the Democratic ticket came in sort of nervous and behind, and the convention itself seemed to propel and serve as jet fuel. Bill Clinton's in 92, Al Gore's in 2000. Now, Al Gore ended up not winning. But people forget he was really losing before that convention, and he really was able to change the tone. So it's about not stopping. Like, it's going to be tempting to take a few days off. Traditionally in the past, some nominees have.
Right.
I don't think there's time. I mean, Tim Walz said it himself. He quoted Warren Zevon, you'll sleep when you're dead.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, that's the momentum they should keep going, where it's just they're showing up and, you know, maybe they go have a little fun. Maybe they do barnstorm Orlando and Miami just to mess with the Trump campaign. Maybe they do a little dabble here at the end of August, early September. But really, they did a bus trip in Pennsylvania before they got here. I imagine we'll see something in Michigan pretty soon. But those are the things that they need to keep doing.
Yeah.
They can't stop because I do think they've got energy on their side. College campuses are opening up now. You know, this is an opportunity for them to get keep their coalition engaged.
So, Jen, is that how you'd advise the vice president if you were on her team telling her that? Would you say, hey, listen, don't take that downtime? You know she's going to have to debate prep here over the next couple of weeks before that September 10th debate. But would you tell her, get out there, be out there, somebody should be out there every day?
1,000%. And I would just add on to that. One of the benefits of coming out of a convention is that the country was just introduced to Gwen Walz, who was crying and laughing and had such relatable responses to so many of the speeches. Get her out on the trail doing her own events. Obviously, Governor Tim Walz has become a superstar among the Democratic Party and one who can really connect with the football-loving Americans out there who may still be deciding who they want to support. Doug Emhoff gave a great speech. So if I were them, you have have these 4 principles, get them out in the country in places where people can connect with them, where people can feel like they're touching and feeling them. And yes, don't stop, because it's not that many days left. And if you're them, you're well aware of that. She's actually been reminding people of that at events. There was an interesting moment at her rally in Wisconsin where somebody said, "You've already won." And she said, "We haven't won yet." And that's almost one of their challenges, is reminding the Democratic base and reminding their core supporters that this is going to be a grind and it's going to be close and nobody can be complacent.
So, Jen, but before we get there, right, she's got to get through tonight and her
Yes.
speech and these remarks here to a room that is going to go bananas for her. If the week is any precedent, and if the programming for the Democrats tonight is any indication of how they're planning to set the table, what does she need to do? In other words, tomorrow morning, when you're talking about the speech last night, what does success look like for sort of pundits, analysts, Democrats to be saying?
Well, it's no more complicated, Hallie, than how people feel when they're watching it. So people say, yes, there'll be policy in it, but it's not a policy speech in the sense that it's not a State of the Union laying out your agenda. It's a vision speech. It's about how people feel about what you're presenting in terms of the choice you're offering to the country and what your vision is for leading the country. There are a number of pieces, and Monica touched on this, that I think we've seen a lead up to this moment where there is a reframing and attempt to reclaim freedom and defense of rights.
Yeah.
I would expect that to be a central theme in her speech. She also has been projecting joy. That's the kind of the theme of their this ticket. I would expect that to be sort of a part of the vibe of this speech. But there are also moments that have helped propel her onto the scene effectively, like how she talks about abortion rights. And I think that will be a passionate and important part of the speech, and the contrast with Trump. Now, over the last couple of days, and before that, I should say, there's been a real shift in how Democrats, this ticket, big prominent elected officials or former elected officials like Barack Obama talk about Trump. It's less he's an authoritarian dictator who's going to bring down our country and it will be all over as a democracy. That may be true. It's more belittling him and making him small and making him seem kind of self-involved. That is a core message that's shifted.
The bad ex-boyfriend, if you will.
If you will. The guy who's blowing
Hakeem
the
Jeffries.
lawnmower.
That's Hakeem Jeffries, what he said.
Yes, that's what Hakeem Jeffries said, exactly. And what Barack Obama said, which is the guy blowing the lawnmower, the leaf blower outside of your window. That, I expect that to be the kind of the thematic and the feeling of how she goes after Trump.
Jen, I think you can stick around. Chuck, I think you can stick around. Give me a second, because somebody has just slid into the seat next to me that I know wants to get in on this conversation, and that is the former Democratic senator from Alabama, Doug Jones. Senator, it's good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Let me bring you in here to what we've been talking about, and what Vice President Harris needs to do tonight. What do you want to see from her to reach out to some of those persuadable voters, independents, as we saw, for example, Oprah Winfrey and others do?
Sure. Look, I think she just needs to seal the deal about everything that's been going on here. I mean, we have seen every speaker, one after another, speak to America across the board. This group, that group, across the board. You see it in different parts of the country. She needs to seal that deal. She needs to give, as Jen said, her vision for America. This is a time over the last month we've hit a reset button. Democrats have hit a reset button, so has America. Hit a reset button to try to look at and examine the policies, but also show the leader that she is, the leader that I know she is. I think that'll come through loud and clear tonight.
So part of laying out her vision is obviously going to be, we don't expect this to be a policy-heavy speech, but that will certainly be woven in. And we're seeing that in some of the programming tonight, specifically on the issue of gun violence, which has taken a pretty prominent time slot, right? A pretty prominent evening slot here at the Democratic National Convention. You're going to see gun violence survivors, advocates. We're showing them on screen. Former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, who was almost killed in a shooting. You're from a state where the Second Amendment is super important. Both you and Tim Walz have talked about your support for the Second Amendment, while also the need for gun reform legislation here. What would your advice be to her and to the campaign on how to talk about this issue?
Just mimic what Tim said.
Do what Tim Walz did.
Exactly. I mean, one of the things that I got to tell you, I have been so happy about with this convention are the things that Democrats in the South have been talking about for a long time. We have reclaimed the flag. We have reclaimed patriotism. We have reclaimed freedom. And we can actually talk about people who like to hunt, That film had Tim Walz shooting a pheasant or a bird as he went across. We can do those things, and we should not run away from that, because there's nothing inconsistent with trying to save lives and still enjoying hunting and sporting shooting. There's nothing inconsistent about that. I think she may talk about that a little bit. But she's got a vice president who can really talk to people across America about that. I want her tonight to really talk about her experience as a prosecutor, making the case, how she can prosecute the case against Donald Trump in the eyes of the largest jury that can ever be, and that's the American people.
You have also called, and we said this at the top of the show, if the theme at the beginning of the week was pass the torch, it has shifted to turn the page. And tonight is the cementing of the Kamala Harris era for the Democratic Party. You called President Biden's dropping out of the race, withdrawing from the ticket, bittersweet. We've seen, for example, former President Obama, former President Clinton, both of them nod to President Biden and his service to the country here. What role do you think he should play over the course of the next couple of months?
You know, I had this very conversation with him a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, tell me everything about it.
This is my opinion, and I told him this. I think he ought to be out there. You know, the fact of the matter is, people had questions about Joe Biden's age and whether or not he could serve a full term. But they've never wavered in their love for Joe Biden, especially Democrats. He can get votes out. You saw that happen when he appeared with Kamala Harris the other day. I think one of the huge mistakes that Al Gore made was not using Bill Clinton at the time. I think he needs to be out there, and he can go into places. He could go with Tim. He can go into places that the vice president doesn't need to go, but go in there and draw those crowds, keep that momentum going, remind people of everything he's done, remember that 50-year service, and importantly, remind people about how he has brought our allies together to defend democracy around the world.
So even with his favorability rating where it is, you don't think he'd be a drag?
Not at all. Not at all. I think he is. I think that favorability rating is going to go up and up and up, so that at some point it's certainly not going to be a drag, and I think it's going to be a real positive.
So what did he say when you suggested that he should get out there a bunch over the course?
He listened. He does what Joe Biden does best. He listened. So I don't know if he'll take my advice or not. I've given him a lot of advice over the years, but I dare say that he took a lot. But I want to say one thing about how to keep this going. Chuck had great answers about everything that needs to be done. So did Jen.
That she's got to get out there. She's got. But
here's how I would suggest that the campaign do that. Put up signs everywhere, in the buses, in the campaign headquarters, that just simply says, remember 2016. Because in 2016, people were already trying to get their reservations for Inauguration Day, and they let their foot off the gas. Remember 2016 and keep this going. If we can do that, this momentum is going to carry forward through November.
Well, you're not going to like this next question then if you're not going to try to catch your chickens before they hatch, but I have to ask you about some of that reporting that suggests that you are being considered for a potential AG role in a Kamala Harris cabinet. We heard those same rumors back in 2020 after President Biden won. Has the campaign approached you at all? Would you consider that?
Chuck, did you remember me getting you to autograph that baseball for me several years ago? You know, it was great seeing you in the hotel the other day. You know I'm not going to
answer that. Wow, he's avoiding you, Allie.
I mean,
look
it's
at
a
that.
dodge.
He looked right past
Since
you.
Chuck Todd is here, Chuck Todd taught me you always ask the same question 4 times. That's the magic. Is it 6 or 4?
It's 3 at minimum.
All right.
You know.
I'll ask one more time. Would you even consider it?
Look, I want to make sure that my friend Kamala Harris has a successful presidency. I'm going to answer just like I did back in 2020. Okay. I want to do whatever I can to make sure she, 1, gets elected, and 2, has a successful presidency.
Senator Doug Jones. Senator, it's great to see you. Thank you very much for being on with us here. Where's your seat? You're with the Alabama delegation.
With Alabama. Yeah, I'm a delegate this time, so I'm down there in the delegation.
All right.
It'll be fun.
Hooting and hollering, I'm sure.
Hooting and hollering.
Thank you very much. Let me bring back in Jen and Chuck there for a second. I mean, Chuck, you heard him, right? That she's got to get out there, that he wants to see President Biden out there. Do you think that's the right move, or do you think that could be risky?
I don't know. Look, it's up to the campaign to figure out where Joe Biden's going to be helpful or not. There's an argument to be made that he's not as helpful because she wants to sort of, while she may adopt a similar governing philosophy, the new versus old, the turning the page aspect here, I would argue. So I don't know that I don't expect to see Joe Biden out a lot. Okay. Look, Al Gore had a similar challenge in 2000, and he didn't have Bill Clinton out a lot. There's been debate over the years among Clinton allies that was a mistake. I don't think it was. I think the reason Al Gore got as close as he did is because he found a way to show some distance and that vice presidents have to do that because you got to be your own person.
That's right.
You got to show you're going to be your own president. Look, you didn't see Barack Obama out a lot on behalf of Hillary Clinton. Now, maybe that was a mistake, and maybe that should have been done more. But I'm skeptical that Biden is helpful right now. Maybe towards the end. Maybe if his numbers are recovering a little bit. But I look at it, he's got one job. The best thing he can do for her is get that ceasefire deal. Because if I believe that outside events work against her, many of the outside events that could happen in the next 70 days, war between Iran and Israel, that would not, I could see a lot of swing voters suddenly wanting to gravitate to a former president in a time of uncertainty and instability. I worry about economic shock, say the commercial real estate industry we know is hanging on by a thread. What if that downturn happens in the next 60 days? So if I'm her, I want Joe Biden doing the job. I think he helps more doing his job as president than he does on the campaign trail.
Jen, Chuck said something interesting, as he often does, but he talked about if there is a time to deploy President Biden, it's maybe towards the end and kind of that closer role. What's been fascinating to me is seeing somebody like Oprah Winfrey with the enormous star power that she wields, somebody who in so many ways was preaching the political gospel to this room last night, coming out now in August, not in October, not in early November. It does feel a little bit like perhaps there are some lessons being learned from the Harris campaign as compared to, for example, maybe Hillary Clinton back in 2016 when some of those stars came out right towards the end and perhaps it was too little too late. What say you? Well,
look, I think having Oprah Winfrey speak at a convention is great for any party who's going to have Oprah Winfrey. I also, though, think that there's very particular moments that will work for someone like Oprah Winfrey. I don't think she's going to go do 20 campaign events. She's going to pick this moment. Maybe she'll do something else. I'm not entirely sure. I would say one of the lessons learned that's even more important than the celebrity one, though, is that you have to show up in all the places, kind of where we started this conversation. And that is one of the things, if you look back at 2016, think about how many times that the Harris has already been to Wisconsin, right? Wisconsin is a state that the Democrats need to win. It's been won only by less than 1 point, as we know, in the past few presidential cycles. So for them, I think it's less about celebrities. It's great. It's energizing. They can raise money. It's more about showing up and having the right people show up in places. So using all of these popular governors, former presidents, people who are willing to do stuff to show up in places to energize and engage people, especially early voting, as we all know, is starting in a couple of weeks in some of these key states.
That's right. Jen Psaki, great to have you on. Chuck Todd, great to have you as well. We'll be checking back in with both of you throughout the course of our night during our special coverage here on NBC News Now. On the other side of the political aisle, you have former President Trump on day 4 of his own battleground blitz, trying to counter-program convention programming. And here he is today. This is him in Arizona visiting the border just moments ago. Remember, immigration is an issue that Republicans see as a liability for Democrats here. Given the latest polling shows he leads Kamala Harris by about 5 points on that. Vaughn Hilliard is with us now. Vaughn, the former president's been saying all week at his different events, at his different stops, that he's like, hey, they mention me more at the DNC than talking about crime or immigration. There has been, of course, a discussion of immigration. You heard it from Tom Suozzi last night. You're probably going to hear it from Senator Mark Kelly tonight, somebody who's had an interesting position inside the party on the border, given his role as leader of a border state here. Talk us through the dynamic at play.
Right. I was actually covering Mark Kelly in his re-election bid for the Senate in 2022. And at the time, I asked him about the fact that at the time there was a record number of migrants coming in to the United States. And sort of his criticism was that he was urging the Biden administration to do more and focus more attention and provide more resources to the migrant crisis and the number of individuals who are coming into the United States. And that is where, when you look at polling, and this is not just polling right now, which again shows that immigration is at the forefront of voters' minds, but this has historically been an issue that Republicans have done well on, not only in 2016, what is a pivotal issue for Donald Trump, but also going back to state races. This is, I think, when you're talking about immigration, you see the number there, 51% believing that Donald Trump is best positioned, as opposed to Kamala Harris, to address the border issue here. And I think at the same time, that it's worth noting that ever since earlier this year, when this bipartisan Senate border security package was not approved, in large part due to Donald Trump calling up fellow Republicans and urging them to turn down the bill and not approve it. It led to Joe Biden signing executive orders that led in the recent months the number of border patrol encounters with border crossers to decline. And so I think that this is really a moment here where some of the numbers for Donald Trump are perhaps not politically beneficial to the argument that he's making that the Biden-Harris administration are not addressing immigration when we see the number of migrants coming across the border going down. At the same time, he is wholly understanding that polling indicates that this is still a major issue for voters across the country.
Vaughn Hilliard, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's stay in Arizona with some breaking news of a manhunt apparently happening now. A manhunt for a suspect who police say is wanted in connection to a threat to kill a presidential candidate. Remember, obviously, former President Trump was in that state at the border with Mexico, according to what 3 officials are telling our team. Tom Winter is following this story for us. Tom, what is going on? What is happening here? Because the former president at his event alluded to some sort of unsafe issue. It was rather vague, but what can you tell us?
Right. So basically, the Secret Service decided to let the president or former president go on and speak today at this planned event in Arizona, as you suggested there, Hallie. Local law enforcement officials and the local sheriff's department say that they're looking for a Ronald Lee Servid. He's described as a white male, approximately 6 feet tall, 220 pounds. He has multiple warrants out for him in connection with failing to register as a sex offender, as well as DUI-related offenses. They then included in this notice, and we're looking at it right here, that Servid is being sought as an investigative lead for threats to kill a presidential candidate. Now, 3 law enforcement officials who've been briefed on this investigation and what is going on there tell us that, in fact, that threat that was made, at least one online threat, was directed to former President Trump. And obviously, in light of what happened on July 13th with the attempted assassination, that certainly gets law enforcement's attention, would have gotten it on July 12th or July 11th. So they did make the decision, I think, based on a host of things, that they knew who this individual was. It happened at an airport, and I think they felt that they had a safe enough of a perimeter that this event could go on. Also, I think the Secret Service is probably pretty acutely aware of the underlying details of this case, we are told, and so they were in a position to make an assessment here.
Tom Winter, thank you very much for that. Keep us posted as you get any developments, please. We've been also showing you, of course, what's happening here, not along the border, but in Chicago, as the room is filling up for night 4 of the Democratic National Convention. You're going to want to stay with us because we're going to take you live to the floor next as folks are ramping up to the start of the programming. In just about 60 minutes from now, we will bring it to you live when it happens. Don't go anywhere.
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Welcome back to NBC News Now. I am Jacob Soboroff, live from the floor of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, Illinois, here in the United Center, as the anticipation continues to build for the last biggest, and according to the delegates here, the best night of this convention, with Vice President Harris set to take the stage as the official nominee as the Democratic candidate for President of the United States of America. It is a historic evening here with Vice President Harris potentially poised to be not only the first woman of color, the first woman president, female president of the United States of America, but it's a special moment here for people, not just in the Illinois delegation because of what we heard from former President Obama and Michelle Obama, but what President Biden said, the passing of the torch from this administration, the president, to the next. And I want to give you guys a little bit of a peek at what's going on down here on the floor as we wait for the program to start this evening. This is the Illinois. How are you? This is the Illinois delegation. I wouldn't even talk about saying hello, but what's your name?
I'm Dr. Geneva Norman.
It's so nice to see you. Illinois, right? Am I right?
Yes, absolutely.
What was
Such
it
a pleasure
like for
to be
you?
here.
Just out of curiosity, it's a pleasure to see you too. To see former President Obama, Michelle Obama, and then last night Governor Tim Walz take the stage here in what is really some history being made.
What I wrote was there simply are no words, absolutely no words to describe how fantastic and wonderful it was.
What we continue to hear is sort of a message from that stage about get out and do something. That was Michelle Obama's message. Governor Walz really encouraged people to go take action. What does that mean to you?
Well, for me, I'm old. I'm almost 80 years old.
Stop it.
Oh, yes.
80 years young.
Okay, whatever you... I love you already. Absolutely. So I'm telling you, I'm going to do every single thing I can. I'm going to work on this campaign. I worked on the Obama campaign.
How does it feel? What's the difference between, this is the city where President Obama declared victory, where he's from, where him and Michelle Obama lived for so much of their lives. I mean, what is the significance of that to you, to have been there for that and now be here for this?
I just can't tell you how thankful I am to even be alive to do this. So in my lifetime, someone who has lived through some very difficult times through the civil rights movement where people were not even thought of for these kinds of things, then to see our President Barack Obama and Michelle, that fabulous, fabulous Michelle, and now this, Kamala, oh my gosh.
It's history, isn't it?
Let me say this right, yeah. Kamala.
You got it.
Okay.
You got it. I know you're going to get it. I mean, everybody's going to get it right after tonight, right?
Right, and we're thankful for you, too.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Let's talk a little bit about, and as we continue to walk around the floor here, let's talk a little bit about who's going to be speaking tonight. It's not just Vice President Harris. There will be some familiar faces to all of you as well. Reverend Al Sharpton, a familiar face to everyone here at NBC News. Adam Kinzinger, the Republican congressman who so forcefully spoke out against former President Trump during the Trump administration. Roy Cooper, and then, of course, Vice President Harris. We've seen her a couple of times here in the convention hall over the course of the last 4 days. We saw her in Milwaukee at that simultaneous rally when the convention was going on here in Chicago, but we have not seen, and we don't know yet exactly what the tone and tenor of her speech will be. We're going to get a little bit into that in just a second, but let's continue to see what's going on over here. How's everybody doing?
Hey, we're doing great. We're doing great. Excited.
Are you feeling good?
They're feeling good.
California delegation, is that where we are?
Yes, you are.
And this gentleman as well. Come over here. You said you're from the Bay Area?
Yes, I am.
Are you Bay Area?
Bay Area.
California Central Valley.
Central Valley.
These are my people, ladies and gentlemen. As a fellow Californian, don't hold it against me. I'm from Los Angeles, though.
I live in California. I'm in Vallejo, right next door to Napa Valley, and we are fired up, ready to go. We're ready to work, and we're so excited to be here and seeing Kamala. She's my sorority sister, going into office. We're going to take it all the way.
Can you imagine a Californian as president of the United States? Can you imagine a Californian woman of color as president of the United States?
Well, we're not going to have to imagine much longer, are we? It's going to become a reality.
There you go. So it's what people, and just real quick, how do you feel? You were here for Obama 2008, 2012. Now you're here for this.
Oh, those conventions were amazing, especially 2008. Inspiration and joy from that convention, I'd say here is matched. is just such an expression of joy and inspiration brought on by Kamala and Tim Walz. We're just loving the time here, and we think it's going to spread to the rest of the country.
And that's, thank you very much, you guys. Really nice to meet you. That's what everybody, yes.
Can I take a selfie?
We're going to take a quick selfie. We're live on the air, but come on, let's do it. Ready? What's your name? Where are you from?
Oops, I am from Highland Park, Illinois. I'm the mayor.
Stop it. That's where my dad's from.
I was going to say, is your dad related to Bill Soboroff?
Probably. Thank you very much. Nice to see you.
Peter Soboroff?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. Nice to see you. Thank you, Mayor. Come on this way, guys. So there's a person over here who I know will have more insight than anybody into what's going to be happening tonight. There she is, Yamiche Alcindor. Let's get over here. Yamiche, it's like a... you want to take a selfie with her? Okay, do it. Guys, Yamiche Alcindor is here. She's going to do one of his favorite journalists. She's going to do a quick selfie. But I know Yamiche has been...
Awesome. Thank you.
See? Awesome. Thank you. That's nice. I know you've been doing... hi, first of all.
Hello.
I know you've been doing a lot of reporting.
I'm happy you found us.
I know. I'm sweating already. I know you've been doing a lot of reporting into what the Vice President's been doing to prepare tonight, sort of what the tone and tenor of the speech is going to be. And you've also been talking to a lot of people about sort of how they feel about this moment. Let's start with the speech.
So she has been, Vice President Harris, meticulously preparing for this. This is going to be the biggest speech of her career. And she's been going to Howard University for debate prep sessions and for speech sessions. And one source told me she's going over every comma, every word in this speech, like a prosecutor would do. And I'm told that she has three big goals. The first is she wants to talk about her personal background, talking about her mother who told her, you might be the first, but you don't want to be the last. Also, she wants to talk about
her mother.
An immigrant from India. She also wants to really talk about her professional background as a prosecutor. And then she wants to also contrast her views for America with the views of Donald Trump, saying he's wrong for America. And then the last thing she wants to do is really be rooted in patriotism. She wants to say, I'm going to be a president for all people. She understands, of course, that this is a historic moment as a black woman and a South Asian woman, but she wants to also just lean into the idea that she's for everybody and she's qualified for this job.
We heard a little bit about how President Clinton kind of tore up a version of his speech after he saw what was going on the floor here over the course of the last couple of days. Is that what's happening with Vice President Harris, or has she been sort of consistent in the preparation for this and been, she's known her message coming into the convention?
So I was told that the speech was largely done on Tuesday morning, but that she's been tweaking. She's been looking at the arc of the convention, is one way one person put it to me, and that she understands that this is going to be sort of the culmination. So she's taking the vibes of the room, taking the vibes of the other speeches. And I also asked, well, how much do we think she's going to actually stick to her prepared remarks? And I was told she is going to largely stick to her prepared remarks, but she's going to be ready to really respond to all of the energy that we're feeling today.
Have you heard anything? I haven't. I mean, I don't know for sure. Any rumors, anything about potential surprises tonight?
Okay, I've been clearly trying to calm down and not think about the B word, which of course would be Beyonce, right? Hello, Beyonce out there. If you are coming, tell me, text me.
She's a big NBC News Now fan.
But we're, as of right now, I've been told that there's some surprises coming. We saw Pink rehearsing earlier, but we're not quite sure if there are going to be other surprises. I will tell you one other thing, because I think it's important. When we go back to the speech, she's going to be praising Joe Biden. She's going to be praising and really saying that she's grateful for the role that the president has played, because she sees him as someone that she loves, but also as someone who elevated her. He picked her to be his VP, and then he endorsed her in this tough moment where he was dropping out. So she's really going to spend some time in this speech also talking about the legacy of Joe Biden.
I've been reading some of your reporting, and I saw you've been talking to some bold-faced names, including, I think, Pramila Jayapal, Representative Pramila Jayapal, about sort of what this moment means. What are you hearing from folks like her?
Well, what's really interesting is I wanted to go and talk to women who are history makers themselves. So Pramila Jayapal was and still is the first Indian American elected to the House of Representatives, and she said she's so excited to see someone of Indian heritage, a woman of color who's qualified, again underlining that qualified, that to really be in this moment and see sort of a vision of America that looks like other people, that also resonates with her. I also talked to April Verrett. She's the first black president of the SEIU union, a large union. She said the little girl inside of me is screaming, is what she told me. So there really is going to be this moment where so many black women, who are the backbone, by the way, of the Democratic Party, the most loyal voting bloc for the Democratic Party, they're going to see themselves reflected in this ticket in a way that they never have before. And that means a lot for so many women here.
Yamiche, amazing reporting as always. I'm glad that I found Yamiche, because it's always a challenge out here. We'll see you later. I'll find you again on the floor later tonight.
Yes, and of course, more selfies. I'm sure you're going to have a bunch of selfies.
What do you mean? Look, he wants to take one with you right now.
No, I want you, man.
Okay, wait, come on, get Yamiche. I'll be right back.
I talked to you the other night.
I know, I remember. We're live on the air. Give me 1 second. Yamiche, thank you. Guys, stay tuned to NBC News Now, because we have a lot more coming up. This is the final night of the Democratic National Convention. I'm here on the floor in Chicago, Illinois. Vice President Harris will be making her big speech in just a matter of hours. Don't go anywhere. Keep it locked. You're watching NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to NBC News Now's special coverage live here from night for the DNC. Don't adjust your television. It's still 2024. I'm Chuck Todd. Hallie Jackson will be right back. But first, a short time ago, a group of about a dozen uncommitted delegates holding a press conference from an ongoing sit-in that's taking place just outside the United Center here, but outside the security perimeter. They're reiterating their request to have a Palestinian American speak at the convention tonight. They're demanding an answer from DNC organizers by 6 p.m. local time. Take a listen.
I'm still holding out hope until 6 o'clock that they will course correct. We came here to amplify what's happening in Gaza, to call for a permanent immediate ceasefire, to call for an arms embargo.
Joining me now is NBC News' chief Washington correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. And I'm sort of like, I'm trying to understand this threat here. What leverage do these protesters have? I understand they're frustrated. This has been a big fizzle for them. They've not had as many people show up as I think they thought they would have.
These are not the protesters.
I understand that, but I think they were hoping
delegates from Minnesota.
I think the delegates were hoping that the protests would be strong enough that it would give them some sort of leverage, and they don't really have it. So how does this resolve itself?
Well, it's an interesting context because I've interviewed several of them this week on the floor, and they say that they are distinct from the protesters, that they would not do that. They are trying to work within the system. They don't want the protesters to give them
a bad name.
Yeah.
Are they worried about that?
And they've been negotiating, quote unquote, with the Harris campaign all week. And the Harris campaign, and I've talked to them, I talked to Michael Tyler on our show, on my show this morning, and what they say is, look, you know, Keith Ellison, the Attorney General from Minnesota, who speaks for them, but he doesn't really speak for them. He is more sympathetic to the cause, but what they want is a Palestinian speaker on the convention tonight for some congressperson to give up their time. Cori Bush spoke for them and spoke at this little protest. So they've been sitting in. They were there overnight. And where they are physically, interestingly, is right outside the arena where we are right now. But they have delegate passes. So they're inside the perimeter. They're right outside where, you know, sort of where the trailers are, networks. And I guess the only leverage they might have would be to try to disrupt one of the planned speeches tonight by shouting out, as they do at Kamala Harris's rallies, as they did trailing Joe Biden throughout this campaign.
I've had some reporting down there on the floor. The DNC has been so concerned about a disruption that there are, call them minders?
Hall monitors.
Yes, I would say hall monitors, minders, that are basically keeping an eye on two delegations, Michigan and Minnesota, that have these uncommitted delegates. And it seems it is. This does not look like a convention that's going to willingly put a Palestinian American to talk about this on stage tonight.
And Kamala Harris recently appointed an envoy to the Muslim American community who is a Berkeley Law classmate of hers, someone who worked in her office. And so she's been trying to show some outreach. I have to tell you, my reporting from U.S. officials in the State Department, the NSC, is that she certainly has been more forward-leaning within the National Security Council than has the president, certainly, and his national security team. And they acknowledge that now, that she saw the civilian death toll as a calamity and spoke about it internally earlier than they did, and also externally in Dubai and in Selma, Alabama in March. So she has been more proactive, but that's rhetoric, say these people.
Let's pull back a little bit. You know, she took on that protester at a rally about 10 days ago.
Exactly.
And she basically said, you know, it's a binary choice here. You want Donald Trump? You want to help elect Donald Trump?
That's what Michelle Obama said.
And
nobody's perfect.
Do you think that took the air out of all this? Because as much as I see the attempts to make this bigger, and it just hasn't gotten traction. And I keep thinking about that moment, that it really sort of deflated the effort.
What I think is really driving this? The agony, and I would call it agony, of congressional Democratic caucus members for 3 weeks while Joe Biden was going through that process of coming to terms. They thought they'd lost everything, and that has now, you know, that's over. They were so relieved it was over. That's why they accepted not an open convention. They settled on Harris. And that's the joy, the freedom, the themes of all of this. So they are so relieved that that is over, and they don't want anything to, you know, to
they don't want to take a step back. They feel like, hey, they got into the door. Let's not.
You know, we've got a chance now. We didn't have a chance before.
Well,
that's their view.
So far, this is the dog that didn't bite at this convention. We'll see. It's not over yet. Andrew Mitchell with reporting on that. When we come back, I believe we'll have my friend Hallie Jackson back with us as well. We'll have more from the DNC and the criticism that's coming from the other side of the aisle ahead of the big night for Kamala Harris.
And we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Welcome back to our live coverage here from the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Let me take a look at the room behind me. It is filling up. The programming is set to begin in just about 50 minutes or so. We're going to bring that to you live when it gavels in. And what's interesting, if you're looking at this, you're probably noticing, hey, that looks like kind of a lot of white from the women there. Sort of an interesting note, because we've seen at past big political events like States of the Union, et cetera, some of the Democratic women wearing white in honor of the suffrage movement. It's unclear if this is coordinated or simply coincidental, but if you had the question, that's what it is. So let's talk about what's set to happen on stage tonight. You're going to see a number of speakers, including, of course, Adam Kinzinger, as there is this move afoot from Democrats to extend an olive branch to not just Republicans, but independents as well. Maybe some moderates who are on the fence, don't want to cast a vote for former President Trump, but weren't down to cast a vote for President Biden. As that happens, former President Trump is on the trail himself, and Republicans have really been describing this as less of a celebration than a coronation. Let me bring in a rock star panel to talk about it. Former Obama speechwriter and co-founder of Crooked Media, John Lovett. Also with me, Kendra Barkoff, former spokesperson for then Vice President Joe Biden. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Where should we begin? Because there's a lot to get into, right? Let's perhaps start with this idea that this is a coronation and not a celebration. This is something we've heard again and again from Republicans over the course of the last month, as they have tried to work out their strategy on how to try to defeat not Joe Biden anymore. They had a playbook for that, but Kamala Harris, as it feels like they are working this playbook out. John?
Yeah, they're trying a bunch of different stuff. Nothing's really sticking. Trump's out there doing jazz, trying to figure out a nickname. They're confronting a very difficult reality for them, which is the Democratic Party is incredibly excited and unified. Honestly, it's strange for us. It's a weird feeling as a Democrat. Not used to this sense in which everybody's working together on the same page, fighting the same fight, really wanting to win, try to use this convention to make the best possible case for Kamala Harris and against Donald Trump. And they're having a really bad week.
I don't want to burst your unity bubble, because there obviously is more unity than there was a month ago, but there is still this issue of the uncommitteds, right? You're looking at what's happening with the delegation. There's some frustration that there's not a Palestinian-American speaker taking the stage. Should there be?
You know, look, the hostage family spoke last night, and they talked about an immediate ceasefire because everyone is suffering, and that has been their message the whole time. I think they are all on the same page with that point. Everybody wants to end the suffering, and the Poland's did an incredible job doing that. I think ultimately that is their ultimate goal at the end of the day. And, whether or not the Palestinians should be speaking, that's obviously not my call, but I think everybody agrees, and that's why the hostage families are speaking that same tune.
How do you see that fitting into the frame that you're talking about?
Yeah, look, it is incredibly important that the vice president speak to the concerns of those voters, speak about the importance of a ceasefire, make sure they understand that they're represented in this convention, and that Donald Trump is not just more dangerous on every issue domestically that you could possibly think of, but also when it comes to peace in the Middle East. So, yes. Now, do I think it is possible that there could have been a speaker who spoke on the floor and spoke to those concerns in a way that also affirmed the importance of electing Kamala Harris? Yes. But whether or not there was a speaker is less important to me than over the course of the next 75 days, those voters understand the stakes and understand that they are represented.
We've heard a number of themes as it relates to issues here at the convention, and it's been interesting to see how gun violence is taking a spot on the final night of the convention with some high-profile speakers, not all of them necessarily in prime time, but still a demonstration of how Democrats see this issue being important, even though I think they probably see reproductive rights and access to abortion as perhaps more mobilizing. Talk through that dynamic here, Kendra, and how that plays into it.
Yeah, it's really interesting, because you had the governor last night addressing his stance on this. In the lead-in video, he showed him, he's a hunter.
The governor who hunts and says he supports the Second Amendment.
That is such a rare thing for a Democrat to be able to show that he is, hunting and fishing and doing all those things, but doing it in a very responsible way. And gun violence is plaguing everybody. It is not a political issue. And I do think that it is something, though, that Republicans, their message is still not right for the majority of the American people. And I think it is something that they should be addressing tonight, and I'm glad they are, because it's an important thing that Americans care about.
January 6th has come up. We expect it to again, of course, with Representative Kinzinger on stage. One of the things that we've talked about here is the idea that President Biden really cast Donald Trump as a threat to democracy. And that is not, I think, that framing has not shifted here at the convention, but it has not been the focus. Instead, you've seen this strategy, and it started with Governor Walz, as you both know, a couple of weeks ago, trying to diminish former President Trump. He's not some, in their view, ominous, larger-than-life figure. He's kind of small. He's the X. He's the leaf blower guy, right? He's annoying. He's whiny. He's a loser. It's a different rhetorical shift here. Do you think that is going to be more effective for Americans who are on the fence?
Yes. So, first of all, Tim Walz called Donald Trump weird on a little show called Pod Save America back in February, but people missed it.
Hate to tell you, we saw it on MSNBC, but okay.
Right. But look, I think Donald Trump is an existential threat, but most voters agree Donald Trump is unfit. They think he's a liar. They think he's chaotic. They have come to a conclusion about Donald Trump. And I think reminding people just about not just what a threat he poses, but just how exhausting and selfish and narcissistic he is, how much he makes everything about himself. Like, we have to deflate the threat by making him seem really small. And you make him seem small by casting him as a failed, retired entertainer desperate for the stage, and how embarrassing that is. Because not only does that mute him as a threat, it also mutes his populism, right? It makes him seem other. Whenever Tim Walz says, oh, he's so weird, can you picture him at the McFlurry machine? Can you picture him doing normal stuff? It attacks not just him as a person, but it attacks the entire kind of propaganda project of making their economic, right-wing, pro-corporate policies seem populist.
Those in the Trump orbit, though, are betting that this, what they see as honeymoon for Kamala Harris, is not something that is sustainable over the course of the next couple of months. Why are you smirking already?
Well, I just, that would have been a great thing. Look, if they're worried about a honeymoon in February or March or April, fine. But we have 60 days, right? I think
you feel like that honeymoon can go for 3 more months.
That's a long honeymoon. I mean, it must be nice. It must be nice to get that kind of time off.
I'll take it. Bobby, please.
I think they are. Like, voting is going to begin soon. Our job is to keep this enthusiasm going. I think that is an easier job than them trying to define Kamala Harris based on a bunch of lies over the next 60 days.
Yeah, I was also going to say, I mean, it has been electrifying in here. I mean, the amount of energy that these people are then going to take back to their states, back to these swing states, and talk to their neighbors and talk to their friends and talk to everybody about how this party is trying to move our country forward. That's the goal here, right? And I think that they are really accomplishing that by the speakers and by how they're doing this convention.
Real quick, thing that has surprised you most this week. What's the thing that you didn't expect that you're seeing?
I love Gwen Walz. You can just see that the same goodness.
Her emoting.
Yes, and it's beautiful. You just see the love of that family. That moment where Hope goes like this, and then Gus is on his feet, fucking cheering his dad. I do podcasts. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. My cynical eyes started watering. It was amazing.
How about you?
Yeah, I was just going to say the
Fewer
array of
F-bombs,
speakers.
please,
fewer F-bombs, as my children would like. Just the array of speakers. You had the football team on. You've had musicians. You've had just across the board the amount of different speakers.
Kendra Barkoff, John Lovett, thank you both very much. Good to be with you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up. Got a lot more to come here from Chicago, live from the DNC. We'll get a vibe check from the floor, and we're right back in just a minute.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is NBC News special coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Here is Hallie Jackson.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, live from the United Center in Chicago for the final night of the DNC. Look at it, the room is filling up. Things are going to kick off just 30 minutes from now, and we are going to bring it to you live with Kamala Harris, as we speak, getting ready to take the stage in the biggest night of her political life. The former prosecutor now making her own case to the nation when she formally accepts the party nomination for president right behind me later on tonight, looking to define herself, her vision, looking to usher in the Harris era and turn the page for the party 1 month to the day after publicly announcing she'd run for the top of the ticket after President Biden withdrew in that first on-camera appearance. And after that sprint to the convention over the last month, an even faster fall is on the way with Election Day just 75 days out. And the page starting to turn to what's next and whether Democrats can keep up that momentum they are feeling here in Chicago. We've got a big team with us, including Kelly O'Donnell, who all week long has had the best seat in the House up by the podium, Kelly. It's been a fascinating look at the backstage machinations as folks are coming out on stage with that key moment, what is expected to be the highlight of the entire week, set to happen just a few hours from now when Kamala Harris speaks. People know her as the vice president. They don't know her yet as the presidential nominee largely. So how is she going to change that?
Well, Hallie, this is certainly the biggest night of her life, and part of what she has to do is to give that fill-in of the picture. And as you pointed out, she has been a state office holder. She's been a United States senator. She has been the sitting vice president, and now she's a political sprinter. Just 70-some days to November, and she has to wrap all of that, biography, vision, her identity, all of the things people impose on her in terms of what they feel, how they connect to her, and ways that she can try to reach out, knowing that this has been a tight race, it remains a tight race, and she has been at the center of a swirl of new energy in the party, and she has to walk that line between being the person who is still a partner of Joe Biden. We expect that she will acknowledge, thank, and appreciate President Biden, who brought her to this party in every way imaginable, and now take the reins and move forward. So we expect the speech to fill a good chunk of the night. We think maybe somewhere in the 30-minute range or so. And there have been a lot of changes and care put to it. And part of what I've been told is that there's been a lot of the gut check, going through what she wants to say. Does it resonate in her own mind and heart to not be sort of influenced by all of the other voices that might want to shape an event of this scale in her life, to make sure that she is telling the story. Also on issues, expect big concepts about how she would define the kind of country that she would like to lead, and to try to make that accessible to the people who will hear it tonight. Night 4 for us, we are seeing our way through to the finish line, and for the vice president, what a buildup of emotion. We expect Governor Walz and his family will be here to see her speak tonight. The families will be on the stage, and of course, we've had really exciting days, but we also know that the balloons that have been sealed above us for days will come flying down and drifting in to fill in the picture tonight. Always one of the most fun moments of a convention, when the nomination has been accepted and the moment sealed, the balloon toss, the balloon drop, one of the great moments. That's coming up tonight. We expect great music and maybe some surprises. We're all sort of ready for that as well. Hallie?
Kelly, what's the plan to keep the foot on the gas after the DNC here? And talking to folks, I had a conversation with Senator Doug Jones, former Alabama senator, of course, who suggested he wants to see people out, full court press.
Well, there's a real desire to translate the energy and enthusiasm, which includes, according to our sources, the biggest grassroots night of fundraising last night. That certainly gives them the fuel and the resources to do more. I've also been told to expect that there will be some travel announced in the days ahead, and certainly Labor Day, which is only just a throw away. One of the big moments, of course, in terms of retail politicking, getting out there and having another big moment event. They want to get to places where they can talk about issues in those key battleground states, and we expect to hear more about what comes out of the convention when we get through tonight. Hallie?
Kelly O'Donnell. Kelly, can't wait to see sort of the inside scoop that you get from that seat there. You're going to have a bird's eye view of all of it. Thanks, Kel. Let me bring in somebody who knows Vice President Harris very well, and that is a fellow Californian, Senator LaFonza Butler, longtime friend, of course, of the Democratic nominee for president. How are you feeling?
Thrilled.
Okay.
Really
nervous
excited.
at all?
Not nervous at all.
Okay.
No, not nervous at all. This is the biggest night of her political career, and she's going to deliver. She's going to knock it out of the park. She's going to tell the American people exactly who she is, and I'm excited about it.
How's she feeling?
I think she's resolute. She is determined. She is confident, and she knows what's at stake, and so she is prepared to perform and to deliver and communicate, most importantly, to the American people about what's on her mind, what's on her heart, who she is, and what she believes that we can accomplish together.
One of the things that we've been having a conversation about tonight and over the course of the week is the way that this convention seems to have cemented a shift in strategy of the way that this party, this campaign, talks about former President Trump, not just as a threat to democracy, somebody who in some ways is ominous, looming large, but as somebody who's like, kind of, to quote people here, annoying, like a bad ex-boyfriend, like a neighbor with a leaf blower. Do you expect to hear that kind of rhetoric from her tonight?
Look, I think she's going to do her own version of how to deal with President Trump. I think the American people are finding it quite boring, actually. He's got one sort of way of campaigning. He has tried to ridicule his way into the presidency now for the third time, and I think it's not going to work. And I think so she is going to deal with it in the way that she does. She has made very clear that she knows his type, and she's going to talk to the American people about the difference between she and him.
Your relationship with her started about 15 years ago, right, when the two of you first met. Talk about those moments. Talk about this friendship developing and how that came to be.
Look, she was running for state attorney general, and she's from San Francisco. My union was based in Los Angeles, and she came to talk to me about how she could earn my members' endorsement. The first thing I said to her was, you got to go and walk a day in the shoes of our members, and that's how she wound up doing the work of a home care worker with Wendy Co. in Oakland, California in 2010. And our relationship has grown ever since. Big moments, and when she is thinking about running for office, she and I have had conversation. Big opportunities in my life when I have been making decisions about what to do. I have spoken to her, on several occasions. We have been in each other's lives for a long time, and I'm just excited for the American people to get to know the person that I know to be Kamala Harris.
The two of you got to a point where that trust and relationship was so sort of in place that you were an advisor to her during her presidential run the last time around, back in 2019. Can you talk a little bit about the differences that you noticed then versus now as it relates to campaign infrastructure, campaign organization? I don't have to tell you that there's been some reporting that of staff issues back when she first got into the White House here, et cetera. What do you see from the inside now as compared to a few years back?
It's every campaign sort of takes on a life of its own, and so to try to compare one to the other in a different political environment is probably unfair. Okay. What I will say right now, though, about this campaign, this team that she has put together, the depth of experience that is up on this team is unprecedented. You have Jen O'Malley Dillon and the team that was already in place with President Biden, and you have the David Plouffes of the world, and the Stephanie Cutters and the Jen Palmieri's, who are joining that team. And I think it's going to be a fusion of all of the talent of the Democratic Party that is deeply experienced, because it's all on stake. It's all at stake.
Is there any tension between the sort of Biden old guard, the sort of Biden loyalists, and the folks that are more loyal to Kamala Harris?
Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not. What this team is focused on doing is winning. And it's, when you're a campaigner and you're an organizer, there is a beginning, a middle, and an end to a campaign. And it is not over until you get to the end and you have won. All the ballots have been counted. There's always something that's going on in between when you're in tense moments. But this is a team that is focused on what is at stake for the American people, winning for Vice President Harris and laying it all on the line in this moment.
I covered the Trump White House back when he was in office, and one of the things that he's doing now is use the word California as an insult, that Kamala Harris is a California liberal, trying to paint her as simply too extreme for where the rest of America is. California, I think, takes some pride in being progressive, out in front in the eyes of Democrats of where the rest of the party should be. How does the vice president square that circle when there's clearly been an outreach to independents here, even moderate Republicans, as we've heard from speakers on stage?
Look, those who try to characterize California as one thing are people who are not from California. California is a lot of things. It's not just Los Angeles and Hollywood and the San Francisco Bay Bridge. It is 58 counties. It is Democrats. It is independents. It is Republicans. And it is everything in between. And what California has taught Vice President Harris about how to win and how to win statewide in a diverse state like California is how to bring people to the table. And that is the skill that is being minimized that the other side will never have because they're not interested in other people's voices. The gift that is California is the secret power to what Vice President Harris and Governor Walz are going to do to win this campaign in November.
Do you worry at all about this Democratic unity that we're seeing right now being punctured by the issue of some of the pro-Palestinian demonstrations we've seen, this push by the uncommitteds to get a Palestinian-American speaker on stage? How should the vice president navigate that?
Look, I think she's been trying to, her and her team have really been trying to navigate this very skillfully, tactfully, and in a way that articulates her values. She has been very clear that Israel has the right to defend itself, that Palestinians should be able to live free and without threat, and that we've got to return those hostages to their families who've now been facing almost a year without knowing what is the fate of their families, and making sure that we can recognize that set of values, that set of key objectives leading towards the future. I hope that we're going to be able to navigate our way and negotiate a way that is able to bring some resolution to the need to hear from those incredibly important voices. And I know the vice president is committed to that.
Senator, before I let you go, you described the vice president as resolute right now. Have you talked to her today? Have you two caught up this week at all?
Not today at all, and I hope she's not talking to anybody. I want her to be super focused on what she's saying, and so the American people can know her heart and her story. So I have not talked to her, have not even tried.
Senator, thank you so much for thanks for talking to us. We appreciate it. Appreciate the conversation. Thanks for making your way up here.
Of course.
Want to take you now outside. You just heard us talking with the senator about these pro-Palestinian demonstrators that have been outside the United Center in Chicago at various points this week. You're looking at a live shot now at some of that happening outside the United Center where we're sitting now with organizers hoping to see a Palestinian-American speaker on stage here. Maggie Vespa is covering this for us now. Give us a sense of the scene behind you. I understand there's a news conference that's set to happen in about 45 minutes from now where we may hear more, Maggie.
Yeah, Hallie, absolutely. That's been a regular occurrence, likely on this stage here. This is the Coalition to March on the DNC. They've been holding protests and marches throughout the week. Let's walk this way so you can kind of get a feel for the crowd. This is Union Park. This is about a half mile from the United Center, and it's a regular kind of starting point for marches throughout the DNC. We've seen several here in Chicago, as you know, some of them several thousand people, some of them hundreds. This one, from what we can tell, crowd size right now kind of falling in the middle. People arguably energized by the uncommitted delegate sit-in that you've been talking about and reporting on, by the push to get a pro-Palestinian speaker on stage at the DNC. They also tell us, we're going to kind of walk a little bit faster, guys. They also tell us they're going to be listening intently, like the world will be, to the vice president's speech tonight and what she says, the rhetoric she uses about the war in Gaza. In particular, they say they really do not want to hear her. You can say a lot more kind of gathered here around this baseball diamond. They do not want to hear her use one word, and they say that word is ironclad. Back in July, the vice president's national security advisor released a statement saying that Vice President Harris's commitment to the security of Israel was ironclad. A lot of people see that as proof that her views and values do not fall in line with theirs here, and she could lose out, they say, on a lot of votes. What we're showing you right now, by the way, is the Chicago police presence. Again, this has been the only law enforcement agency that's kind of out here policing these protests, dealing with, again, thousands of demonstrators marching through the city. You can see the bike cops, you can see the trucks. Undoubtedly, we have police here in riot gear. They've been here all week, ready for these protests. Again, a lot of these have been really peaceful. We've had one in the middle of the week that got chaotic, around 60 arrests at that one. We're hoping this one, again, peaceful tonight. They're planning to march toward the United Center in a couple of hours. Hallie.
Maggie Vespa live for us outside where we are in Chicago. Maggie, thank you. Let me bring in now somebody who has joined me here at the table, the Principal Deputy Campaign Manager for the Harris campaign, Quentin Fulks. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I know you're getting your steps in here this week, so I appreciate it. Let me pick up on where Maggie left off. Do you expect that there may be a Palestinian-American speaker on stage tonight, as some of these delegates are hoping for?
Look, I think that throughout this convention, we've had a number of speakers talking on both sides of the aisle on this issue. I think that the Vice President believes that it's fundamental to make your voices heard as long as that's being done peacefully. I think we've had speakers throughout this convention who have talked about the need for hostages to be released, the need for there to be a ceasefire, the need for us to end the killing that's happening in Palestine and throughout Israel and Gaza. And so the Vice President has also made her position clear on this issue. And so I think it has been represented. And
so you're saying the door is closed to that at this point?
Well, I think that the programming is set. Okay. But I think that, again, I think the views of both sides have been represented in this. And I think that the Vice President has made her position very clear on this.
Vice President's got a big night ahead of her. We just talked with one of her friends, as you just saw, Senator Butler joining us here, who said that she is feeling resolute. Is that a fair characterization? How is the Vice President feeling ahead of this huge moment for her on the national stage?
I think she's feeling joyous. I think that she is ready to talk about her vision for this country. I think that she's ready to move us forward in a new way, one where everybody has a chance to succeed. And I think you're going to hear her talk a little bit about Trump and his vision for the future, but only to put that into contrast with her vision for the future. So she's excited.
So how is she going to talk about it? Because we've heard him described in an interesting rhetorical way over the course of this convention week here. From former President Obama, he's the annoying neighbor with the leaf blower. Hakeem Jeffries, he's the bad ex-boyfriend. Are we going to see that kind of sharpness from the VP?
Look, I think she's going to take a more serious approach to it. But what I will say is that I think that she's going to talk about the fact and the idea that just for you to get ahead doesn't mean that I have to not succeed, and vice versa. And I think that that is a really big agenda for her, is that there's enough opportunity here, enough for us all to succeed, but we have to do it together. And I think that's something that's really important to the Vice President, and I think that that's what folks are going to hear from her tonight.
Hers is an historic candidacy, and if she wins, she would be an historic president, of course. And yet, she has not largely cast her campaign in this. By the way, literally, I think 1 month, it was a month ago today that she was out there on TV sort of talking about all this, in the month that she's been on the top of the ticket here. How is the campaign walking that line between noting the reality that if she wins, she would break that glass ceiling, a couple of glass ceilings, but it also feels like you're not leaning too hard into that. Why not? Give us some insight there.
Well, look, President Biden passed the torch because he knew that this wasn't about him. We're not talking about that because this race is not about Vice President Harris, and she knows that. This race is about America and the future. It's about our democracy. It's about the future that we're going to have together, and that's where her focus is, and that is what you see coming from the campaigns. Campaigns are embodiments of the candidates that they represent. That's where the Vice President's focus is. This is not me, me, me. You've heard that on the stage. She is not me, 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 I. She's like America, 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 and that's what you're seeing from us. That's where her focus is, and that's what we're going to continue to talk about.
There are delegates here. There's folks that we've talked to who say they do appreciate the fact that she would be a history maker, that she is a history breaker. Why not give them something, too?
Well, I think that they are getting it. They're getting it just by her existing. We don't have to prove that she's anything. She is who she is, and she's the most experienced person, the most qualified person to be president of the United States, and that's what we're going to continue to convey.
Let's talk policies for a second, and two sides of the coin there, because on the one hand, there are some areas where the Democrats see real potential mobilization for voters on the issue of reproductive rights, on the issue of abortion access. It's been interesting also to see the set of speakers on gun violence. We have former, of course, Congresswoman Gabby Gifford set to speak tonight, a number of other gun rights advocates, for example. Tim Walz brought it up in his speech last night. What does it say that this focus on the gun issue is happening on night 4, the sort of biggest night of the convention? What does that say about where the Democratic Party's priorities are?
Well, I mean, I think that what we're seeing most of the time is that we have basically different views. You hear Governor Walz talk about the fact that he is an avid gun owner, but he also recognizes that people don't need an AK-47 or AR-15. He also recognizes that when there's school shootings, our party recognizes that when there's school shootings, we can't just tell people to get over it. That's Donald Trump's MO, not ours. And I think what you're seeing is a wide array of positions on this issue, but based in common sense and based on making sure we're bringing everybody to the table. And I think even with having Republicans talk at the convention, you're seeing where the Democratic Party is. We are open and embracing everybody, and everybody is coming here because our ideas, our agenda, our vision for the future, as you'll hear the Vice President relate tonight, it's super important.
Flip side of the policy coin is an issue that some see as a liability for Democrats, specifically Republicans, and that's on immigration. With former President Trump today at the border in Arizona, he will be there through the rest of this week as he's been on his own battleground blitz. We've heard the way that the campaign wants to counter this by saying, well, wait a second, Donald Trump, you're the one who blew up that immigration bill in Congress. Yeah. But beyond that, how does the campaign, what will we hear tonight from maybe Senator Mark Kelly to try to counter the case that Republicans are making?
Well, look, I think that we have to start there. I know it's annoying to people, but we do have to start there.
Do you think people care about like a congressional bill that failed, widely?
But I think that people care about why did it fail, because they're electing somebody who is supposed to be moving it forward and supposed to do it. If Donald Trump cared about the border, then he would not have told the MAGA Republicans in Congress to kill it. But at the end of the day, Vice President Harris's record speaks for itself. She was with President Biden. She would have supported that bipartisan and strongest border bill that we've had in decades. But under her and President Biden's leadership, they have cracked down on the amount of fentanyl and drugs coming into this country. They have sent more Border Patrol agents to the southern border to make sure that the border is secure. A bill that if Donald Trump had allowed to go through and not told Mike Johnson to kill, we would have had 15 more border agents there. So again, Donald Trump is playing games. He's not interested in legislating or solving issues for people. He's only in this campaign for himself, and that is why he instructed Republicans to kill that bill. And so it is an important piece of this.
Quentin Fulks with the Harris campaign, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I got to tell you, I know you don't have to get to a seat. The delegates do, because they just came on the loudspeaker. We're about 10 minutes away from the start of the kickoff to night 4 at the convention, and folks have been asked to take their seats as we get ready for the gaveling in. We're going to bring those moments to you live. So let's get a quick check from our Monica Alba, who's down there on the floor. Okay, turn it around and look, Monica. Listen, it's filling up, and it's filling up quick for the final night.
It is, Hallie, and something that you asked me about last hour, I have more information on, and that is the fact that there are so many women in this hall wearing white, and that is obviously not an accident. As you can see here, I was just talking to these lovely delegates who were told that the DNC Women's Caucus coordinated among the different delegations to get guidance out to wear white tonight in a nod to the women's suffrage movement, of course, and in a nod to the fact that Vice President Harris, if she is elected the first female president, will break that major barrier. So we're seeing it all over the place, but according to the Harris campaign and the DNC more broadly, this wasn't something that was completely coordinated. It was a little bit more grassroots. Different grassroots organizations were popping up and saying, should we do this? Let's tell people. And then it spread word of mouth Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And I really can tell you, Hallie, looking out, when you look at kind of every single section, you see a swath of it. So that's something that's certainly going to be represented here tonight. Now, I was just running out of clothes, and that is why I am wearing a white blazer. Full truth there. But, you know, we love women, so why not?
Monica, I see a ton of people sort of crushing the aisle behind you here. That is something that, you know, we know is going to happen on this final night with so many people coming in. Has there been anything unexpected for you through the course of today that maybe we didn't think we were going to see that we're going to see? I know earlier this morning we reported Pink was going to be giving a musical performance. Democrats are really, it seems, trying to keep that like energy, momentum piece of things going.
Pink, the Chicks. I'm told there are a couple of other surprises that are still in store that have not been reported, musical and otherwise. So read into that what you will. But I think certainly, Hallie, there was no in-person convention like this 4 years ago. And that's the thing that I keep picking up on. It's like people forgot what it was like to be able to congregate, to be together, to have this collective experience. And so tonight is really the culmination of all of that, right? But at the end of the day, this is the vice president's evening, and they also want to be sure not to step on that with anything that could potentially be a more headline-grabbing moment. So that's something to consider as well. Either way, I was told by folks intimately involved in the planning, every night is supposed to be kind of upping the high wattage factor. So last night, if you had John Legend performing and you had a couple of other musical surprises with Stevie Wonder, okay. So tonight they claim that that is somehow going to be topped. and that there will also be people who you've never heard of before, probably speaking tonight, people who grew up with Kamala Harris, people who know her, who aren't household names. And of course, the campaign argues those people are just as important. And at the end of the day and this evening, the vice president really then is going to talk about how the task ahead is the real important one. As soon as they wrap this up, she's going to say, we only have a matter of days and we need to get to work. And the ultimate directive is going to be what Michelle Obama said a couple of nights ago, we're told, which is, okay, we have this party, Democrats can feel united and energized, but now we have to, quote, do something. And that has been really my takeaway from all of this, is that as excited as people are, they know that this isn't some exclamation point on the entirety of the race. There's so much left to go, even though it's been one big week-long party. Hallie.
Monica Alba, we are taking a look at you, Mon, from a different angle, right there in the thick of things. I know it's a busy night for you, and it's a busy crowd. You know you are. Hey, girl. Mon, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let me bring in some folks here with me in the booth, as we are just about 5 minutes away from the start of this thing. Democratic strategist Basil Smikle, Tommy Vietor, host of Pod Save America, and former spokesperson for President Obama. Chuck Todd is here as well. Okay. Hey. Here we go. It's all happening. And Kamala Harris is in the spotlight tonight.
Yep.
What does she need to do?
I think there are, look, we're political junkies. We consume this stuff all day, every day.
You're nerds, respectfully, right? And
we're freaks.
Yes.
Most of the country consumes like an article a month about politics.
Right.
So there's a lot of people who don't know who she is. She has to introduce herself and then tell them what she is going to do for them, how she's going to make their lives better. I've heard the speech is around 33 minutes without applause, so we'll see how long it goes. But also tonight, they need to get her on in prime time. And if that does not happen, I want to see Stephanie Cutter out there with one of those giant hooks from the Muppets, pulling the people off stage.
There's been a lot about the, like, are they?
I don't buy this matters. I
was just going to say this.
As a defender of legacy media.
How dare you?
I'm surprised you think this is a... You know, I look at how people consume, and do you think that Michelle Obama's speech was consumed more on TikTok and the next day and the Black Jobs line, which is probably the line
of the convention.
The line of the convention. I mean, and I can't believe I'm the one saying this, like, I don't know if that matters the way it used to.
10:50 versus 11:10. Do you really think?
No, I don't think it matters. There's been so much attention on not just this convention and how a month ago we were looking at a very different, dynamic. But people want to see her, they want to hear from her, as you said, and get to know her. And if you think about the energy in the room, also think about the fact that people are having house parties specifically to listen to her. A lot of energy on the ground.
Listen, I've heard of this tick and/or talk thing that the kids like.
I use it anthropologically to study the next.
I got two kids under 2. I need to go to bed at like 10 p.m. or get her on stage.
Okay. Once she's on stage,
Tommy, that's a long way from the dude we covered back in the day. 10 o'clock is when he first went out. Now he's going to bed.
Let's just dispense with the timing piece of it. Once she does get on stage, whenever that may be, right? You're talking about 33 minutes for a speech. It's not an easy thing to do, to deliver a barn buster of remarks, especially after some of the acts that have been in place from Democrats that have had this crowd, blowing the roof off the place, right? From a technical perspective, how does she do this in a way that both introduces herself, as you said she needs to do, talks about her story, talks about her vision, talk about Donald Trump, do it all in 33 minutes, not be boring, and keep people's attention?
It's actually harder for the nominee. Like Barack Obama's 2004 convention speech was better than 2008 and 2012 because he told a story about himself and his values in the country, and people were like, oh my God, who is this guy? By the time you get to the campaign, you're doing your policy section. She's going to have to check some boxes on foreign policy. We're going to talk about cyber security for like a beat, right? So there's going to be some wonky stuff she has to get through. I think she needs to introduce herself, talk about her values, connect with people on a human level, and then, get out.
To Tommy's point, though, there will be likely a commander-in-chief section, if you will. That's going to be something that's hugely critical and potentially for a lot of voters, Basil.
Absolutely right. So, we'll get into the nitty-gritty of some policy, but always scale that up to values. What are the values that are going to unite all of us in all of those policy decisions? And, and there's been conversation about her being able to address issues of patriotism. To me, that's very important because oftentimes, if you're a person of color, if you're African American, if you're an immigrant, if you criticize the government in any way, you're being viewed as unpatriotic, except maybe for the January 6th riders. But you're being viewed as unpatriotic, and there is patriotism in wanting to make this nation better, which is what so many of us, which everyone in this arena is want to do. So reframing that and recapturing patriotism is very important.
You're looking at the box on the left side of your screen. Live look of the convention floor as we are just a couple of minutes away from the gaveling in, officially beginning night 4. And while it's all about Kamala Harris, it is not only Kamala Harris who will speak tonight, Chuck. There's also this interesting focus on some Senate candidates and those Senate down ballot races. And while I have respectfully and with love some freaks, I believe was the word you used at the table politically, let's talk about some of those things, because this is a moment here too for Democrats to get behind people like Tammy Baldwin, let's say, even as John Tester, Sherrod Brown are not even coming close to this place.
No, look, I think the biggest, one of the reasons why just about every elected Democrat was telling Nancy Pelosi to go tell Joe Biden he can't run again. It's because they saw a collapse in Democratic enthusiasm. That was the issue. The path to winning the House of Representatives doesn't go through Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. It actually goes through California and New York. What does that mean? You need Democrats to show up. And it's pretty clear that the switch, and this is something I think even the Trump campaign, I think they underestimated the power of Kamala Harris because they underestimated the thirst and hunger that Democrats had for something to believe in, for something new, to believe they could win. And, this is, look, it's a huge opportunity for her. This is why I would actually be careful doing too many specifics. Don't divide your party right now. Do everything you can to keep everybody in the room, keep that enthusiasm going. So I don't expect a lot of specifics, and the wonk in me says, hey, she needs to put meat on the bones, but tonight's not the night for that.
That's next week.
Exactly.
That's when she goes
Tonight is the night that, and this is another reason why the way to be out there all the time. Because if you're out there all the time, even if you're not doing interviews, the voters are going to say, well, I see her all the time.
She's gaggling at the plane
exactly.
or whatever.
There isn't going to be that feel. If she's suddenly not around, then people are going to say, hey, I need to hear more from her.
The music is cueing now for the start of the convention, but Tommy, let me get you in because President Biden made the point that Chuck's making in explaining one of the reasons why he decided to drop out of the race in an interview after, that he was hearing from Dems that they didn't think he'd be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I think if President Biden had run, my understanding from some of the polling people were seeing is that we could have lost 400 electoral votes, and we could have lost the House and the Senate, and it would have been over.
Let's get to the stage now with Mignon Moore and Texas Congresswoman Veronica Escobar ready to gavel things in.
For the final season of the convention, I am more than pleased to pass the gavel to co-chair Representative Veronica Escobar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The fourth season of the 49th Quadrennial National Convention of the Democratic Party will now come to order.
Please stand if you are able for this evening's invocation, offered by American Federation of Government Employees National President, Dr. Everett Kelly, and Imam Muhammad Abdul Alim.
Okay, so they're getting ready to begin the invocation. We're going to hear the pledge, the Star-Spangled Banner, et cetera. Basil, I'll bring you back into the conversation here as well, as we've been talking about the importance of some of these down-ballot races in this moment overall.
New York is especially critical to this, and what I've been hearing on the ground from a lot of strategists is that this Kamala Harris being on the top of the ticket is helping everybody. It's making it close. It's bringing that enthusiasm, and this isn't just about bringing independents and disaffected Republicans. It is Democratic turnout, and they were definitely concerned that Biden at the top of the ticket was just going to tamp down turnout significantly, particularly in those suburban districts. We could talk about Long Island here. This is That is critical for Democrats.
Hey, Hallie, you were bringing up some of the speakers tonight that are Senate candidates. You know who wouldn't be here if this were Joe Biden's convention? Alyssa Slotkin.
Yeah.
You know who wouldn't be here if this were Joe Biden's convention? Tammy Baldwin. They wouldn't have come. I promise you. We had a couple that didn't come. And I frankly get it.
Pearl Jam.
Right. Sister Pearl Jam and John Tester. Understandable there, but it's a smaller number. Those that are Democrats representing red districts or red states.
Yeah.
But Tommy, I'm curious about, I think there would have been a wholesale sort of what you saw with the Republicans. Look at how many Republicans decided not to go to the convention, at least those that are in purple states and in purple districts. So I think you would have seen a similar type of absence of major candidates, and it would have only added to the melees of the party.
I also think you probably wouldn't have seen Oprah. I don't know that you would have seen Michelle Obama.
I know you wouldn't have seen Michelle Obama. I think we all know that.
Convention, yeah.
Which brings us to sort of the broader piece of this, too, how different this convention would have looked if it was held a month ago. And it's one of these, like, thought experiments here. We don't know because we haven't lived that timeline. Go.
The single biggest campaign blunder might be Donald Trump's decision to say yes to an early debate. I love Imagine if he had said no. Said, no, we'll wait till September. It never happened.
But it wasn't just Donald Trump's decision to do that. It was also, of course, Joe Biden's.
No, right. But Trump could have said no.
Yeah.
Trump could have easily said, no, we'll wait till December. But, he couldn't help himself.
He's so pissed about it. I love it.
He is.
He talks about it all the time.
But let's talk about debates, because here we are. It's the last night of the convention. We're talking about it, of course. But then we'll wake up tomorrow morning, and what's going to be the next thing, right? The next big primetime programming moment will be that first debate in Philly on September 10th here. We understand that both candidates have already started prep. Donald Trump may not like to call it prep, but that is what he's doing with former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, for example, among others, having these conversations. We understand that Vice President Harris has already done at least one mock session. Philippe Reines is playing former President Trump. NBC can report. What does that look like? And that test for both of these candidates, because that's not going to be a party. That's going to be a face-off.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge moment. Listen, this is a sugar high. We're in the middle of it. This will be the peak for a while. It's going to get real rough. They're going to get nasty. They're going to go low. They're going to attack her in vicious, sexist, racist ways. So just be ready. But I think Kamala Harris is a good debater. She's a
trial lawyer, guys. That's the most important. Yeah. She knows how to do closing arguments, opening arguments. This is her strength in many ways.
She's talked about this. She's got to prosecute the case against him. We are her jury in that sense, right? She said, one of the things she said when she talked just after Joe Biden stepped down is that she knows the type. And if she really does know the type, and if she is true to form, she is going to little by little dismantle him in a similar way that Michelle Obama and Barack Obama did the other night. That sort of needling of him, I'll be really curious to see how actually he then performs on stage while all of that's happening. In 2016, we saw him looming over Hillary Clinton while that debate was going on. But I'll be really curious to see how he takes it in the moment in that debate as she's continuing to needle him.
I mean, to your point, former prosecutor, we will hear her make her own case for herself tonight in so many ways. And she's drawn that thread between her experience in the criminal justice system and, frankly, Donald Trump's experience in a very different way in the criminal justice system.
That's exactly right. And again, going back to what she said when she said she knew the type, we know what she has to do. I'm not sure that she needs to sound like Barack Obama in the debate in and of itself, but I think she needs to seem unafraid and unabashed in going after him. You want to see her go after him. And she looks like she's able to do that and interested in doing it already.
Thank you both very much. We're going to take a quick pause here. Let's listen in to this sixth grader from California, Luna Maring, delivering the Pledge of Allegiance here to the audience.
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And the presentation of colors there, too, from the Illinois State Police Honor Guard. Somebody who was paying close attention to that Californian delivering the Pledge of Allegiance is our next guest here. And that, of course, is California Governor Gavin Newsom. Thank you so much for being with us.
It's good. I got 4 kids. I'm not sure they could have done that. So I was nervous. It was wonderful.
Okay. Let's talk about tonight.
Yeah.
You met Kamala Harris something like I think more than 20 years ago, when you were both sworn in on the same day as mayor and AG of San Francisco, both of you respectively.
Yeah, we were friends even before that. So this is a surreal trip we've been on together.
What do you want to see so that the American people can know the Kamala Harris that you know?
Well, I mean, walking the halls, everyone said, I didn't know she worked at McDonald's. So it really does show. It's not just a reintroduction. I mean, quite literally is an introduction. So I think she has that opportunity, number one. But number two, I think the most important thing, and I'll be candid with you as a surrogate out there on behalf of the Biden campaign, we were able to make, I think, a very compelling case for the success of the last 3.5 years of taming inflation and building an economy that's the envy of the world. The challenge was painting a compelling vision for the future. And what I hope to hear tonight is her compelling vision for the future, her ability to turn the proverbial page and build on what has successfully been done the last 3.5 years, but put her mark on that vision where others can feel included.
Okay, but right on that front, and I should note to folks, they're playing a video here in the room, so it gives us a second, I think, to chat without having to step on the Pledge of Allegiance or anything. You've said earlier this week that you think Harris will use this speech to not just do the things that you're talking about here, paint a picture of who she is, paint a picture of her vision, but also of what the next 4 years would look like from a policy perspective here. Do you think that picture should have been painted by now, a month in, given the compressed timeline?
I mean, she barely, we haven't even finished the convention. She may have gotten a heads-up call, a few of us did, from the President of the United States that he dropped out just a matter of weeks ago. This has been a whirlwind for everyone. I mean, Karl Rove, I'm agreeing with Karl Rove, I thought was absolutely right, today's Wall Street Journal. Plenty of time to paint the policy details. But we also have the detailed understanding of where she is as part of the Biden-Harris administration. Over the course of the last 3 years as it relates to policy. So we have a foundation of understanding of where she's been, and now she has an opportunity to build on that. She did a little bit of that on affordability, on the issues of housing, which needs to be discussed more and more, and on the issues of prices.
I do think that the breaking news banner we should put up is Gavin Newsom and Karl Rove see eye to eye on an issue here. One of the things that you've done, along with, frankly, Pete Buttigieg, who referenced this the other night, was you've gone to some outlets that have been traditionally less than friendly to Democrats, and you've tried to make the case for Kamala Harris. Yeah. You've done that and you refer to yourself as a surrogate just now. That's what you've done in your position. How does she do that? Because she's coming under fire from the Trump campaign for not having gotten out there and taken some of those questions in those formal settings. Will she? Should she?
They'll make that decision on their own. I don't think the average person right now, folks that I'm running into, not just here, but out on the streets, would say, boy, she really hasn't done that sit-down interview with fill in the blank. I mean, I think that's kind of a little bit of the punditry class. I think we're just talking amongst ourselves, and obviously Trump's going to make that case. He has to. Right now, he has no other case to make against her. He's flat-footed. He's spinning. He's flailing. I've never seen him for this long so unable to land a punch, let alone even figure out how to throw a punch. He's derivative of himself. He's becoming more and more unhinged. His advisors are now more publicly saying that, not just privately saying that. So, look, I think she's continuing to do what she's done. That said, no one's naive of the energy that comes from this moment, the crescendo tonight, and the realities of the next 75 minutes.
Because you know this, vibes are not votes. You have to translate that momentum into actual reality.
They are and they're not. I mean, because we talk about get out the vote. We talk about sort of the structural side of that and bus and how we reach out. But if you have to drag people to vote, that's not going to work. Right now, vibes are making people more interested, more engaged, more willing. There's a sense of spirit and pride. That doesn't happen with all due respect, policy details. That happens.
You're talking to a nerd here, just so you know.
I'm like an old DLC. The best politics is a better idea guy. But we've seen this in the past. It's momentum. It's directional. It's energy. It's passion, and that brings action. And so I think this is. The phones are lighting up. You've heard this, and Republicans have to acknowledge this. Look at the small dollar voting. We're finally winning online. We're finally waking up young kids that live online, that are paying a little bit more attention and seeing something in her they didn't see with Joe Biden. We're starting to see a different interest level, and if she can carry that, if she can capture that spirit, she can bottle that through hard-headed pragmatism and prosecuting the case against Trump, because all of us know this guy is more than capable of coming back with ferocity in the next days, weeks, certainly months.
So as it speaks to prosecuting that case both tonight and in the weeks to come here, how do you think she will rhetorically speak about him tonight? Because because we've heard it run the gamut, right? From very sort of sweepy statements and a couple oblique references from Oprah to some pretty sharp stuff from former President Obama with the leaf blower comment, Hakeem Jeffries saying he's like a bad ex-boyfriend, the diminishment of former President Trump. Is she going to go there?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know what to expect in that case. I mean, you can't do everything.
Have you talked to her this week? I mean,
yeah, but I was trying
How's she feeling?
I was trying to get Doug to tell me last night a little bit about the speech.
What's the mood? I mean,
the mood's just unbelievable optimism, but also deep understanding of what comes next. I mean, everybody's already, obviously we're focused on tonight, but we're all focused on tomorrow and the next few weeks and months.
And when we talk about prosecuting that case, that debate is coming up real quick. I mean, Philly's coming up in just a couple of weeks.
I wouldn't ever worry about her in a debate. I mean, one thing I know about her, she comes prepared in debates. Her ability to deliver a message, deliver a line, a counterpunch, a punch. Trump clearly now is becoming more prepared for this debate than he has in the past. He is preparing for this debate because he knows how ferocious she is in a debate. I think she's going to do exceptionally well in the debate.
What's your role in the next 2.5 months?
Yes.
What's your role in January if she wins?
Yes, and.
Would you accept a role in her administration?
My role in the administration is to deliver for California, deliver for more American people than any other state in the nation, besides the 21 state populations combined, to make her a success by being successful on behalf of 40 million Americans, regardless of whether or not they voted for a Democrat. We believe everybody wants to be protected, respected, and connected. Kamala Harris doesn't talk past people or down people. She wants to be a president like Joe Biden, I believe, for all Americans.
I know you're endlessly sick of this question and the speculation about your own ambitions. Are you even thinking about let's say 32?
Well, 2028, I look forward to re-electing Kamala Harris.
That's why I didn't say.
In 2032, I hope to be walking without a cane.
Okay. I know you got to go. Governor, thank you for being with us. I really appreciate it. We look forward to seeing the speech tonight, and I know you'll have a front row seat. Front row?
This is the benefit of being from California.
Okay. Governor, thank you very much.
Thank
appreciate it. Lots going on here tonight. We're going to let him sneak back down. We're going to go back down to the floor where Monica Alba is. And we understand, Monica, as things are now officially started on night 4. We've seen the invocation. We've seen the beginning of this thing kick off. And now they're playing a video. What's next? What is the expectation for the sort of pre-prime time event here? As we know, gun violence, for example, is going to be one of those issues front and center.
Absolutely, Hallie. You're going to be hearing a lot about tonight, and that is under the theme of For Our Future. And I'm told that the vice president is going to be talking about some of those issues as well. But tonight, they want to have a couple of folks who were in the Veep stakes discussion, but who we haven't heard from yet. People like Senator Mark Kelly from Arizona, who can speak to some of his experience working with Vice President Harris. People like Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who took herself out of the running, but certainly some of the people who Democrats will identify as other potential leaders and the future of the party. So there's a little bit of a nod to that as well tonight in some of the remarks. And Hallie, I just learned a little bit more information that I can tell you about something that's interesting, which is the vice president and President Biden discussed her speech tonight. Remember that in the last couple of days, they're still both doing their official duties, right? They had a call with Prime Minister Netanyahu that the vice president, in addition to doing everything she's doing in Chicago this week, she beamed into it to be on it with the president as well. So certainly there's been the official business of the White House, of the president and the vice president, but the two compared notes a little bit on this speech, and she certainly is someone who will nod to the president's leadership, but it also comes from a place of, you've been here before, you gave that acceptance speech 4 years ago, so do you have some pointers for me? And then another piece of color that's new to us, Hallie, is a key speechwriter whose name is Megan Rooney, who worked in the White House for years. She left 2 weeks ago to join the Harris campaign and become the vice president's head speechwriter. And I'm told she has had a really major role in crafting the speech tonight. So just think about that. Somebody who has spent the last few years trying to channel the president's voice, Joe Biden's voice, now doing that for the vice president. So I think there will be some themes, some Biden-Harris administration sections that seem familiar. But of course, the vice president has never appeared on a stage in a night quite like this one, and the energy is electric. I'm looking around, Hallie. Almost every single seat around me is packed, and it is still very early in the evening. Much more to come. Oh, I didn't get it.
Monica Alba down there on the Flora, thank you very much. As the sound of Beyonce rings out behind us on Freedom, let's bring in our panel. Puck senior political correspondent Tara Palmieri is here with us. San Francisco Chronicle Washington correspondent Shira Stein. And, of course, Chuck Todd in the seat that is now your home. We'll send your mail there, Chuck. Thank you so much.
I need to get more steps in. I'm a little behind. I think it's to the gym this morning.
Tara and Shira, it's good to see you. Let me bring you guys into the conversation here, but I do want to warn folks, we will listen in to the next couple of speakers here. But very quickly, Tara, you've been here all week. What has stood out to you the most? What has surprised you about this convention?
Well, actually, I was feeling like I was having deja vu from the convention 6 weeks ago in Milwaukee. Just this feeling of unbridled optimism, there's already a victory, and it's almost like everyone's here feeling like they've already won, and maybe they feel like they've won because they've moved on from Biden in a very seamless way, but we are still in a coin toss of an election, and just like the split screen right now, where they do seem really unified. They have AOC on the floor, and they have some of the more renegades getting speaking spots, and it's really been flawless up until this moment, so really Kamala Harris has to land it, and then on the other side, in the Trump world, they're just kind of spinning out right now, trying to figure out how to get the narrative back on them. And internally, they're figuring out who's even leading their campaign.
Do you think they have a playbook for her, for Kamala Harris?
No, but I do know from my sources that Trump feels like he has the right to be personal and to go personal, because after this convention and the number of times where he has been made fun of, mocked, demeaned, he thinks it's only fair to attack back, even if it hurts him. And then so many of his advisors are saying, you don't need to be fair, let's just win, right?
He's essentially saying that publicly. I mean, he said yesterday, they're telling me to stick to policy, but Democrats aren't doing that. Democrats are going after me in what he sees as these personal terms.
Yeah, absolutely. I expect to see some of that from speakers tonight. I don't know if we'll see it from the vice president herself. I think a lot of times when we get these sorts of attacks, it comes better from surrogates or other folks on the campaign. I think she's going to focus on a message of unity and patriotism and some of the narratives that we've been hearing throughout this convention, law and order, family values, these things that are traditionally thought of as Republican messaging tools that Democrats have really tried to reclaim this week.
What haven't we talked about that we should be talking about?
Great, thanks for that. Just throw that out.
Okay, I'll let you. I'll give you a beat on that one.
No, look, I mean, it is. I thought Tara just made a good point, because I literally am in the middle of writing this same thing. Conventions, in the moment, everybody felt happy and euphoric.
The energy
I will
was
say,
insane.
in hindsight, it turns out the Republican convention was a total missed opportunity. They really blew it. Their belief that it was over allowed them to pick J.D. Vance. That turned out not to help. They doubled down on trying to get their base vote out. They doubled down on trying to get the young male vote, right? They brought in Dana White. They brought in Hulk Hogan. They did all this stuff. One night of Nikki Haley, right?
It was like CPAC.
It was a CPAC convention. It's a great way of putting it. You're absolutely right. And you're sitting there, and now in the moment, they were happy. Looking back at that convention, what a big miss. And here's the irony. They are the ones that said, they're going to switch out Biden. But they didn't believe their own rhetoric because they were not prepared for this moment at all.
Because they haven't recalibrated, Chuck. You talk about the strategy being to turn out these young male vote. Look at the Theo Vaughn interview. They
have this obsession and in a 48-48 race, that makes sense. But here's the problem. In a two-person race, and this is what Trump ran into in 2020. Look, in 2016, there were plenty of third-party candidates that could lower his winning number. Donald Trump has always had a ceiling. It's been 47 to 48. And now there's less third party. I don't know if 47 or 48 is a winning number anymore. And he did nothing at his convention to get that ceiling raised to 49 or 50.
I want to let folks know, if you're like, okay, it looks like there's a party happening on the convention floor. That's because there kind of is. This is DJ Metro taking the stage here as kind of the MC, one of the MCs of the evening, moving forward. The crowd seems to like it. And Shira, you've been here all week looking behind me.
Oh my goodness.
It's full, right? It wasn't necessarily like this during the opening half hour earlier.
There were lines for the last 3 hours to get in. Have you noticed this?
I've been in here.
Yeah,
I saw it coming in.
I'm doing the back and forth, and even coming every night. I mean, so everybody wanted to get in early. They don't.
Yeah. I know somebody was here 4 or 5 hours ago saving a spot right up in the front of the California delegation.
Focus on Education here with Becky Pringle, the president of the National Education Association, and Randy Weingarten, the president of the American Federation of Teachers. We're going to listen into these remarks now.
Education Association. As an 8th grade science teacher, for over 30 years, I can tell you that Kamala Harris and teacher Tim Walz understand when our public schools are strong, our nation is strong. They know expanding free school meals, investing in health care, and keeping our communities and our schools safe creates opportunity for everyone. They will strengthen our schools, support our educators, and help our students live into their brilliance. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are not just wrong, they're dangerous. It's all right there in Project 2025. They will shut down the Department of Education and Head Start and make educators pay a higher percentage in taxes than billionaires. But we are coming together to say, not on our watch. Not on our watch. So we will organize and we will mobilize and we will win all the things. So come this January, we will have a president who sees us, who believes in us, and who knows the beauty and the power of this diverse democracy. And her name is Kamala Harris.
I'm Randy Weingarten, the president of the AFT and a public school teacher. One of my first lessons I taught my students was about the social contract, how both individual freedoms and mutual responsibility are essential in our democracy. This covenant underlies our commitment to public schools, where educators prepare students to spark innovations, steward the environment, create our arts, and shape our democracy. Now, one of the first lessons my students taught me was, you gotta walk the walk. That means Donald Trump and J.D. Vance can't claim they're pro-child while gutting funding for public schools. That means that being pro-family means we support access to good union jobs, affordable housing, health care, and higher education. That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for, and we are all in. They have spent their lives making the promise of America real in the classroom and the courtroom. America, with Kamala Harris as our president, our best days are ahead.
Yeah. Next speaker set to take the stage, California Senator Alex Padilla. Shira Stein, who covers California with us, is here. What should we expect to hear from him?
Senator Padilla has been friends with Vice President Harris for years. He replaced her in the Senate. I think we're going to hear some of him talking about their personal story, but also talking about the similarities in their background and in their upbringing, even though they are very different in some ways.
Let's listen in. Senator Padilla speaking now.
Buenas noches, demócratas. My name name is Alex Padilla, and I am so proud to represent the great state of California in the United States Senate. But the titles I'm most proud of are husband to my beautiful wife, Angela, and father to 3 young gentlemen. You know, as a father, when we talk about the future of our country, it's not just hypothetical. For me, it is very real. Every day I go to work in Washington, I think about my kids and the future we're building for their generation. And to show you how Kamala Harris will treat America's kids as president, I'll tell you how she treats mine. Because whenever she sees Roman, Alejandro, and Diego, she greets them with kindness and respect, literally meeting them on their level, to speak to them and to listen. And every fight that Kamala and I have taken on together has been about making life better for this generation and the next. As a state senator, I stood with then Attorney General Harris as she took on the big banks to keep kids and their families in their homes. As California's Secretary of State, I knew her as a fearless United States Senator and my partner in defending our sacred right to vote. That's right. And when Kamala became vice president, I was honored to fill her seat. But I knew that I had some big Chuck Taylors to fill. But I was proud to carry on legislation that she championed to protect workers, to safeguard public lands, to provide kids with more quality education. You see, Kamala and I believe that all of our kids deserve a shot at the American dream.
Huber, what's that?
You have been listening to California Senator Alex Padilla as we are here officially in night 4, the final night of the Democratic National Convention live in Chicago. We will be bringing you the special coverage all night long. More of it picking up right now.
This is NBC News special coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Live from Chicago, here is Tom Yamas.
Tonight we are live from Chicago for the final night of the Democratic National Convention. Every speech, performance, and event over the past few days all leading up to this very moment. Vice President Kamala Harris to become the first woman of color accepting the Democratic nomination in a history-making speech. When she steps up to the podium right behind me, it will be the biggest test of her political career thus far. And we're not exaggerating. She has never given a convention speech of this magnitude because 4 years ago, you'll remember, this was all virtual. But tonight, a much different story, and here's why. Take a live look at the convention stage at this hour. Top Democrats, celebrities, and advocates continue to make their case for a Harris-Walz ticket. But tonight, it will be Vice President Harris defining herself, painting a vision of her presidency and what's at stake going up against former President Trump. A moment which wasn't even a reality until just a month ago when Biden bowed out, pushing his VP to the top of the ticket. And as we enter primetime, several big names preparing to take that stage, some of which were considered Harris's running mate on that short list. Take a look right here. This evening, the DNC Power, pop singer Pink spotted during a sound check this afternoon, and country trio The Chicks will perform the national anthem. Will there be more surprises in store to cap off this star-studded convention? We're going to have to wait and see and find out. Again, we're going to be dipping in. It'll be a dip in Palooza, as we say, taking the speeches live when they warrant them. Former cabinet members under President Biden, Marsha Fudge, who served as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, is speaking right now. Let's take a quick listen.
And Urban Development, Marsha Fudge.
stage. Kamala Harris has fought to protect homeowners and renters her entire career. As Attorney General, she held big banks accountable for their role in the foreclosure crisis and won billions of dollars for California homeowners. As Vice President, she and President Biden helped over 400,000 homeowners at the risk of foreclosure during the pandemic. And as President, she will build 3 million new homes and rentals, limit unfair rent increases, and offer down payment support for first-time home buyers. It's personal. Kamala remembers her mother's pride at buying their first home after saving for 10 years. She knows housing is a human right and a pathway to the middle class. Where you live determines what schools your children go to, what health care you receive, and whether you can get a good job without spending hours commuting. Where you live too often determines how you live. Donald Trump has no idea how housing works for everyday Americans. He doesn't care. He started his career being sued for denying housing to black families. As president, he sat by while the cost of housing skyrocketed. Now, we can hand the keys to our housing policy back to a negligent landlord, or we can elect a president who believes in safe, affordable housing for all. Let's ensure we have an opportunity economy by voting for Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Okay, we've been listening to former HUD Secretary there, Marcia Fudge. From here at the Democratic National Convention, joining us now is a very special guest, New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham. She spoke at the DNC on the stage last night. And back in 2022, Harris officiated the governor's wedding at the vice president's residence when that happened. Governor Grisham, Lujan, there it is right there. That'd be quite the moment, huh? What was that like, and how did that come about?
It was the women governors. We were having a dinner, strategizing about women executives and leadership, and Kate Brown, the governor of Oregon at the time, said, you know, you better marry Lujan Grisham. She's living in sin and she's a Catholic, and that won't go well for a re-elect. And I said, I'll do it, but only if all the women governors are bridesmaids.
And it happened?
And it exactly happened.
And she officiated. Was she game for it?
She was totally game for it. She followed up. She and Doug were incredibly kind. It was a lovely, very small, very personal, with my best buddies, those lady governors in the wedding. It was lovely.
All right. We have this great long lens camera just behind us here. It's across the hall. This is one of the first surprises we're going to have tonight, Governor.
Okay.
So just below us, trivia question. Who's just below us? Do you have any idea?
Oh, it's those New Mexicans.
Oh, wow. You're sharp. That's why you're governor. You're so sharp. Just below us is your delegation, the delegation of New Mexico here. What do you hope to hear from Vice President Harris tonight?
Well, I think we're all going to hear much of what we've been hearing. A case for the future, optimism, real hope for the kinds of things that too many Americans, frankly, too many New Mexicans still waiting for, even though there's movement in all the right directions. And making it really clear she's been doing that work as vice president. She did that work as a senator. She did that work as an AG. She did that work as a DA. She's battle-tested and ready.
Okay, so the New York Times has a story that's out today. It's on their front page. Let's put it up on the screen for our viewers here. It's titled, "What Drives Kamala Harris? The Art of the Possible," it says, right? But it says this. Talking about her first race as Attorney General in the state of California, she opposed a measure that would legalize marijuana for recreational use. A week after announcing her presidential bid in 2019, Ms. Harris said she favored legalization and joked about having smoked pot in college. Since becoming the Democratic nominee last month, Ms. Harris has quietly abandoned a number of the more liberal positions from her primary bid, for example, saying she no longer supports banning fracking, a single-payer healthcare system, mandatory gun buyback programs, or cutting the number of border agents. Republicans
Republicans are attacking her. They're calling her a shapeshifter, right? That you don't know who she is. She's a political chameleon. Do they have a point?
I don't think so. Look, I want someone whose attitudes, policies, ideas move with where the country is. I mean, frankly, they said the same thing about the current president, Joe Biden, about positions. She said that about Joe Biden. We change, we mature, things are different. I was a huge proponent of medical cannabis, got it finally into the state, but I was hesitant on recreational cannabis. The more I learned about cannabis, now it's a recreational opportunity in New Mexico. My involvement and my intellectual ability to understand the impacts of those issues changes. Yeah. You don't want someone who's stuck in yesterday or so forward thinking, won't take into consideration real life things that are happening right now.
You know, it's interesting. She's been on the national stage, I would say, since about 2019, okay? She's been our vice president for the last 3-4 years. And yet, the head of her campaign, Jen O'Malley Dillon, told Politico, the American people really don't know her yet. How is that even possible? And I ask that because even though she's been, I guess, the headliner every night, the last 2 nights she's sort of been kind of missing almost. You know, there's been other speakers. Do you think that's on purpose, and will the American people get to know her?
Oh, they are definitely going to get to know her. I think it's hard when you're like, if people say New Mexico, in fact, who's the lieutenant governor in New Mexico?
Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah.
Right back at you.
I mean, listen, that, you put me on the spot there. That's a little rough.
I didn't mean to do that in that way. I really didn't, because I appreciate the question. But you focus on the commander-in-chief.
It's also not the same as the vice president, though. I'm sorry. It's not the same.
But in some ways, for everyday Americans, it can be.
Who is the lieutenant governor? Do you know?
Yes,
no,
and so I do think it's a valid issue, reintroducing people, being humble, genuine in the moment, telling them who you are so they get a chance to be more directly, personally knowing you. That's different, and that's what we're doing now.
Governor, we're going to pause our conversation. We're going to dip into the stage right now. Senator Tammy Baldwin, the junior senator from the battleground state of Wisconsin, is speaking. Let's listen in.
Okay. Incredible grandparents who stepped in and raised me, David and Doris Green. Everything I know, I learned from them. In every way a child needs, my grandparents were there for me. And as they grew older, it was my privilege to be there for them. So when I work to protect Medicare and Social Security, I do it with a personal knowledge of what those big programs meant in small but deeply meaningful ways to my grandparents. And I know what they mean for your parents and grandparents. But let's be clear, that is all at risk today. Donald Trump was asked what he would do about Social Security and Medicare, and he said, and I quote, "There's a lot you can do in terms of cutting." Cutting? He's talking about cutting Social Security and Medicare while giving a huge new tax break to billionaires and corporations? Well, Kamala Harris is not going to let that happen. And Tim Walz is not going to let that happen. We are not going to let that happen. You know, they've got it backwards. We Democrats, we honor our elders and ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. Wisconsin's state motto is forward, and my friends, that's where we're headed.
All right, we've just been listening there to Senator Tammy Baldwin. We're going to stay in the moment right here and go back down to the stage. As you just heard there, House Minority Whip Catherine Clark of Massachusetts taking the stage. Let's listen to that.
I am a proud mom of 3. And when my kids were young, I sat down with my husband to go over our bills. We realized that my entire income went to paying for childcare. We asked ourselves, how on earth will we make this work? So many parents will tell you a similar story. They'll tell you that preschool can cost as much as rent, or that they drive over an hour just to find childcare. They'll tell you that the workers who watch their children have it even worse. When parents have to choose between their kids and their jobs, businesses are hurt too. We shut out talent. We lose the prosperity parents could create. Childcare makes our economy run. And yet, Donald Trump's Project 2025 will eliminate Head Start, close classrooms, raise the cost of care. And J.D. Vance says affordable child care is class war against normal people. You know what normal people want? A president who understands this shouldn't be so damn hard. That's Kamala Harris. She's seen this firsthand. You've all heard Kamala talk about her mother. She was both a brilliant scientist and a devoted mom. She had to fight to make it all work, to raise her daughters, to pay the bills, to keep the career she loved. Kamala and Tim know that when everyone can find and afford childcare, our kids and our communities will thrive. Our middle class will grow. So let's put childcare at the top of the agenda. Let's build a future worthy of our children. Let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Please welcome. All right, we want to head down to Peter Alexander, who's in the California delegation tonight. Peter, what are you hearing from those delegates excited to hear their former attorney general?
They've been excited to hear all sorts of Californians already over the course of this evening. Among those in attendance, our friend Deborah. Let's get right to this conversation. Deborah's from the San Francisco Bay Area, home to potentially the first woman president, Kamala Harris. Just give me a sense of this moment. You're wearing white, I imagine, like many other women, a nod to the suffrage movement, right, which would be the first woman president were she to win. What have you seen tonight that has inspired you?
What has inspired me is so many women now know they can run for election, they can run for office, and this is a moment in my life that I probably won't see again. So I'm really, really excited. I support Kamala Harris. I think she's brilliant.
Have you been to conventions in the past, or is this your first?
This is my very first DNC convention, but I've been to California Democratic Party.
So you've seen the energy in the party before. Is there something about this that makes it unique? Last night, a delegate said to me, there's something in this room, Peter, that is different.
What's different is the energy and the spirituality of this event. We are all coming together as one. That is the ultimate experience.
Deborah, I have loved hanging out with you. There was an empty seat here, to be candid, so we just sat down and became quick friends. Her friend Cheryl as well, who we've been hanging out with as well. I appreciate you guys. Tom and Hallie, over the course of this evening, I mean, if you just open up this room and just take a look around, there is a ton of white tonight. The DNC and some of the other organizing groups urging women and men alike to wear white tonight as part of that effort to demonstrate the meaningful nature of the women's suffrage movement and the nod to this moment that could be a historic one. Just a matter of, what, 70-plus days away.
All right, it's right around the corner. Peter Alexander, we appreciate you. Thank you for all your reporting. Joining us now here is Adrienne Elrod. She's a senior advisor and a spokesperson to the Harris-Walz campaign. Adrienne, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
Real quick, what do you think we can expect from Vice President Harris tonight?
Well, you know, first of all, she's been working on her speech for a long time. She's been in a prep for the last few days. And she's really taking this moment seriously. She knows that millions of Americans are going to be watching tonight. And she really wants to make sure that Americans walk away with a couple of things. Number one, having a very clear understanding of the way she was raised, how her middle-class upbringing, raised by a single mom, who worked really hard to provide for the family, that she truly understands what it's like to be a middle-class American. And those are the values that she thinks about every single day when it comes to policy decisions. Secondly, she's also going to make it very clear the contrast with Donald Trump, how how dangerous a Project 2025 agenda is. And she's going to focus on her own agenda and how she wants to take our country forward and not backward.
Our viewers may not know this, but she's never given a speech quite like this. 4 years ago, the convention was virtual. She's never given a speech before that of this magnitude at the convention. Right. Is she nervous at all?
You know, I don't think she's nervous. She always rises to the occasion, but she understands, again, how important this moment is because she wants to make sure that the American people, anyone watching, understands what's at stake in this election, and she's going to be the type of president who's going to fight for them.
I have a piece of video I want to play for our viewers. This is former President Trump trying to put a label on the vice president. Let's listen.
She's a Marxist communist person, and we're not ready for a communist president. But under Comrade Kamala, our military has been abused for radical social experiments. We don't need lectures on the economy from a candidate pushing communist price controls. In her speech yesterday, Kamala went full communist. You heard that? She went full.
So in 2020, that label of socialism hurt Democrats in the primaries in some battleground states like Florida. By calling her Comrade Kamala, Communist Kamala, do you think that's going to stick? Is that going to hurt her in this race?
No, I don't think it's going to stick at all, and here's a couple of reasons why. Number one, Americans don't like that divisive rhetoric, especially when it comes to those independent swing voters that will decide this election. They want to see someone who is actually coming out with concrete ideas and concrete ways to drive our country forward, which is exactly what you saw the vice president do in a major speech on the economy last week. You're going to see her lay out more of her vision tonight here in Chicago, but that's the rhetoric that doesn't turn on voters, it turns them off.
Talk to me about the path to 270. I want to put up a map here for our viewers here. This is, I believe, 2016. This is 2020, actually. This is the one we have here. So this is how President Biden won. Do you think this map is identical in 2024, or do you think some states change, and which states are you worried about?
I mean, look, here's the bottom line. You've been covering campaigns for a long time. The states that are the swing states that will decide this election are really the swing states that have been deciding elections for the past few presidential cycles. The blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, is still our best path forward to winning this election. But, of course, we also have the Sun Belt, and we have Georgia and North Carolina that are very much in play.
Do you think those are really in play?
Very.
North Carolina's in play?
I know they're in play. Number one, we are making major investments in those states. We have hundreds of field offices in our battleground states. She just gave her economic speech in North Carolina, so she wouldn't go there if it wasn't a state that was important to us. And of course, Georgia, that was a state that we were invested in 2020, but it was not a state that we had to win, and we won it for a number of reasons. So we feel very good about where we are in these states, but we also know that we're going to have to fight hard to earn every single vote and win every single vote, and that's what the vice president is focused on.
Finally, do you think the American voters deserve to hear from the vice president in an unscripted manner? And by that I mean a sit-down interview, a news conference before that debate comes in about 2 weeks?
Well, she's made it clear that she's going to do an interview, like that's not an issue. But you also have to keep in mind that she's traveling to all these battleground states. She's speaking directly to voters, drawing in crowds of thousands and thousands and thousands. Millions of people are tuning into this convention this week. So she's definitely making sure that she's getting her message out.
All right. Adrienne Elrod, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to go live now down to the floor. A bit of a party now at the convention as they are in transition before the next speaker. Let's listen for a little bit.
I'm DJ Metro from Chicago. Let's go.
Mike Memoli is on the floor for us in the middle of this dance party. Mike, we hope you're not dancing. I don't know if that's what the viewers want. Maybe it is. Mike Memoli busted a move. Mike, you know so much about the Biden team and the Biden White House. The people have surrounded President Biden for so long. Are they the same team that is now supporting Vice President Harris in her campaign?
Well, Tom, it's so interesting. There's a reason I'm coming to you right now from the Delaware delegation, because this is an important, I think, moment for closure for the Democratic Party. As I've been talking to delegates all week, and also members of the campaign team, the members of the White House staff, they feel like what we have seen over the course of the last week has really validated the decision that President Biden made. It was a difficult one. It was really one that he had to wrestle with. It was one that put him at odds with his own party for certainly a long period of time, longer than he would have liked. But the atmosphere in this room tonight really speaks to a party that has been through quite a lot and is now ready to see this through. The difficult decision required difficult choices. It required a difficult process here, but President Biden now tonight, watching this from California, is going to be doing so with a certain amount of pride. I've also been talking, Tom, all week to delegates who have talked about the range of emotions. There was gratitude and relief on night one. There was that celebratory roll call on night two, the joy we saw last night. The word I keep hearing from most of the delegates I've been talking to tonight is history. There's such a real appreciation for the moment that we're going to see transpire on the stage behind us in just a few hours when Kamala Harris speaks as the Democratic nominee for president, the first woman potentially president, as many in this room would like to see happen. There's also an incredible amount of anticipation. You can imagine, you've been hearing it as well as I have, Tom. There's all sorts of surprises that we understand might be in store here, and everyone has their own theories about what those might be.
Mike Memley first. We were hoping maybe a little kid and play action, maybe a little robot, but no dancing from Mike. Maybe the next time we check in. All right, Mike Memley, we appreciate all your reporting. For more on what to expect from Vice President Harris's big speech tonight, I want to bring in our political pros. We have a terrific panel tonight. We're going to start with Rohini Kasolu, who recently advised Vice President Harris on domestic policy. Dan Pfeiffer, co-host of the Pod Save America podcast and a former senior advisor to President Obama. And Hogan Gidley, former White House principal deputy press secretary during the Trump administration. We thank you all for being here. So, Rohini, I was getting into this a little bit with our last guest. I mean, voters may not know this, but this is actually the biggest speech, we're not exaggerating, that Vice President Harris has ever given, because 4 years ago it was virtual, and she's actually never given a campaign speech at a convention. You think she's nervous? Will she rise to the occasion?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. And 4 years ago, I was with her during this COVID era, and, you know, we find ourselves here. You know, what you're going to see tonight is someone talking about the promise of America, what this future is going to mean for the middle class, what is a competing vision to President Trump, a future that she sees as one where the middle class has opportunities to thrive, and making sure that for their kids and grandkids that they not just understand what's made her take on these big fights throughout her career, the big banks, big pharma, big oil, but also what got her to this place, you know, with a middle class.
Is that interesting, though? And I know you have to do biography, but it sort of shocks me that even the campaign manager for the Harris Walz ticket says that the American people don't know her, and she's been the vice president for 4 years. Is that surprising?
Well, these are huge opportunities for America to understand, you know, not just what her accomplishments are, which are many throughout her career as Attorney General and District Attorney in California, but also, you know, what is her vision for the future? What does it look like for their kids and their grandkids? And then also, you know, as we compare and contrast with President Trump, really what are the plans for the economy? What are their plans for reproductive freedom? And those are all things that you're going to see tonight.
Dan, I want to show you something from the New York Times today. This is from an article. It's from a focus group, voter focus group that Frank Luntz conducted. Here's what they found. The headline: why these 15 young voters aren't rushing to Kamala Harris like their peers. The piece basically reads in part, the participants are wary of Ms. Harris right now. They say she's too far left and that she covered up President Biden's aging issues. And they want to know more about inflation, public safety, the Gaza war. She's losing to Trump on a number of those issues. How does she turn that around in the next 75 days?
Well, look, I mean, as Rohini pointed out, yes, she's been vice president, and in the focus groups and polling, I've seen people know her name and they know her job title, but they don't know a lot of her story. And what you also hear is people are thirsting to learn more about her, which tells me, as someone who's seen a lot of polling, that means they want to be for her. So she has to tell them tonight.
Are you saying also room to grow?
Yeah, it's tons of room to grow, because if you look at her favorability rating right now is higher than Trump's, but there's a larger percentage who don't know her, who don't have an opinion in it. So she has room to grow, and Trump is stuck. So it's good. These younger voters, these ones who are more cynical about politics, who don't follow the news, they're the hardest to get. They're not going to decide tonight. They're not going to decide after the debate. It's going to be a 70-some day campaign to get them to move, and Kamala Harris can certainly do that.
Hogan, I know you're probably chomping at the bit to get here on this conversation. I know you probably wish you were in Chicago right now, right next to these fine colleagues of yours. I want to show you the calendar, right? This is the next few weeks. The first Trump-Harris debate is now less than 3 weeks away on September 10th. Is former President Trump going to prepare for this debate in a serious way, since that first debate against Biden was so consequential, and this one likely will be as well? You know, you can argue he's been losing focus since Harris joined the top of this ticket, talking about poll numbers, talking about AI, talking about looks. Do you think he takes this more seriously?
Absolutely. He understands the gravity of this moment. He also is aware of the fact that he beat Joe Biden so badly in the first debate. It set off a whole bunch of subsequent issues, not to mention the fact getting rid of Joe Biden at the top of the ticket and replacing him with Kamala Harris. So he understands how important that is. He knows he has to have a big night. He knows he has to outline the differences between the two. And coming off of this convention, typically candidates get a little bump here and there. I don't know that Kamala will, because after all, she's been given billions of dollars of free, good publicity leading up to it. So I don't know how much more room she has to grow on that. But Donald Trump understands that while people are looking at her and trying to figure out who Kamala Harris is, it's always in politics the goal to define your opponent before they define themselves. And right now, the Trump campaign is working on defining her to the American people, because the more they find out about her, the less they like her. So it's incumbent upon him to keep hammering those issues home between now and the first debate.
Dan, you've helped candidates get elected to the highest office in this country. Have we seen enough of Vice President Harris at this convention, do you think?
Enough of that. We've learned enough about her.
Have we seen enough of her? You know, I mean, she was, I don't want to say overshadowed, but you had the Obamas 2 nights ago. You had Governor Walz last night. Obviously, you got to hear from him, too.
It's just it's a fundamental difference between how Kamala Harris is approaching the race and how Donald Trump is. She was out in Milwaukee, barnstorming on a bus tour this whole week. Donald Trump is sitting with his family and his supporters watching the convention. She's talking to voters. What she is doing is the very typical approach is what Obama did in both of his conventions, is you work your way into the convention, you let other people tell the story first, and then you come in on the last night and do it. That makes the most strategic sense by far.
We got to dip in now to this speech, but I'm going to ask you, Rohini, I'm going to give you the last word. What's the one thing we're going to learn about Kamala Harris tonight that we didn't know?
I think her upbringing, her values, what led her to this moment. And they've said, as Dan pointed out, they're underdogs in this. They're looking to earn every vote and make sure that Americans know that they see them.
Underdogs, but up in a lot of polling. All right, we thank you all for being here tonight. Senator Bob Casey, the junior senator of Pennsylvania, speaking right now. Let's listen in.
$15. The corporations say your prices are up only because their costs are up. They're selling you a lie. It's in the bag with the diapers. Prices are up because these corporations are scheming to drive them up. Most companies are good companies. It's the food conglomerates that sit behind the supermarkets, the faceless wholesalers. They're the ones who are extorting families at the checkout counter. This is greedflation. I've been fighting it a long time. So has Kamala Harris. And finally, we're starting to win. When Big Pharma jacked up the cost of insulin, we passed a bill to stop them. Now, for millions of Americans, it's capped at $35 a month. So that's one. I've been fighting to ban price gouging on food. And next year, when she's president, Kamala Harris will sign a bill to do just that. So that's another. And when corporations take advantage of a crisis, like toilet paper during the pandemic, we'll hit them with harsher fines when Kamala Harris is president. Now, Americans don't expect stuff to be free, but we do expect it to be fair. The people I'm talking to, from Allentown to Erie, they don't tolerate being ripped off. Americans are hardworking, honest people. And that's what we've been fighting for. We're fighting for honesty. I'm fighting for it. Kamala Harris is fighting for it. Will you fight for it? All right, let's go out and win this thing. Thank you.
All right, we've just been listening to Senator Casey there. Next up, someone who actually ran against Vice President Harris in the primary in 2020, Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, a hero to the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. You can see the crowd already going wild for her. Let's listen in.
can't be bought, and she can't be bossed around. Now, I first met Kamala in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crash. The banks had flat out broken laws, cheated people, and stolen homes. Millions of Americans had lost their jobs, their savings, their homes. Now, I was setting up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Go CFPB! Kamala was protecting families as California's Attorney General. You bet. And Donald was scamming students at Trump University and trying to make money off people losing their homes. Kamala Harris stepped up. She enforced the law, she fought the giant banks, and she delivered billions of dollars of help for families. And that is the difference between a criminal and a prosecutor. You know what else I love about Kamala? She gets it. We need to make life more affordable for working people. Yeah. Donald Trump, the felon, has no plans to lower costs for families. He doesn't know how, and basically, he doesn't really care. When did he ever fill up a gas tank or worry about a grocery bill? The only bills he worries about are from his criminal defense lawyers. But Kamala, she cares deep down. And she will take on the giant corporations that are squeezing American families. In fact, it's something she's done before. During the California wildfires, she went after the price gougers. During the pandemic, we worked together in the Senate to stop price gouging. And as president, she will lower costs for your family. She'll take on the Wall Street firms that buy up millions of houses and apartments and then jack up the rent. She'll take on drug companies that charge an arm and a leg for prescriptions. She'll take on corporate monopolies that rip off consumers and billionaires who don't pay taxes. And she'll take on right-wing extremists who think they should decide who has access to abortion or IVF. Kamala will protect abortion rights nationwide. Yeah. And there it is. Groceries, gas, housing, healthcare, taxes, abortion. Trust Donald Trump and JD Vance to look out for your family? Shoot, I wouldn't let those guys, I wouldn't trust them to move my couch. We need Kamala Harris. This election is about your family and your future. I've seen Kamala Harris fight. I've seen her win. And when it comes to our families and our futures, Kamala Harris is someone we can trust. So here it is, with joy in our hearts. Let's elect Kamala Harris the next president of the United States.
All right, we've just been listening to Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, in what I would say is a surprising tone. Senator Warren, as you may or may not know, can bring the heat, especially on Republicans. She did that when she ran for the presidency in 2020, but a much toned-down speech. We're going to dip back into the coverage here. They're doing something a little different at a convention, and a moment of levity, if you will. This is the Kiss Cam, from what I understand. Let's listen in for a little bit and see how this goes.
That tonight's gonna be a good night. 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 That tonight's gonna be.
I want to see everybody losing their minds.
That tonight's
1, 2, now everybody pump.
Tonight's the night. Let's live it up. I got my money. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Like, oh my God. Jump out that sofa. Let's kick it up. I know that we'll have a ball if we get down and go out and just lose it all.
All right, according to the program, they said it was going to be a Kiss Cam, but sometimes things, they don't go exactly as planned. Maybe that'll come up in a little bit. We were hoping to go from the Kiss Cam to Kelly O'Donnell. She's tied up there on the platform camera. Kelly, we know you wouldn't be kissing any of your fellow colleagues there right next to you. But an interesting scene, right, and an interesting speech from Senator Warren just now.
I'll happily blow a kiss to you and to our viewers, Tom. But Elizabeth Warren did something that surprised me. She teared up at the reception that this delegation gave her, and it's a sign of the respect for her campaign and her influence. And as she talked about the joy of this convention, she also brought a little heat because she was withering in her attacks on Donald Trump. And we will be getting into a bit more of that with some of the lineup that we have. If you feel that beat, it's sort of reverberating through our bodies here, and it's a bit more of the fire. We'll be hearing from Jason Crow, the Democratic congressman from Colorado, who was one of those who rescued, protected, helped his colleagues on January 6th. We'll hear from some of the key state candidates who are running for office, like Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan, and we've heard from Bob Casey in Pennsylvania. We'll also hear from Tim Ryan, who ran against J.D. Vance in the state of Ohio, the former congressman, a Democrat, of course, lost to J.D. Vance, and so he knows him well and has the Alpo research book on J.D. Vance from his own campaign to have a sense of this. So we're at that point where we have seen emotions, we have seen storytelling, there's a bit of a party vibe going on now, too, and it's going to again sort of build to the night with, of course, Kamala Harris having her big moment, but again reminding these delegates that there is a fight to take back home to their home states, to get people signed up to vote, to get volunteers to turn out. So there are some sharp words about Donald Trump's record, and I expect that will be true with J.D. Vance as well. And they want to try to build this night to a celebration of not only the history of Kamala Harris, but to really go through her accomplishments and the things that they believe will outline her vision, to build on what she's done with Joe Biden and her own career, and to lay it out for the country. We will, of course, see the Walz family again tonight. We'll see Kamala Harris's family. And so the emotions are kind of going back and forth between a bit of that readiness to get in the ring to the celebration of some of the history and some of the emotion. Tom?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell first. Kelly O, we appreciate it. Let's listen in. Representative Jason Crow from Colorado on stage now. Let's listen.
100 combat missions in Iraq and Afghanistan taught me what really makes America strong and secure. You see, it's not tough talk. It's not chest thumping, because in war, talk is cheap. And trust me, I know a couch commando when I see one. Real strength and security come from our people, from our allies. Donald Trump's Project 2025 would abandon our troops abandon our veterans, our allies, and our principles. In Chapter 4, Trump plans to do Putin's bidding by abandoning Ukraine and walking away from our NATO allies. In Chapters 2 and 3, he plans to fire our national security and military professionals and then replace them with MAGA loyalists. But I refuse to let Trump's golf buddies decide when and how our friends are sent to war. When we join the military, we raise our right hand and we take the oath. We know that it comes with sacrifice, but we also know that it comes with a promise that America will have our back. Trump will break that promise. In fact, in Chapter 20 of Project 2025, he plans to slash veterans' benefits and then privatize VA health care. As a paratrooper, we learned that the leader of the unit jumps first, and then the others follow. Leaders always go first. But Trump, he would push your son or daughter out of the plane and then abandon them when they come home. Our troops deserve a commander-in-chief who will always have their back. That leader is Kamala Harris. And together, we will make Kamala Harris our next commander-in-chief.
Okay, we've just been listening to Representative Crow there. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to have much more live tonight from Chicago. As the final night of the DNC gets underway, we have an incredible panel of political pros coming up right after this. Stick around.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the Democratic National Convention live from Chicago. We're now just a couple of hours away from Vice President Kamala Harris's big address tonight, accepting her party's nomination for president after a star-studded week here at the United Center. For more on her speech and the path forward for Democrats in 2024, let's bring in our political pros tonight. Jonathan Allen, he's a senior national politics reporter here at NBC News. Chuck Todd, NBC News chief political analyst. And Maria Teresa Kumar, president and CEO of Voto Latino. She also addressed this convention last night. We thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. Maria Teresa, I'm going to start with you. So last night, I think the Democrats sort of flexed their big tent muscle, right? We heard from people from all walks of life, all ethnicities, all religions. But I got to ask you about Hispanics, right? Did Hispanics not getting the billing that they deserved when Democrats are trying to go after Latino voters? And I know Senator Cortez Masto was there, and she was in primetime as well. But I was just thinking this as I was watching the night sort of programmed last night.
So I think what you're seeing is a slow teasing of what the
the Democratic Party means, and you're seeing different individuals. I remember one of the biggest hurdles that they had last time was that they only had celebrity during the Zoom DNC, the COVID one. And you saw Ana Navarro hosting for the majority of the time on Tuesday, and then tonight you saw Alex Padilla, and you're going to see a few other folks that we have to hold close to the vest. So I think what they are doing is recognizing that they need a broad coalition.
How's the relationship? How would you describe the relationship? Because there was some tension post-2020 about the relationship with Latino voters in the Democratic Party, where they'd be being taken for granted.
So if anything, what we've been able to demonstrate that they've delivered, I think, the biggest piece that we saw in 2022, when Latinos were saying, well, I don't know if I'm going to vote, it was that. They were not that they were going to vote for Republicans, it's that they just were not going to vote. We just came out of field with a poll last Friday, and we basically found that if you polled in key battleground states, 2,000 Latino voters in Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, we found that not only is Kamala Harris polling 60% for Latino voters in those key battleground states, but she's taking from Kennedy, and for the very first time, she's taking from Trump. Under Biden, Trump was basically at 38%. Under Kamala, he's at 29%, and that's before the convention bump.
You know, Chuck, she mentioned Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and we've almost sort of skipped over a lot of the news. Yeah. How do you think that changes the race if he comes out and makes that big announcement on Friday and says he's backing Trump?
I don't think it matters at all. In fact, I think in order to be relevant, we better do something this week because it's shrinking. The switch of the ticket shrunk him. But it's also, he didn't run a campaign. June 28th was a huge opportunity for him. Democrats have this debacle. Biden's not there. And where was Kennedy? Was he coming to talk with you? Was he coming to talk with other media? This was he had a chance to sort of make his case. And they didn't do it, so it's not a serious campaign. No. And I think we now learn this. And the question, and frankly, what's clear is what the sort of the demoralized Democrats that were sitting in that column. The minute the switch happened, they almost all came over. Ironically, now the question I have is if Kennedy does endorse Trump, how many states is his name still going to be on the ballot? Yeah. And he may actually be hurting Trump more than he hurts Harris at the end of the day. This is why Trump needs this endorsement. He knows Kennedy voters, if you're forced to pick, prefer him.
That's exactly right.
And the question is, to me, is whether they can get off the ballot.
Yeah, and how can they maximize that? John, I want to put up the calendar for our viewers. This is what's happening over the next few weeks, right? We finished tonight here in Chicago, and then, look, that first debate is right there. It's right around the corner. Do you think the Harris-Walz team try to run the clock out before that debate and do no major interviews, no major news conferences, or do you think that's impossible?
Look, I think they're going to try to run the clock out as long as they've got this honeymoon period, as long as the numbers are good for them, as long as there's enthusiasm and excitement in the party. When you talk to Kamala Harris aides and you ask them about substance, you say, what is the platform that she's going to put out? They say, here's this one policy, these two policies she put out, but they're not ready to unveil some big thing. They're not ready to have her tested. They want to try to keep the focus on Trump. They want it to be a referendum on Trump, or maybe a choice between the two candidates, as opposed to what had been a referendum on Joe Biden. And I think they're going to get away with it as long as they can. Kind of like a swimmer, if you go back to the Olympics a couple weeks ago, kind of like one of those swimmers that dives in and stays under the water as long as they possibly can before they surface and sprint. I think that's what they're going to try to do.
You know, and this is not anything new. Democrats did this with Secretary Clinton. They did this in large part with President Biden. But look, it worked, right? It worked for President Biden. Maria Teresa, do you think they're going to keep doing this? Some people may say it's strategically, it's really important. Republicans will say she's hiding.
I think what we're missing is that the majority of their media strategy is all at the local level and it's on social media. So she may not be doing major news coverage to the New York Times, but that's not her voter. Her voter is literally reading, going on Facebook, on Instagram, and TikTok, and that's where they're communicating. And so it's making sure that she's not I think there's a deep misunderstanding of how you actually mobilize voters at this time. And again, the only people that read the New York Times disproportionately are literally the donors.
But there's network
and the donors
news,
are with her.
There's cable news, there's New York Times. I mean, Chuck, at some point, yes, social media, that's great, but you need more than that.
Well, I'll tell you, Bill Clinton in '92 never put out major economic proposals. Do you know when he did it? The week after his election. Yeah. And he actually had this, I remember, he had this summit in Little Rock. And and literally had his economic team, and they had the very public display of this. My point is that, look, Mario Cuomo made this phrase famous, which is you campaign in poetry and you govern in prose. Now, there's a difference. You talked about hiding. If she's just doing scripted events and isn't taking local questions and isn't doing a TikTok interview, if she's out there every day looking like she's engaging with voters, I don't know if voters will care. But if she's not doing that, then it could take traction. Look, she benefits from the fact that Trump doesn't have substance either. If Trump were beating, white paper after white paper after white paper, it would put real pressure on her. But Trump's lack of substance weirdly helps, especially now with Project 2020. No. Pay no attention to it.
Jonathan, remind our voters what happened to then Senator Kamala Harris during the primary. People said she was great at asking questions. She had a tough time answering questions, especially during debates. I mean, she had great crowd sizes, but eventually that donor money, it ran dry.
First, it's hard to run for president. She's been attorney general. She's been senator for like 4 years. She gets out, has a launch event that everybody looked at as spectacular, great energy, huge crowd, and then there was no follow-up. There was no follow-through. It is not easy to run for president of the United States. The advantage she has now is she's been vice president for almost 4 years. She's been out making speeches. She's been out meeting people. She's been out talking about policy. She is clearly a more developed candidate today than she was in 2019. Now, I do think there's a question because she hasn't been tested. If she's tested, then she will be in debates for sure. What does that look like? What Chuck was talking about, scripted moments versus unscripted. And I also think at some point she's going to have to make a why me argument to the American public. Most presidential candidates are able to explain why they should be president other than being elevated, other than political reason. And I think she'll probably have to do that a little more than she has.
Maria Teresa, get the last word in.
No, but I do think she actually has a position on policy. She actually is right now tied to Biden when it comes to the IRA, when it comes to the CHIPS Act, and she can demonstrate that she was the one that broke the tie, and she could own all of that policy. And says, this is where we started. Vote for me, and we could finish the job. All
right, Maria Teresa Kumar, Jonathan Allen, Chuck Todd, we thank you so much. We're going to go dip now down to the stage, the Reverend Al Sharpton now addressing the convention hall.
We report where candidates stand on criminal justice, economic empowerment, health equity, and other issues. On one side of this race is Donald Trump, a fellow New Yorker I've known for 40 years. Only once in that time did he take a position on racial issues. He spent a small fortune on full-page ads calling for the execution of 5 innocent young teenagers. Well, I'm going to bring them out in a minute, and you'll hear from them tonight. Because they were not executed, they're here to continue to fight. But it was there that I saw Trump love to fan racial flames. On the other side is a woman that I've walked with in Selma, Alabama to commemorate the 59th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. Kamala Harris spoke to me that day about unity and passing bills. All I ever heard from Donald Trump was how he can get an advantage. I see one candidate who wants to protect the right to vote while the other has tried to cook up 11,000 votes in Georgia. I see a candidate who, with Joe Biden, brought leaders to the White House to confront violent hatred, running against a man who said neo-Nazis in Charlottesville were fine people. I see a candidate who has sought to reform and uphold the law, and a man who wrongly assumes his mugshot appeals to black Americans. I've worked with Kamala Harris. In every job she's had, she has consistently committed to making government work for those of us who've been disadvantaged. All Donald Trump has been consistent about is making himself richer and sowing division to get that done. This man sat right here in Chicago a few weeks ago, refusing to apologize for claims that migrants were taking black jobs. Well, in November, we're going to show him when blacks do their job. And we are going to join with whites and browns and Asians, and we're going to do a job on those that have done a job on us. Tonight we are going to realize Shirley Chisholm's dream. "52 years ago, I was one of the youth directors in her campaign for president. And 52 years after she was told to sit down, I know she's watching us tonight as a black woman stands up to accept the nomination for President of the United States. We have fought too hard for women to be told to get out of the kitchen. We are now on our way to the Oval Office. We won't go back. We fought hard. We fought hard for LGBTQ loved ones to get out the closet. We won't go back. We fought hard for the right to choose, the right to education. We suffered and died and bled, went to jail to get the right to vote. We won't go back. So we must be committed, no matter how the Supreme Court tries to roll back on civil rights, no matter what the amount of money they have. We are here because others fought and suffered for us, and we vowed tonight we won't go back. This November, we will go forward to fulfill the promise of a just and fair nation. And let me say, as we transition, I'm a preacher. And in Psalms it says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. We've endured January 6th. We've endured conspiracy theories. We've endured lies and areas of darkness. But if we stay together, black, white, Latina, Asian, Indian American, if we stay together, joy, 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 joy coming in the morning. I want to now, since I was a teenager, I was mentored by Reverend Jesse Jackson. And Reverend Jackson taught us to fight for what's right. And now I want to bring out some young men that I fought for. I referred to them then. They were known as the Central Park Five. Now they are the Exonerated Five. Raymond Santana, Kevin Richardson, Yusef Salam, Corey Weiss, the Exonerated Five.
Good evening, people. My name is Corey Wise. 35 years ago, my friends and I were in prison for a crime we did not commit. Our youth was stolen from us. Every day as we walked into courtroom, people screamed at us, threatened us because of Donald Trump. He spent $85,000 on a full-page ad in the New York Times, calling for our execution. We were innocent kids, but we served a total of 41 years in prison. Reverend Al Sharpton stood with us. Now, I'm proud to stand with him today. Vice President Kamala Harris has also worked to make things fairer. I know she will do the same as president. Now prove that message.
I love these guys. These are my brothers. These are my brothers. Yes, indeed. America. I am Yusef Salaam. A New York City councilman representing my hometown of Harlem. That's right. Representing my hometown of Harlem, USA. And listen, as my friend Corey Wise just said, 45 wanted us unalived. He wanted us dead. Today we are exonerated because the actual perpetrator confessed and DNA proved it. That guy says he still stands by the original guilty verdict. He dismisses the scientific evidence rather than admit he was wrong. He has never changed, and he never will. That man thinks that hate is the animating force in America. It is not. We have the constitutional right to vote. In fact, it is a human right. So let us use it. I want you to walk with us. I want you to march with us. I want you to vote with us. And together, and let me tell you, this is going to be so beautiful. And together, on November 5th, we will usher in Kamala Harris and Tim Walz into the White House. So I want to do this. When I say when they, I want you to say see us. When they, see us. When they, see us. When they see us, America will finally say goodbye to that hateful man. We will say what I have said after 7 long years of wrongful incarceration. Free at last. Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
We've just been listening to the Reverend Al Sharpton and the Exonerated Five at one point in their lives, known as the Central Park Five. Our coverage is going to keep going right now. We're going to pick it up right now. Tonight, the final hours of the Democratic National Convention, and it's all been leading up to this.
The biggest speech of Kamala Harris's political career.
We will come together and declare with one voice, we are moving forward.
The former prosecutor set to make her most important closing argument ever.
Unlike Donald Trump, I will always put the middle class and working families first.
The crowd of thousands here fired up.
But the real challenge tonight,
can she convince skeptical voters at home that she can lead America forward?
When elected, we will govern on behalf of all America.
At this hour, the arena filling up.
The balloons ready to drop.
The crowd on alert for more big surprises.
Let's all choose Kamala Harris!
The speeches, the music.
The reaction from delegates.
Give me a sense of how you're feeling tonight.
Very excited, very proud, very energized.
We're covering it all live.
What do you think is going to happen tonight as a candidate with the chance to make history?
Faces her biggest test yet.
This is NBC News special coverage of the Democratic National Convention. Here are Tom Yamas and Hallie Jackson.
I'm Hallie Jackson, and just steps from where I'm standing right now on the stage behind me, you can see it here. You will see Kamala Harris get her shot at a buzzer beater speech at the home of the Chicago Bulls as she tries to convince the American public that she is the right choice for the country's top job, Tom.
That's right, Hallie. We are live from the final day of the Democratic National Convention. After days of talk about how this party's turning the page, we will hear from the woman who wants to write the next chapter. Kamala Harris, in a primetime address, will accept the Democratic nomination. Despite serving as vice president for almost 4 years, she's still somewhat unknown to many Americans, and her team views this as her opportunity to introduce her story to Americans. A campaign official tells NBC News tonight the speech will focus on her personal and professional background. We've just gotten some excerpts. Her vision for the country versus Donald Trump's, and what they call her deep and abiding sense of patriotism.
And here on the floor tonight, it is a quieter moment right now, but people have been on their feet since this thing got started just within the last couple of hours. And if you look, and I want to show you over here a little bit, you're going to see a lot of women wearing white. That is in many ways a tribute to the woman who fought so hard to get the right to vote 100 years ago. But the excitement isn't just for the woman who Democrats are throwing this whole party for. You've got some big performances again tonight. Pink, the Chicks, and then the DNC suggesting maybe some surprises. If you have any guesses at home about who could top Steve Wonder, shout him out here for sure. We've got a lot to get to during our coverage tonight, Tom, as this night is underway, the final night here.
And Hallie, I know you know this. Democrats also saving some of their biggest names to the end, like Senators Mark Kelly and Elizabeth Warren, who we just heard from, Governors Gretchen Whitmer and Roy Cooper, rising stars, familiar faces, and more. We're going to bring you all of it live right here on NBC News Now. But Hallie, let's get started with you down there on the convention floor.
Yeah, absolutely, because we've got a front row seat, at least right now, because, look, we're in the California delegation. They are front and center here because, of course, it is Kamala Harris's night. Folks have been feeling excited, and you see this delegate here all in white. Thank you so much for being with us. Tell me a little bit about how you're feeling.
This is a very special night for all of us here in this room, but also across the nation. We know that there's a choice. We're celebrating democracy here tonight. The choice. We have the opportunity to vote for one or the other, and I hope that they find their votes going towards Kamala Harris.
And tell me about the white blazer here.
Of course, we're all celebrating with, the suffragette movement, and in Kamala Harris not only cracking that ceiling, but we are going to bust it down. We are women voting for women to have that top job.
Thank you so much. And tell me your name.
Victoria Martinez Muela.
Victoria, thank you so much. Appreciate it. So you can see it. I mean, that's the dynamic here at play. in this delegation. Peter Alexander has been on the floor all night. He's made his way over here to join us, Peter. I got to tell you, it's a crush in here. I mean, this place is packed, the floor is packed, and people are really looking forward, of course, to the keynote, the headline speech tonight. I've talked to a couple people close to Kamala Harris who suggest that her mood right now, resolute but joyful.
Yeah, that's exactly right. There were 3 words they provided to me, multiple sources close to the campaign: joy, optimism, and patriotism. That's already been a point of difference throughout the course of this campaign. Hallie, a couple things that struck me over the course of this day, having been here with you since the start of it. One, over the last several days, people showed up a little more casually, a little more colorful. Today, not only are they in white, obviously that's in support of the women's suffrage movement, but others are dressed up. Some men wearing ties, wearing some of their nicest collared suits and the like. There's sort of a recognition that they may be a part of history in this moment. I can't tell you how many people have come up to me and said, hey, how does this compare? You've been to past conventions. Is this like the others?
Yeah, what do you say?
They feel like they're a part of something right now, and it does. For all the talk that Chicago's had over the course of the last several weeks and months that maybe this will be a 1968 moment revisited, this, if it continues at this pace with limited protest other than outside this venue, is going off flawlessly in the eyes of Democrats right now. It's the message that they want to demonstrate. It has been highly produced, as evidenced by a near monopoly of some of Hollywood, and as evidenced of that near monopoly, there's potentially some other big names to come.
Peter Alexander, thank you very much. Tom, I'm going to make my way to a different section of the floor. I'm going to toss it back up to you. You're just above where we are, I think right over here in our NBC set. Back to you, friend.
All right, I was looking for you down there, but it's a little too dark. Anyways, Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker is with me now. She joins me. Kristen, okay, this is a question for you. Is the bar too high for Vice President Harris? Is it too low, or is it exactly where it needs to be tonight? Because there have been some incredible nights and speakers.
It's pretty high, Tom. There's no doubt about that. And part of the reason is this, yes, because there have been some incredible speakers, but also because Vice President Kamala Harris hasn't rolled out a whole lot of detail about her policy, about her vision for the future. So that's what she's got to do tonight. In addition to introducing herself, or reintroducing herself, if you will, to the American people. Yes, she has served as vice president for nearly 4 years. But a lot of people, if you ask them, they know her name. They don't know a whole lot of what she's about.
How would you explain that? How would you explain that to voters? Because, I mean, you live and breathe this stuff, but she's been the vice president, and she was a senator before that.
It's a fascinating phenomenon where there is so much focus on the top of the ticket, that the vice president is a name, someone that we know about. She is someone who was put in charge of certain policy positions, but at the same time, she hasn't been front and center.
Right.
In the same
she
way
wasn't like a Dick Cheney.
That's right. She wasn't like a Dick Cheney. And by the way, there had been some criticism of that early on of the Biden administration. Why not give her a bigger profile? Guess what? It may be helping her out in this moment, Tom, because her approval ratings prior to Biden passing the baton to her were much lower than they are now. They've shot up about 8 points. That's pretty significant if you think about it. So we are getting some excerpts of what she's going to say tonight. Let me read you one of them. She's going to talk about the terms of this election. She's going to say, with this election, our nation has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward, not as a member of any party or faction, but as Americans. Sound familiar? Sounds a little bit like Barack Obama of 2008. We are all Americans. That's kind of the tone that we've heard here that you and I have been reporting on throughout the week, Tom. This attempt to try to pivot to a little bit more of a positive message, to break from what we had heard from President Biden, which was really trying to make people afraid of Donald Trump. This is a different tone.
The primetime addresses have started. Let's listen in. This is Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey speaking right now. Let's listen in.
That's the Kamala Harris I know. A few weeks ago in Massachusetts, I watched a little girl meet the vice president. Her eyes were so wide, as open as the future. Kamala asked her about the summer, her basketball camp, and what position she likes to play. The little girl said to her, anything but defense. Kamala put her hand on her shoulder and replied, me too. I love offense. That's what it means to be for the people. Kamala Harris fights for all Americans. She stays on offense and she wins. And I know that she'll fight with the same passion, the same determination as President of the United States. wait to see her prosecute the case against Donald Trump on the debate stage in September. We face a stark choice in this election: a felon and con man, or a dedicated prosecutor. The contrast between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris is clear. He obstructs justice. She upholds it. He swindles people. She serves them. He thinks he's above the law. She actually understands the law. That's what this election comes down to. One candidate who's out for himself, or Kamala Harris for the people. It's a battle for the future of our nation. And tonight, we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kamala Harris should be, she must be, the next President of the United States. Thank you.
Governor Maura Healey, of course, of Massachusetts there, as we are continuing now with the programming on night 4 of the Democratic National Convention. I want to tell you that just down this aisle is the New York delegation, and that's where not too long ago I had the chance to catch up with the top Senate Democrat, Chuck Schumer. Watch. A huge night for somebody that you know well, you've known in the Senate. What does she need to do tonight, the vice president, to introduce America to the Kamala Harris you know?
3 things. She's got to show what a good, fine, caring person she is. That's easy. That comes through. Second, she's got to begin to talk about how she's going to help working families of America. Working families of America want some help in different areas. Her proposal on first-time home buyers, where people struggle to buy homes, is brilliant. And so many people, 25 to 40, they have enough money to pay the monthly mortgage, but not the down payment. She's going to help with the down payment. Issues like that, issues like insulin. But third, she is a best prosecutor, one of the best prosecutors we've ever had in the Senate. She is going to prosecute the case against Donald Trump.
What do Democrats need to do in order to keep the momentum that you are feeling here on this floor moving forward for the next 75 days?
I've been at every convention since 1984. This convention not only has more joy and happiness, but it has more unity and more conviction that we have to keep this going until November 5th, until Election Day. That's what everyone's talking about tonight. Not simply it's great tonight, but how do we keep this going? And we're going to do it because we are so eager to have a Harris regime, but we're also eager to make sure Trump doesn't become president.
You talk about Democratic unity, and yet there are a couple of your colleagues in the Senate on the Democratic side who have chosen not to come tonight. You know Senator Tester, Senator Brown.
When I was running for office, for Senate and House, I didn't come. Their voters are in Montana. Their voters are in Ohio. They're not here. They're being smart.
Concern about down-ballot races is one of the reasons President Biden cited after he withdrew from this ticket as to why he was stepping out of this race here. Have you spoken with him recently?
I have spoken with the president, and one of the things he asked me to do was how he could help with down-ballot races. He cares a lot about them, and if you look at the polls in the down-ballot races, we're kicking butt. We're doing even better than I imagined, and I'm the perpetual optimist.
How long ago was that conversation with him?
A few days.
And how did he seem? How was his mood?
I think President Biden is walking with his head tall. It's a real sacrifice when you have so much power to give it up. But he knew he did the right thing, not only for himself, not only for his party, but for his country. And I think he's proud of where he's at.
Before I let you go, you know there's a group of uncommitted delegates who have been pushing to see a Palestinian-American speaker on stage behind us here. Do you believe that that is something that the Democratic Party should be doing here?
This is one of the most diverse conventions we've ever seen. Kamala's done a great job with it. We're not going to get any problems for lack of diversity.
And economic freedom. Trump.
My conversation there with Senator Chuck Schumer just minutes ago here on the floor of the convention hall. Joining me now is John Lovett, co-host of Pod Save America and a former speechwriter for former President Obama. John, thank you very much for being with us here.
So great to be here.
We are getting ready to hear from Congressman Maxwell Frost from Florida. He is the first Gen Z member of Congress elected. We know that for this generation, the issue of gun violence is critical, and that is an issue that is getting essentially a prime slot here on the last night of the Democratic National Convention. What does that say to you about what the Democratic Party thinks on this?
I think we saw with Tim Walz last night that Democrats in this convention on a bunch of other policies, they're on offense and they're not afraid to say, like, our position, you can try to paint Democrats as a lead, as coastal, whatever. Tim Walz is a hunter. The American people want common sense gun safety. They do. The position that Donald Trump has, that J.D. Vance has, that the Republican Party has embraced is extreme. It represents a narrow fringe view, and we're not going to pretend otherwise. We're going to make the case on guns.
Immigration is also expected to come up when Arizona Senator Mark Kelly speaks, and his position has been a little bit different than what Democrats have typically talked about as it relates to immigration. He's got a border state. He's got, tough races there in Arizona, although, of course, he was polling outperforming where President Biden was when he was in the race. How do you see that?
So first of all, I think what you've seen with what the vice president has done is she's been unabashed in embracing the compromise on border security and not equating being for border security with being against humane, decent, generous immigration policies, that the Democratic Party can embrace both. You don't have to be for a secure border and separating people from their families, that you can say we will have a secure border and an immigration system that respects dreamers, that respects people who came here and want to build a life here, that respects both rule of law and the fact that we're a nation of immigrants. And I think that's like the consensus that the Democratic message is, because that's where the policy is.
As we take a look at the California delegation here, it's big. It stretches from here all the way over. You've got Pennsylvania with their front row seat to another critical battleground. They are going to go nuts when Kamala Harris takes the stage, of course. When the vice president comes out to formally accept her party's nomination here, you know what it's like to try to put a speech together. And there's a lot of pressure on this one, her biggest moment in the political spotlight yet.
Yeah, look, you can feel it, like something has changed. You feel it here, like there's enthusiasm and energy and excitement. And what is so amazing is Kamala Harris wasn't the candidate 60 days ago, 50 days ago. Everybody has come to her and said, we're going to put our faith in you. And every moment she's risen to the occasion. And I think that's what's been so exciting about this, that she's going to be the person who stands up for us on our behalf. We came to her and said, will you represent us in this fight? And so far, at every moment, she's risen to the occasion, which has been pretty exciting.
Okay, about 33 minutes long is what somebody Tommy Viator, told us that he understands the speech is, which is, fairly typical, I think, for somebody making this acceptance speech. How does she make the case effectively in a way that captures some of the momentum and the energy here from like a technical perspective?
Yeah, look, I think this week has been about a story about how much the country wants new and normal, that it wants to move on from the chaos and exhausting nonsense of the Trump years and towards a kind of optimistic, future-oriented version of American politics. And everything has led up to her ability to make that argument, and I think that's what she's going to do. She's going to lay out the case against Trump and also just lay out the case for a different kind of politics, the thing that the American people have been screaming at pollsters that they want for the last decade, basically.
Before I let you go here, the next 75 days are going to be important. And we hear it again and again, because while there is that sense of energy and enthusiasm, what you describe as democratic unity here, there's also been a sense from the people that I've talked to, from the conversations that we've had, that I've had privately, that we've had pretty publicly here on this network, on this broadcast, people who suggest there is still an underdog element to this. And we know from the numbers that this is an incredibly competitive race. What does Kamala Harris need to do for the next 72 days?
But sometimes, look, there was a lot of terror when this was a toss-up race that we thought leaned towards Trump. There's a lot of enthusiasm now that this is a toss-up race that might feel like it's leaning a little bit more like it's in our direction. But just because there's enthusiasm and excitement, great teams can lose. United teams can lose. People with the right message can lose. We have to fight everywhere. We can't take anything for granted whatsoever. And that's, I think, what a lot of this is about. Like, everybody here understands that we may be excited, but it's not over.
John Lovett, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time. I'm walking around here. I see somebody out of the corner of the eye that we know knows the Harris-Walz campaign. Along with my colleague here, Tom Yamas, I'm going to ask former Congressman Cedric Richmond to step in here along with Tom Yamas, because Tom's here. He's made his way down from the booth. It's good to see you.
It's a little chaotic tonight. It's a little chaotic tonight. We're trying to find people, find our crews, but we're all here. It's all good.
It's definitely busier. It's very intense here on the floor. Talk Talk to us about tonight, Congressman, and apologies if we interrupt you to go to the next speaker.
Well, just look around and look at the excitement. These people are, inspired to be active. They are excited. There's joy in the air, but there's also seriousness of purpose, and people understand that this is just a huddle. We're going to have to break the huddle and go run a play.
Cedric, what do you tell Republicans who are asking when is the vice president going to have that unscripted moment, have that news conference, that sit-down interview? You guys have a lot of great momentum coming out of this convention. Will that moment happen before the debate in about 2 to 3 weeks?
Well, the real question is, why do they keep letting their unhinged guy speak off the record and speak from the cuff? Because it's a disaster. Look, the vice president has no problem taking questions. She has no problem articulating a platform, and she'll do that. What I think people forget sometimes is that this has been 30 days. She had to pick a running mate. She had to prepare for this. And so you see her rolling out policy like she did last week, and she'll continue to do it.
Incredibly high-profile primetime moment for her. The next one will be the debate in a couple of weeks. What's that prep look like?
Well, it's the same prep that was going on before we changed, but the goal is to make sure that she articulates to America her vision and contrast her vision with Donald Trump's vision. And I think it's clear from the refrain so far that she wants to take us forward, he wants to take us backward.
You know, some Americans, including the campaign manager for the ticket, say America doesn't know Kamala Harris yet. You've worked with her. You know her well. What's something about her that Americans don't know yet?
That she's genuine and that she really cares about other people. And it comes from her days of being a young lawyer, being a prosecutor, and defending people who don't have a voice. So if you're out there in America and you feel you don't have a voice, you can't afford a lobbyist, you can't afford to take off work and go up to the Capitol and advocate, you know that Kamala Harris will be doing that every day on your behalf because that's her passion. And I think that's what will show through tonight, is that she's fighting for people she will never know. But she knows that they will be affected by her policies.
You know, I ran into Governor Tim Walz. He's here. He was backstage in the hallways. I said, how you feeling? He gave me a big thumbs up. I said, how's she feeling? He gave me a big thumbs up. You've been in touch with her. What is the mood heading into a night as critical as this?
Everyone is very, very excited. But I think she also knows that there will be a lot of people tuning in tonight, a lot of people tuning in now that don't really know her, and that this is her chance to articulate her values to them. And she's going to do that.
What is her next stop after today?
I don't even remember.
All right, I'll let you go check your notes.
Before you go, I do have one question. I don't know if we have this mic or not, but we'll try. We'll try both mics. Cedric, you come from a red state.
I do.
How do you get red state voters, or maybe even those battleground states like North Carolina, Arizona, Georgia, that have been red in the past? How do you get those voters to buy into Kamala Harris?
Well, I think that's a perfect question, because what they need to hear is that she's going to wake up and empower them. So if you look at Louisiana or those southern states where most of them rank at the bottom in education, at the top in poverty, last in health care, that she wants to uplift them. And this is not about race. This is not about urban versus rural. This is about uplifting every American and stop believing the division of Donald Trump that only one person can do good and somebody has to do bad. We believe we can lift up everybody at once, black, white, rural, straight, gay, urban. It doesn't matter. If you're an American, we want to lift you up and invest in you. That's what I think resonates in the South. I think it resonates in red states.
Cedric, we appreciate you talking to us.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your time. I'll let you sneak out that way as I have Tom come on over this way.
And Hallie, real quick, I was talking about things being a little chaotic here. Yeah. I'm going to give you the floor for 5 seconds so I can get wired up. I got to get wired up. I'm going to be right back.
Here, and I thought, listen, might as well come on that. It's totally great.
I'm going to get wired up and be right back.
Step out for 1 second because we're about 1 minute away, we understand, from the first Gen Z Congress member ever elected to the House of Representatives, and that is Florida's Maxwell Frost. He is somebody who has talked openly. I've interviewed him before. I was down in Florida, went down to Orlando to talk about him. Gun violence was an animating issue for him. It is why he got into this race. He talks a lot about the economy, the inflation, about the affordability issue as somebody, as a young person, and I'm keeping an eye on the stage right over here just to make sure I'm not missing anything. You can see it right behind me here, but has talked about some of those key issues that got him into the race. We want to listen in now as he's taking the stage, Florida Congressman Maxwell Frost right now.
I'm Maxwell Alejandro Frost, and I'm proud to be the first member of my generation in Congress. I'm also proud to represent Central Florida. You might expect me to talk about how climate change will impact our future. But as a Floridian, as a Florida man, I'm here to tell you that the climate crisis isn't some far-off threat. It is here. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance think they can divide us by saying this crisis is some type of hoax. But I've walked the streets of communities that have been forced to rebuild after hurricane flooding destroyed their homes. I've heard the stories of immigrant farm workers made to work in horrid conditions exacerbated by this crisis. And I felt the scorching record heat and know that climate change can sometimes feel like an unstoppable force. But with our movement and with organizing and an administration that cares, we are making progress. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have proven that tackling this crisis creates jobs, that investing in clean energy protects our health, and that investing in mass public transit builds strong communities. And we must always remember that peace is essential to our climate and war destroys our environment. This election is about every drop of water that we consume and every breath we breathe. Fighting the climate crisis is patriotic. And unlike Donald Trump, our patriotism is more than some damn slogan on a hat. It's about actually giving a damn about the people who live in this country. Because when you love somebody, you want them to have clean air. When you love somebody, you want them to have safe drinking water. And when you love somebody, you want them to have a dignified job. And so, America, it's simple. Let's get to work and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for our planet, for our future, for our present, and for our people. God bless.
An amped up crowd here for Florida Congressman Maxwell Frost in his late 20s, youngest member of Congress, youngest first Gen Z member
First
ever
Gen Z
elected.
congressional member. Okay, we have they're doing a DJ set now. I'm gonna try to prevent Hallie from dancing because the music's been good.
You know I would.
The music's been good all night. We're also gonna have a special video from Steph Curry, the NBA legend, current gold medal winner, and then after that we're gonna hear from Colin Alred, who's taking on Senator Ted Cruz in that contentious Senate race down in Texas.
Let's bring in our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, who, as we've said, has the best seat in the House. She can peek backstage. She knows who's coming up next, and she can also see everything going down at the microphone, too. Kelly, give us a sense of what you're watching for tonight. Sounds like we're having a couple of audio issues with Kelly O. We'll get those worked out, because I got to tell you, it is loud in here.
People are pumped up. You can see people all over here. They're on their feet. They're clapping. You got a little Macklemore in there. I think at any moment they're going to play this Steph Curry video. That's what we're waiting for right now. But you're right, Hallie. The energy is up here.
You can also always tell kind of these moments and what's happening by the signs that they're passing out. I'm looking around to see if we can get a sneak preview of any of them. You know, last night it was the props, the heads of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz that people were holding up here. Night one, Coach Walz, those signs as well. Let's get to that video now with Steph Curry.
What a great honor it was to represent Team USA and go out there and win that gold medal at the Olympics this summer. And that unity on and off the court reminded us all that together we can do all things and continue to inspire the world. That's why I believe that Kamala, as president, could bring that unity back and continue to move our country forward. This is about preserving hope and belief in our country, making sure families can be taken care of during their most precious times. I got to visit Kamala with my team in the White House last year, and I can tell you one thing I knew then, and I definitely know now. The Oval Office suits her well. So in the words of Michelle Obama, do something. Go vote. Be active. Let's show out in November like never before. It's been an honor for me to represent our country. It's an honor to support Kamala. So let's all do our part. God bless.
Please welcome.
All right, so Democrats flexing that star muscle, Hallie, there. You have gold medalist Steph Curry. And you saw Vice President Harris talking to all the gold medal winners from Team USA in basketball.
And look who has come on stage
sweet home Alabama. I am running for Alabama's 2nd Congressional District. This is the district that gave America the Tuskegee Airmen, Rosa Parks, Fred Gray, and it is the birthplace of the civil rights movement in Montgomery, Alabama. And of course, this district is home to Mr. Good Trouble himself, Congressman John Lewis. Look, my pathway to this stage was paved by a legacy of fighters. Fighters that include my mother, Alabama State Senator Vivian Davis Figures, who is here at her 11th DNC. And it also includes my father, my late father, Michael Figures, who is also a state
the Alabama
senator.
congressional candidate on stage now, as we have been joined now by another guest here on the floor.
Yeah. So tell us first, what has the experience been like for you to be here, and what are you hoping that Vice President Kamala Harris says tonight?
No, look, I've been here all week, and you see the excitement, but it's more than just about here, right? This is a real clear distinction between Trump fans and Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. So what I hope she's speaking to is the issues that matter to folks. That's like freedom, and that is about like economic opportunity for everyone. And I've known her since she was Attorney General. I think they'll both do a great job.
Can I blow up your spot a little bit here, Gov? Because when he walked up, you said, boy, it's a little more civilized upstairs because it's a little quieter. It's a lot down here.
It's crazy down here, and that is the excitement, right?
California poet named Kendrick Lamar recently reminded us that sometimes we got to pop out and show them. Well, America, it's time we pop out and vote. It's time we pop out from California to Alabama and all across America, and we show them that we are not going back. We are going forward, and we are going forward with Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America. Thank you. God bless you. Roll Tide. Let's go win this thing.
As I close out my segment tonight, I got to send a quick message. Madrecita querida, I love you. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz understand what everyday Americans are going through because unlike Donald Trump, they actually grew up in families where every dollar mattered, where everything was earned and nothing was handed to them. Our next speaker knows something about that too. Please welcome my dear friend, our fellow Texan, our next senator, Representative Colin Allred.
I'm Colin Allred, a congressman from Dallas, dad to 2 perfect little boys. And this November, I'm going to beat Ted Cruz. And I'm so proud to be here to support our next president, Kamala Harris. You know, like Kamala, I was raised by a single mom. Mom was a public school teacher who often worked 2 jobs to make ends meet. So when we talk about lowering costs, I think about the times when we went to the grocery store when I was growing up and swiped the debit card and said a little prayer. But my mom and my community in Texas gave me a chance to chase my version of the American dream. I played football at Baylor and in the NFL before becoming a civil rights lawyer and representing my hometown in Congress. Now I'm the guy who's going to turn Texas's Senate seat blue. You know, in the NFL, we had a term for guys like Donald Trump and my opponent Ted Cruz. Me guys. You know the type. Talk a big game, only care about themselves, but you don't want to be stuck with them at a barbecue. The truth is, America has never been about me. As President Obama said, the single most powerful word in our democracy is the word we. We the people. We shall overcome. Yes, we can. And we've got a message for the me guys. We is more powerful than me. We will protect and restore reproductive freedom. We will secure the border. We'll protect Medicare and Social Security. And we'll turn the page and write a new chapter for this country and elect Kamala Harris to be the next president and beat Ted Cruz. Thank you all so much. God bless you, and may God bless Texas.
Cook. This is my husband, Derek, and our daughter, Anaya. 2 years ago, a miscarriage nearly killed me. At 16 weeks, my doctors told me to prepare for a stillbirth. I needed care, but my state's abortion restrictions kept it from me. I miscarried in a bathroom. I'll never forget my husband's face as he tried to stop the bleeding, trying to do what doctors should have been doing. When I reached the hospital, I'd lost nearly half the blood in my body. I can't change the past, but I can, we can, choose a different future.
I'm Craig Sicknick, and this is my mother, Gladys. My brother was a U.S. Capitol Police officer, Brian Sicknick, a hero who died after defending our country on January 6th. My family knows how dangerous Trump is. He incited the crowd while my brother and his fellow officers were putting their lives at risk. We need a real leader, not an autocrat who is stuck in the past. Brian, we miss you every day.
I'm Gail DeBoer. I've had type 1 diabetes since I was 11. Stressing about insulin cost has been a constant in my life. President Biden and Vice President Harris have moved mountains to help. Medicare can finally negotiate prescription drug prices. Insulin is capped at $35 for Medicare recipients. And when elected, Kamala Harris plans to extend that cap to the rest of us. That's the future I want. That's the future I am voting for.
I'm Wani Romero, owner and CEO of Mothership Coffee in Las Vegas. I put in work to build my business. When COVID hit, this administration's support kept us moving. I hired staff and we grew. We've more than doubled in size since the pandemic, and it's just not us. Over the last 4 years, 19 million new business applications have been filed. Like Trump, I grew up in Queens, but unlike him, I built my business with grit. That's my story. That's the American story. Let's turn the page on Trump.
I'm Eric Fitz,
And these are my sons, Christian and Carter. I always try to set an example for my boys, to teach them compassion, accountability, and resilience. I want those values to be reflected in our leaders. I don't want to have to turn off the TV because our president is lobbing insults or telling lies. I'm tired of all of the hate. It's time to move forward together and build a country our kids can be proud of.
So we're back out live here on the convention floor in Chicago, live at the United Center. My colleague Jacob Sobroff has been working the convention floor for several hours now. Jacob, give us a sense sort of the tone tonight and any kind of patterns you've been seeing and what the delegates have been telling you.
Tom, we got a remarkable vantage point here from side stage, basically where a lot of the dignitaries and some of the celebrities have been coming through, either once they go up on the stage to make their way back out to the audience, or as a matter of fact, just to sort of stage here in advance of coming out. Earlier tonight, I ran into Martin Luther King III, of course, the son of Martin Luther King Jr. He told me, obviously, what a remarkable moment this is from his vantage point in terms of a civil rights moment for the nation. He said he predicts that Vice President Kamala Harris will, quote unquote, blow the roof off of the place. And he said, honestly, more than anything, the importance of an evening like this is to rally people to go out in states like Georgia, where he says around 10,000 volunteers have been recruited in order to go out and participate, get people out to vote. And right now, with a program like this, you can see it right here up on the stage. That's exactly what they're hoping this will do. Tom?
That's right, Jacob. We're going to listen in now. This is Chicago's own, the official drum line. Let's listen in. We've just been listening to Chicago's Own, the official drum line here in Chicago, and for the first time, at least for me, we saw an inverted drum line right there. We've been watching and talking to delegates all throughout the night here at the Democratic National Convention as a USA chant starts right now. One of the delegates that caught our eye is from Maryland. How you doing? Thanks so much for talking to us. Remind me of your name again.
Janelle Wilkins from the great state of Maryland.
So Janelle, tell me so far, are you excited to see Vice President Kamala Harris tonight?
I am beyond excited. This convention has been amazing, and the build-up to her coming out on stage and accepting the nomination has been tremendous. We've been joyful. We've been talking about issues, and I can't wait for her to come out.
Are you concerned that that word joy, which the Harris-Walz ticket has been pushing a lot, is the right word when you're going up against former President Trump?
It is absolutely the right word because it's the perfect contrast. What we see is hate, what we see is anger spewing from the other candidate, and what Kamala Harris brings is a level of experience that comes with joy and happiness and unity, and that's what our country needs.
Do you think the Vice President meets the moment tonight?
She is absolutely going to meet it, just like she does every time.
It was so great to talk to you. Thank you for talking to us. Yeah. So the crowd over here, guy, you can get them. Break it on down as the DJ keeps spitting some big hits tonight out here on the floor of the convention in Chicago. I don't have a return monitor, so I don't know if Peter Alexander, who's been known to bust a move, is dancing. But Peter, I think, is in the California delegation. Peter, what are you hearing there from, of course, the Vice President's home stage?
I'm hearing a lot from the window to the walls, an ode to Tim Walz, of course, the Democratic nominee for Vice President. Here alongside my new friend Robin from Miami, Florida, retired college professor. Robin, you're the guest of a delegate. Yes. You're the guest of a delegate, your first time ever at a convention. What do you make of this experience?
This is so awesome. Just awesome. And there's just more that unite us than divides us in this United States of America.
Have you seen Kamala Harris speak before?
No, I have not.
So describe the anticipation for these Democrats who now have gathered in force in support of her, unified behind her, and now anticipate her first step on stage.
It just makes you want to vote. It's better than Barack Obama. I mean, you have to go out there and you have to vote. You have to vote.
Can you just tell me about, one more second, you were a former teacher, a former professor. You've spoken to young people. There was a concern that young people may not be motivated. There, as you witness, are so many young people now in this room. This has a party atmosphere. I've been to a bunch of these before. It feels unique. What is it about this moment in Democratic politics that sets it apart from those in the past?
It's history. It's getting involved. It's knowing that democracy is at risk. We have to do something.
Robin, it's been a pleasure to be with you. We can be dancing a little bit tonight, you and me, I fear, because we got a lot of open space, all right? So you break it down a little bit. I'll let the camera enjoy your dancing much better than it enjoys mine, because we got a long way to go over the course of this evening. To the White House, she says. Tom and Hallie, if we can, Mark, just pan the camera around from this angle and get a sense. We are in a sea of red, white, and blue. Now it's the flags. Later tonight, it'll be the balloons, the official balloon drop with thousands of them floating in nets above us, anticipating that finale this evening, the culmination of a convention that only a matter of weeks ago, a lot of Democrats feared would have almost a funereal atmosphere. This real concern within the party that Joe Biden may not have the popularity nationally to beat Donald Trump, who was fresh off an assassination attempt, but a moment that created a sense of empathy behind the former president. Now things have shifted in a moment. And I'll tell you what struck me in my conversations is how many Democrats have said they don't know how things would have played out in the course of a long campaign, but they know with barely 70 days to go, that burst of energy is something they think is contagious and something that they can continue over the course of that time up until Election Day. Tom and Hallie, back to you.
All right, Peter, appreciate it. Just behind me here, you can see Old Glory on full display here, the main star of this convention right now. Patriotism on full display as we watch those flags wave here in Chicago live at the United Center. Kelly O'Donnell, guy, I'm going to spin you around right here. Follow me, guy. So right up there, Kelly O'Donnell, you can see, of course, purple jacket. Kelly, turn around. Can you see us right here? Turn around for a second. Can you see us? We're right behind you. Here you go. Look down, Kelly. There you go. Now you see us. Kelly, so talk to us about what you're experiencing and what we've learned from the excerpts that we've gotten so far from Vice President Harris' speech tonight.
Well, one thing I can tell you, Tom, is that Kamala Harris's grandnieces are backstage and they are dancing right now. Two adorable young ladies who we've seen in public at different times, so we know that family is here. We have also been trying to report about surprise guests tonight. What I can tell you is that I have sources that are saying there are some secure areas that no one has been able to get into. Now, on the fourth night of a convention, that is often the case for the nominee themselves, but this appears to be different. So that's a tantalizing little nugget. I'm going to continue working on that. On what the vice president is going to say, she is going to honor her own mother and talk about her mother's hopes for her and what this could mean. She is going to talk about her vision for America and what she believes. She's going to talk about her love for the country and a desire to lay out a plan that will be safe for all, freedom for all, and a chance to try to use the word freedom, according to aides, not according to the remarks, to put it in terms that makes it accessible to everyone, that freedom isn't just about the documents that founded our nation, but about the everyday lives of Americans, whether it's about who you love, whether it's about your health care, whether it's about your ability to use a firearm if you believe in the Second Amendment, if it's about choice for your children's school, all of those different ways that freedom can be expressed, and to try to use that along with joy. So, with the beat that is going on in this hall tonight, there is certainly a lot of energy, there's a lot of dancing, there's a lot of important work that is also to be done to take this energy and to take it on the road toward November. Tom?
All right, Kelly, we thank you for that. And for the first time tonight, we're seeing Governor Walz and his kids, Hope and Gus. Of course, Gus stole the show yesterday with that emotional reaction to his dad's speech, that beautiful reaction that was captured on camera when he said, "That's my dad." Joining me right now, because we're about to wrap this up, Lilia Rose, a first-time delegate from Maryland. Lilia, this is your first time here, your first time experiencing this. How do you sum it up?
There is no energy, unlike what's happening in this room. Being from Appalachia, coming here together and seeing all these amazing different. I got faith for the future. I know that Kamala Harris and Walz, as a rural representative, is going to proudly advocate us all around the world.
What are you hoping to hear from Vice President Harris tonight?
I am hoping to hear, oh, that's such a hard question. I'm so excited to just be in her presence. But I'm hoping to hear the plans she has for the future and what she has specifically for the next generation of us young voters and how we can continue to motivate other young voters to get out and get involved.
Real quick, as a young delegate, what do you do after this? You talked about being motivated, the momentum. Where do you go from here?
Oh, I am going home and spreading the good word. All our friends are getting together and partying and knowing that we got to vote, we got to get out the vote, because this is our future. Our future for clean air, clean water, our future of jobs, housing availability. You know, it's spreading that message and knowing that our vote does matter, even in the most rural areas of America.
Lilia Rose, she encompasses all that passion here at the Democratic National Convention. We appreciate you. Thank you. That's going to wrap up our coverage right now. Of course, we have a ton of coverage left, hours and hours. Lester and Savannah pick up the coverage right now. It is night for the Democratic National Convention. NBC News live in Chicago. Our coverage continues right now.
Hi there. Tonight in Chicago, a moment we've never seen in American history.
The first woman of color nominated by a major party in the spotlight on this final night of the Democratic National Convention.
And our special coverage starts right now.
A historic test for Vice President Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
The Democratic nominee speaking directly to the American people in her first major address since taking over the ticket.
Democrats fired up for the final night of a week-long celebration.
Turn out for what? America, hope is making a comeback.
Kamala Harris! When we fight.
Can she reach undecided voters and keep the momentum going on this critical night on the road to the White House?
From NBC News, live from Chicago, the Democratic National Convention. Here are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our special coverage, the fourth and final night of the Democratic National Convention.
We're live here in Chicago, and tonight before an audience of 1,000 in this arena, which is at capacity, by the way, and of course the millions watching at home, Vice President Kamala Harris will make history with the biggest speech of her life.
Harris shattering another barrier, the first black woman and Asian American person to accept a major party's nomination for president.
Her address tonight is perhaps her best opportunity to define herself and reintroduce herself now as the new Democratic presidential candidate, just weeks after she took over the top of the ticket from President Biden.
The vice president's speech is set to focus on three areas: sharing her background, drawing a contrast with her opponent, former President Trump, along with what her campaign is framing as her patriotic vision.
Well, the dance theme for the night is For Our Future, as the country enters the final stretch of the presidential campaign. Election day just 75 days away, and a raucous crowd out here on the convention
And it's
floor.
probably going to get noisier at points as we move along. We've got a lot to get to tonight. Coming up, we're going to hear from a slew of big names, including remarks from Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, a performance by the singer Pink, a speech from Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, and of course tonight's keynote address from the star of this convention, Vice President Harris.
Well, Harris will be speaking tonight, by the way, on her 10th wedding anniversary. We heard from the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, a little bit earlier this week. And as we gear up for the grand finale, we just got to go there. There have been a lot of rumors, Lester, in this arena all week long, actually, that Beyonce might perform tonight. Got to say, NBC News has not yet confirmed that. The convention has had a lot of surprises up its sleeve. For what it's worth, the security guard that checked us in the car earlier says that Beyonce is on the premises. Take it for what it's worth.
And that's the only one we're mentioning. There have been others mentioned, big surprises. The crowd certainly feeling that anticipation. Right now, we're about to hear the Chicks, formerly known as the Dixie Chicks, perform the national anthem. Let's go to the stage now and listen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Land of the free and the home of the
Just some of the star power that we have seen through this convention, and we expect, as Savannah mentioned, even more before the evening is out. We want to bring in Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker now, and our senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Kristen, let me start with you. This is obviously a very raucous, a very important event here, but in terms of what it means going forward, how does it launch the campaign forward? What are the blanks that Vice President Harris will likely have to fill in tonight?
Well, the big question is, will the momentum she had coming into this convention turn into a post-convention bounce? And a lot of that could be determined by what we hear from Vice President Kamala Harris tonight. The big questions I have: will she clearly lay out for the American people how she will govern? Will she govern differently than President Biden? How will her agenda be different? What will her tone be? Of course, we've talked a lot here at this table about the fact that Democrats seem to be trying to shift to a more positive tone, feeling like President Biden's tactics of trying to paint former President Donald Trump as a threat to the democracy may not be resonating with voters, Lester.
where we are looking at right now the convention floor, and Kerry Washington, who is tonight's celebrity host. There's been one every single night. We've already touched on the Beyonce rumors. We're about to hear from some of the relatives of Kamala Harris, but I'll briefly bring you in, Hallie, as we wait for them. So we're expecting Kamala Harris to kind of fill out this. We've said it a lot. I think it was a pollster's quote, said she's famous but not known. And so tonight she's trying to be known as a presidential candidate.
And the word I've heard a lot again and again is the word reset for Kamala Harris right now, given that she is the vice president of the United States. People know her name, of course, but this is her appearance now as the presidential nominee of the party. And so defining her in this moment is going to be critical. That's why the kids, the family, the humanizing piece of it for her, like we saw when her husband took the stage, is going to be important here. You look at the numbers, too. She's had a 13-point favorability jump just since June. It's a new polling just out today, Savannah. Democrats are hoping that momentum keeps moving forward.
But for people who don't know what she stands for, how important is it for her to not just flesh out the biography, but put some meat on the bones in terms of policy and what she would want to do?
She's going to have to, but it's also a delicate balance here, because remember, this is a huge audience here. To get into the wonky weeds is not something that we anticipate, but she will have to lay out her vision for the future, her vision for America. I've talked with a couple of people close to her today, and they say that she is ready for that she is resolute, but she is also joyous. And that's another word that we heard again and again this convention, is the word joy. I would also point out, people are waving American flags here. This idea of reclaiming patriotism is important.
Well, the crowd just went wild here as Tony Goldwyn, the former Scandal co-star, makes apparently a surprise appearance with Kerry Washington. Let's look.
Being rushed off the stage. No. There we go.
Video, guys. We're going to take it together. We're going to post it to social media, text your friends, send this message out into the world.
When I say when we fight, you're going to say? Are you ready? Okay, let's record. We're recording. You ready, Tony?
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, ready? When we fight! When we fight! When we fight! Are you ready for Kamala Harris to win? Good, because when Kamala wins, America wins. We did it! We did it, Joe! Thank you, Tony.
I don't get to stay?
No, you gotta go.
Bye, everybody.
Tony Goldwyn, ladies and gentlemen!
Okay, so listen. It's come to my attention that there are...
So, Kerry Washington, this is actually a strategic moment because the Democrats have been trying to create these viral moments. Now, Lester, I know you watched every season of Scandal, and you immediately recognize the chemistry between Kerry and Tony because of their characters.
Sure.
And as Kerry would say, it's handled. But they're trying to, they're trying to create these viral memes and moments, and some of that has happened organically.
Well, we saw that the minute she became obviously to be the nominee. We saw that in all corners.
Yeah. And this is something that they credentialed content creators, influencers. So they're not fooling with us old media folks. They're going for that young vote, and it's turning up in the polls.
Well, the young vote is so critical, and it's particularly critical because former President Biden was trailing with young voters. She's grown, but not enough.
Well, speaking of young, these aren't voters, but we are seeing members of Harris's family coming up. So let's listen in here.
Put it together, and it's 1, 2, 3, Kamala. All right, so let's practice. Let's practice.
Everybody over here, say Kama. Everybody over here, say La.
Together. For president.
So those are Kamala Harris's grandnieces, and they're making a virtue of that. Kamala Harris's name has been mispronounced,
including by her political opponent, of course.
By her political opponent,
Yeah.
consistently. And some people think that's confusion, and some people see something more sinister.
Yeah, perhaps like a microaggression, essentially, from former President Trump against Vice President Harris, given the historic nature of her candidacy, which brings us to a couple of things. The historic nature of her candidacy has not been something that she has leaned into heavily on the campaign trail, and those around her say that that's pretty intentional. They believe that her role, her presence, speaks for itself, as if she wins the first, of course, black woman president, the first South Asian president. And I would say Ella Emhoff, you talk about young voters, she is somebody who tends to go viral online.
Hi, I'm Mina. I'm Ella. And I'm Elena.
I grew up in Oakland, California, in a house full of extraordinary women. My mom, my grandma, and my auntie, who showed me the meaning of service, helping her sister, a 17-year-old single mom, fighting for justice for the American people, and still cooking Sunday family dinner. She guided me, now she's guiding my own children, and I know she'll guide our country forward.
Kamala came into my life when I was 14. Famously a very easy time for a teenager. Like a lot of young people, I didn't always understand what I was feeling. But no matter what, Kamala was there for me. She was patient, caring, and always took me seriously. She's never stopped listening to me, and she's not going to stop listening to all of us.
Kamala Harris is my godmother. To me, her advice means everything. Whether it's pursuing my passions, making an impact, or finding hope when the world doesn't feel so hopeful. She taught me that making a difference means giving your whole heart and taking action.
She's fighting for economic opportunity, LGBTQ+ equality, and reproductive freedom, because we are not going back.
She's fighting for social justice, health justice, environmental justice, and she isn't alone. We're all in this fight together.
So let's keep up the fight, let's keep up the joy.
And let's elect this extraordinary woman as our next president.
One of those key moments reminding viewers that there are families like that look like this all across this country, and celebrating the blended nature of this family. And part of this, again, is getting to know who Kamala Harris is.
That's right. This is a reintroduction of Vice President Kamala Harris, and these very personal ties and very personal pieces of her past are going to be so critical to that.
Let's go down to the floor, check in with our senior national correspondent, Tom Yamas, who's in the thick of it all. Hi, Tom.
Hey, Savannah, great to be with you tonight. There's a lot of entertainment right now, so everyone is sitting at the moment because they're watching the man on stage here, D.L. Hughley, the comedian and actor who's just taken the podium. Likely to be a lot of laughs over the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. You may notice a lot of American flags over the crowd here. Old Glory is the star of the night so far. A lot of patriotism on display here at the United Center in Chicago. The energy level throughout this night, the last night of the convention, has been about a 10. When you talk to delegates here, they tell you they are excited and looking forward to not only hearing Vice President Kamala Harris, but seeing her up close. We're right here by the stage. We expect this place to go wild when she comes out. Just over my shoulder here, Governor Walz has been up in his suite, and the first gentleman as well. But again, they're sitting down right now watching the entertainment. I will tell you, Savannah, because you referenced this earlier, I've been asking delegates if they heard the rumor about who may not perform or show up, and everyone is saying they're hearing that same rumor. Again, we don't know if it's true or not, but people are talking about it. Beyonce may or may not be here. I was speaking to this delegate right here. She's the one who actually talked to me about the rumor. First of all, what have you heard?
Well, I mean, we've heard, be ready for all the surprises here at the DNC. Night 4, it's always exciting. So Beehive should be ready, should be watching.
Yeah, whether she's here or not, I'm sure this place is going to explode with excitement on whoever that surprise guest is. Talk to me about the white. We've noticed so many women tonight in white throughout the convention hall. Why is that?
Women's suffragette movement. Of course, women getting the right to vote. And with our votes, we're going to put the first woman in the White House to represent all of us.
All right, we thank you so much. Remind me of your name.
Victoria Martinez Muela.
All right, from California, Victoria, thank you so much. All right, the laughs have started here. Savannah, D.L. Hughley has the stage right now. I'm going to send it back up to you guys.
All right, Tom, thank you.
Tom, our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, is on the convention floor. My first question is, can you move down there? I understand they shut down access to the floor a little while ago.
Yeah, it's a tight squeeze down here, I'll tell you that much. And our feet are all going to need a massage at the end of these last several days because people have been standing in the aisles. This has literally been a standing room only experience. We're talking about the energy in this room, joy, optimism, and patriotism. Those are the words that Kamala Harris is going to be striking over the course, that mission, that message over the course of her speech tonight. These folks have been just lighting things up, dancing, enjoying. Among them, Dana, my new friend from Atlanta here. You are a delegate. You went to one of these conventions in 2016 in Philadelphia. How does this one compare, Dana?
It's phenomenal. I mean, I can't even say how much. This is like a freedom party. We are celebrating democracy. We're celebrating freedom. We're celebrating truth. And you can feel the energy in the room.
And give me, so if you can, give me a sense, though. You've been here over the course of this night. Highlights, obviously, night one, we got to see Joe Biden. Night two, we saw the Obamas. Last night, Coach Walz had this place ready for the pep talk, like a post-game locker room, party celebration as people were leaving. Tonight, you got to hear from Kamala Harris herself. Have you heard from her, and what is about her story that's inspired you?
I think just her ferocity. I feel like she's going to fight for us. The joy that she brings. You've got some folks out there trying to make fun of her laugh. It makes no sense whatsoever. We should have more laughter, more joy, and I think that that's what she's going to bring to the table.
Dana, we've had fun hanging out with you. If you don't mind, we're going to hang out together a little bit, mostly because I can't get anywhere else but this position. We're tightly squeezed in here. Savannah and Lester, back to you guys.
All right.
Peter, thanks. Joining us now is Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. He spoke at this convention last night, was previously vetted as a possible running mate for VP Harris. Welcome, first of all.
Thank you. It's great to be with you.
Talk about the evening, what we expect ahead, and what you mostly expect from Kamala Harris.
Well, first off, if you can't tell, folks are fired up. They're excited here, and Kamala Harris gets to come and greet these delegates that are sending her onto the White House. And they are people who I think are excited to hear about her life story, hear about her vision, hear about the kind of things she wants to do to lift up this nation. I'm excited to hear her remarks tonight.
If there's any do or die state for both campaigns, it's Pennsylvania.
I think Democrats and Republicans agree on that.
Yeah, that's the one thing you all agree
Right.
on, which it means that all these candidates are going to be parked in your state. But how do you assess it right now, and particularly having Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket versus Joe Biden, who is a sort of honorary Pennsylvanian, having been born in Scranton?
Yeah.
But what's the lay of the land for you? You know these politics very well.
Well, we love Joe Biden, and we love our native son. I think what's clear, though, is the race has really changed since he got out. I mean, it's effectively a tie right now. The candidates are +1, -1, something like that. Pennsylvania is a wonderful state. It's an incredibly challenging state to win in. Kamala Harris, think about it this way, has kind of marched 49 yards up the field. That last yard and a half is tough in our Commonwealth. The good news is I think she's poised to pick that up. And she understands you got to show up in communities that oftentimes feel ignored and left behind. The day, I think it was a day or two before this convention, she was in Pennsylvania, not in Philly or Pittsburgh, and we love Philly and Pittsburgh. She was in rural Beaver County, talking about economic issues, talking about cutting costs, really important stuff. That shows that they get it. You got to compete everywhere in our Commonwealth.
A convention is not a measure necessarily of progress in a campaign. How do you capture this energy, but also with the reality that this is going to be tough?
Well, what I've done, what great people like Bob Casey have done, I think Bob's going to win his election. Our senior senator is doing a great job and always putting people before the powerful, unlike his opponent who does the opposite. I think what you got to do is show up, and you got to put people first, and you got to let them know that you understand their concerns and lay out your plans on how you're going to lift them up. Kamala Harris has begun to do that. I think she'll continue to do that over these coming 76 days.
Governor, you spoke last night. You had the crowd going. It drew the notice of former President Donald Trump, who tweeted or put on social media and called you the highly overrated Jewish governor of Pennsylvania, who refuses to acknowledge that he is the best friend to Israel and the Jewish people. I'll just let you respond.
Yeah. I think the head shake you're doing sort of says it all. Look, this is a serious thing. I mean, this is more anti-Semitic tropes from a guy who wants to lead our nation. More injecting of hatred and bigotry and creating others in our society. I want to be clear about this, guys. Like, it doesn't upset me. I don't get too high from the good or low from the attacks, but it does upset me that it upsets other people out there. Because when the guy who wants to lead our nation attacks someone who's different than him, peddles this type of bigotry, it makes people feel less safe. That's what I hear from others. You know, Lori and I are blessed with 4 kids. We try and raise them to be good people. We try and raise them to respect others. You would at least want those values, those traits in the would-be leader of the free world. Donald Trump doesn't have those traits. I think Kamala Harris does. And at the end of the day, after all the policies, after all the articulation of vision, I think it really comes down to what kind of person do we want leading us. I want someone who's caring and empathetic, not someone who's divisive and chaotic.
Can I ask you, though, I mean, this issue of Israel, the war in Gaza, has clearly divided the Democratic Party. There is a large uncommitted movement. It's quite substantial in a state like Michigan, which is another must-win probably for the Democrats. How concerned are you about that?
Look, I think what's happening in the Middle East is it's really tragic. It's tragic what happened on October 7th when a terrorist group led a raid into Israel, killing over 1,200 people, capturing over 200 hostages, including Americans, bringing them over and them suffering abuse and sexual violence in Gaza. I mourn and I ache for what happened in Israel. I also mourn and ache for what's happening in Gaza. The quickest way for us to end this is for the hostages to be returned home and the violence end and get back to a meaningful dialogue about creating peace in the Middle East. I want to be really clear, though. All of what I just said, there's some nuance to that. I get that. But there should be absolutely no nuance when it comes to standing up against hatred and bigotry in all forms. Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, whatever hatred that is, we have to condemn that. And when people like Donald Trump inject that into this dialogue, it makes it harder to find peace. It makes it harder to bring the hostages home. It makes it harder to end the violence in Gaza.
But to the politics question, hearing everything you just said, are you concerned at all that division could erode the Democrat support in some of those key states?
I think at the end of the day, folks are going to go to the polls and understand that they've got 2 really stark choices. We can go with chaos and extremism, or we can go with someone who is trying to bring about a peaceful end to this, who is trying to bring the hostages home, who is trying to stop the violence that we're seeing in Gaza. And that is the person, ultimately, in Kamala Harris, that I think people will flock to.
Governor Shapiro, thank you so much for coming out and speaking with us. We do appreciate it. Well, let's get back into the convention.
Unless you know if Beyonce's coming. There's a rumor.
Is there?
Yeah.
You haven't heard this?
I'm not on the inside on that one. But man, oh man, would I love to see Beyonce.
You're a fan. We'll
there you go. Big time.
Governor Shapiro, thank you so much. Well, we're continuing to watch what's happening on the convention floor. Here they're doing a video interstitial, and we'll expect in a few moments a section on the convention floor, Lester, about gun violence and about people who have been impacted by that personally, including, of course, former Congressman Gabby Giffords of Tucson, Arizona, who herself was a victim
This will
of
be
violence.
much in line with what we saw earlier this week with reproductive rights and people telling their stories.
For every town for gun safety.
Lucy Macbeth. When I worked for Every Town for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, I saw firsthand the power of telling our stories. You just heard mine, but there are many more to tell.
On December 14th, 2012, I walked into Sandy Hook School. I stopped at the office, chatted with my principal, then started my day with my second graders. Suddenly, a loud crash.
like metal folding chairs falling. 154 gunshots blaring. Hiding in the coats, trying to sing with my students, trying to read to them, trying to drown out the sounds. Terror, crying, running. I carry that horrific day with me. 20 beautiful first grade children and 6 of my beautiful colleagues were killed. They should still be here.
It's 10:30 a.m. at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. The school is recognizing my 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, for receiving all A's. She receives a Good Citizen Award, and we pose for photos. She wears a St. Mary's sweatshirt and a smile that lights up the room. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates and 2 teachers. We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again.
My niece, Sandy Patrice, was 22. She drove to Myrtle Beach for sun and fun and motorcycle parades. Hours later, my phone rang. Shooting on the beach. No one can find Sandy. I stayed calm. You see, my mother, Patricia Ann, had been shot and killed by an abusive partner. I was calm then too. I got to handling business. I called relatives, the police, hospitals, and I kept calling, voice steady, heartbeat pulsing. Then I was connected to the coroner. 10 years of waiting, and Sandy's murder is still unsolved. I'll keep calling, and I'll keep fighting.
I was in high school when my classmate got shot. It changed my story. Instead of worrying about taking a test, I started worrying about living to take another test. They say schools are for learning, and I did learn a lot that day. I learned how to run, how to hide and drop, that what happens in the news can happen to me. But I learned something else too, that we can write and must write a new story if we choose to.
Are stories of loss. But make no mistake, our losses do not weaken us. They strengthen our resolve. We will secure safer futures that we all deserve. We will organize. We will advocate. communities safe. And we will elect leaders like Kamala Harris, who won't just empathize, but will act.
Testimony and drawing images in some days that we would hope to never to think about again.
When you look at the issue of gun violence here in this party, it is critical for Democrats. 7 in 10 say it is a huge problem, and it's getting a prime time slot.
And Gabby Giffords taking the stage. She's escorted by her husband, Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona. We'll hear from her in a moment. But Giffords is one of the most famous gun violence survivors after she survived a mass shooting at one of her campaign events back in 2011. That shooting left her partly paralyzed and impacted her speech. But since then, she's built a massive gun violence prevention group and brought the issue to the forefront, and she's here to talk again before this convention.
I was born in the great state of Arizona. I was born with grit. I grew up racing motorcycles, mucking stalls, and exploring the beautiful desert. I fell for an astronaut. For 5 years, I served in Congress from a swing district. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. He killed 6. Terrible, terrible day. I almost died, but I fought for my life and I survived. To walk again, one step at a time. I learned to talk again, one word at a time. So many people helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything. Great president. My friend Kamala will be a great president. She is tough. She has grit. Kamala can beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access. She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for Kamala Harris. Bravo! Thank you.
Gabby Giffords, who survived an assassination attempt, a gunshot wounds, feared dead, survived, as she just said, led an incredibly courageous path back to do what she just did. I can guarantee, knowing her as I do, we're from the same hometown, she worked very hard for that moment.
She
It's an
really,
incredible survivor story.
it really is. And this is one of the issues that is the starkest divide between Democrats and Republicans. They have a very different vision about how to address this issue. And from Sandy Hook to Uvalde, we just heard victims' family members. There's now a generation of young people who believe that the issue of gun violence is paramount, that elected officials need to do something about it. And this goes back to our discussion about the importance of young voters. This is one of those issues that resonates so deeply with them.
Well, the class of Newtown survivors are graduating high school now and turning 18 if they're lucky enough to live that day, and they're turning into voters, and so it has become a very prominent issue with younger voters. I want to take you back to the convention floor in a moment here. We're going to hear a special performance. We know the Beyonce rumors, but this is confirmed. Pink's set to perform now a song, What About Us, an acoustic version, and she's got among her background vocalists her own daughter, Willow. Let's listen.
We're searchlights we can see in the dark. We are rockets pointed up at the stars. We are billions of beautiful hearts. You sold us down the river too far. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? We're problems that want to be solved. We are children that need to be loved. We were willing, we came when you called. But man, you fooled us. Enough is enough. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? Sticks and stones, they may break these bones, but then I'll be ready. Are you ready? I don't want control, I want to let go. I'll be ready. 'Cause now it's time to let them know. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers? So what about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? What about us? What about us? What about us?
First of all, beautiful song. In the acoustic, even better. And how cool to have your daughter sing backup.
And Willow, she goes out on the road a lot with Pink, actually, and is a feature, and obviously has a beautiful voice like her mom. As we wait the speeches to continue, let's go down to Peter Alexander on the convention floor. Hi, Peter.
Savannah, I was struck by how many people were wiping away tears, have really been feeling the last several speeches we heard about gun violence in this country. I just met Melinda, a school teacher, and a mom. I could see you just moved by the words of Gabby Giffords and the others. What did their stories mean to you?
I'm a mother of 2 children, a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old, and I just want them to be safe at school. In addition, I'm also a school teacher, and I want every single student that I teach to be safe every day and to know that they can focus on getting an education in school and be safe.
Melinda, I appreciate your talking to us tonight. Her story is not unique. Savannah and Lester, over the course of these last several days, we've met so many people who are here for a variety of different issues: abortion access, their fears about gun violence in this country, their desire to have safe schools and safe communities. Melinda's is just one of thousands similar we've heard over the course of these last few days.
All right, Peter. And then there's the commander-in-chief test, and that's going to be an issue going into this campaign. Senator Mark Kelly taking the stage. You saw him there with his wife, former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. Kelly's a former astronaut. He represents the swing state of Arizona. He's flown combat. He's flown in the space shuttle and vetted by the Harris campaign as a possible VP running mate.
Hello, Democrats. So, President Obama had to follow Michelle. I had to follow Gabby and Pink. Gabby amazes me every single day. She was able to walk out and address you tonight because she's a fighter. And thanks to a team of doctors, nurses, and especially her speech therapist. We all need a team. I've flown into space 4 times. I've flown into combat nearly 40 times. Not once did I do that by myself. It took a team to accomplish a mission. It always does. I flew in the Navy during the first Gulf War. America rallied our allies to kick out a tyrant who invaded a neighbor. Today, Vladimir Putin is testing whether we're still that strong. Iran, North Korea, and especially China watch closely. What's Trump's answer? He invited Russia to do, and these are his words, not mine, whatever the hell they want. Vice President Harris has always championed America's support for NATO, for Ukraine, and for the Ukrainian people. On the Senate Intelligence Committee, she investigated Russian interference in our election. She defends free and fair elections everywhere. You already know how Trump feels about those. Donald Trump skipped his intelligence briefings. He was too busy sucking up to dictators and dreaming of becoming one himself. Trump thinks that Americans who have made the ultimate sacrifice are suckers and losers. If we fall for that again and make him the commander-in-chief, the only suckers would be us. Kamala Harris knows that standing with our allies means standing up for Americans. She'll keep modernizing our military to support our troops and to support our veterans like our next Vice President, Tim Walz. The world laughs at Trump, literally. But folks, it is not funny. When he was president, that meant the world was laughing at us. The threats we face are too serious. The sacrifices our service members make are too sacred. The alliances we've spent decades building are too critical. That's what's at stake now. And the choice isn't even close. But in Arizona and nationwide, this election will be. We'll win in the same way we launch rockets into space and land fighter jets on an aircraft carrier as one team on one mission. State by state, voter by voter, coming together. No country is better than ours at solving big problems. So, on November 5th, let's prove that America is still the leader the world needs today by electing the leader we need right now, Kamala Harris. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Please welcome former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta.
Leon Panetta, former Defense Secretary, former Congressman, former Director of the CIA.
My fellow Americans, proud to have served in the Army, the Congress, the White House, Chief of Staff, CIA Director, and Secretary of Defense. I've looked into the eyes of our warriors and deployed them into battle. I gave the order directing our Special Operations Forces to fly 2 helicopters 150 miles into Abbottabad at night. And by the time the sun rose, Osama bin Laden was dead. Because nobody attacks our country and gets away with it. Nobody. That's what our warriors do. That's what our warriors do. Our warriors need a tough, cool-headed commander-in-chief to defend our democracy from tyrants and terrorists. We need Kamala Harris behind the resolute desk. She knows the tyrant when she sees one. And our allies know a leader when they see one. On the Senate Intelligence Committee and as Vice President, she worked with more than 150 world leaders. She's looked our allies in the eye and said, America has your back. Trump would abandon our allies and isolate America. We tried that in the 1930s. It was foolish and dangerous then, and it's foolish and dangerous now. Listen to President Reagan. President Reagan. Isolationism never was and never will be an acceptable response to tyrannical governments. Never. Trump tells tyrants like Putin they can do whatever the hell they want. Kamala Harris tells tyrants, the hell you can, not on my watch. She's worked with President Zelensky to fight back against Russia. She knows that protecting their democracy protects our democracy as well. Look, Donald Trump does not understand the world, and he does not understand the service and sacrifice of our military. Our fallen veterans are not suckers. They are not losers. They are our heroes. Kamala Harris will honor our veterans. And in Tim Walz, we will have a vice president who has served in uniform honorably for 24 years. Kamala Harris understands this moment. It is a moment of danger and a moment of opportunity. She'll keep America's military the strongest in the world, the strongest ever known. And she understands what our military is for. The role of our military is to defend us from foreign enemies. It is not to threaten Americans, and it sure as hell isn't to put immigrants in camps. Every president since World War II, Republican and Democrat, has shared the belief that America must protect democracy in the world. Every president has honored our veterans and their sacrifices. Every president, but one. So we face a critical choice: to vote for someone who stands with our military and stands up for democracy, or someone who will disrespect our heroes and undermine our democracy. My fellow Americans, there is only one choice. One choice. And let me tell you something. When she takes her oath of office, as she will this January, our allies will cheer, our enemies will fear, and we will have a commander-in-chief that we can trust. God bless our veterans, and God bless our country.
Former Defense Secretary Leon Panetta giving a commander-in-chief endorsement for Kamala Harris. We're going to get a quick break in here. And still ahead tonight, the biggest speech of the night and the entire convention. Vice President Kamala Harris is in the building about to speak. And yes, those rumors of Beyonce still flying here at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. We'll be right back after this.
And we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Yeah, you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
We've been watching the last several remarks talking about the commander-in-chief role and burnishing the credentials of Kamala Harris, and now veterans invited onto the stage. Show some respect.
Veterans serving in the government now. Ruben Gallego of Arizona now addressing the convention hall just before the top of the hour now, almost 10 o'clock in the East and 9 o'clock here in Chicago.
For the fourth and final night of the Democratic National Convention, moments from now, this crowd of thousands in Chicago and millions of people watching at home will witness history.
Yeah, Vice President Kamala Harris, she's in the building now. She is the star of this convention, but especially this night. She's about to officially become the first black woman and Asian American person to accept a major party's nomination for president.
And in addition to breaking barriers, that speech will also be historic because of the backstory. Harris taking the top of the ticket just weeks after her first running mate, President Biden, stepped aside as the Democratic nominee.
All right, before that speech, we are expecting other big speeches from former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger, part of that outreach we've been seeing here. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, North Carolina suddenly in potential contention for the Democrats, according to them, after Harris has gone to the top of the ticket. And we'll hear from the Vice President's younger sister, Maya Harris. We also have Gretchen Whitmer on tap as well, the Michigan governor.
Yeah, and as we gear up for the grand finale, it's unclear if we might see any surprise guests.
Who are you talking about?
I don't know. At a Democratic convention that's already got a lot to hold on its sleeve. Of course,
all right.
We're referencing those continuing Beyonce rumors.
I know. We can't help it. We just can't help ourselves. Let's bring in our senior national correspondent, Tom Yamas, who's down on the convention floor, where apparently the rumor is flying and everybody thinks Beyonce is coming. So if she's not, they better come up with something. Lester brought his base.
Yeah, that rumor continues to grow. Everyone's talking about that, from sources in law enforcement to the delegates here. I also want to point out that on this last night of the convention, you know, every other night has felt like a party. There's been a lot of joy. That's a word they like to use. Tonight, there are different layers, and we have seen that over the past hour. First, with those relatives of victims of gun violence, and then now the issue of national security and patriotism. Just behind me, about to take the stage, is a very popular Democrat. Also in that short list initially for the running mate for Vice President Kamala Harris, which is Michigan's Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
And let's listen as she takes the stage.
I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. In Lansing, they call me Governor. But in Detroit, they call me Big Gretch. Donald Trump called me that woman from Michigan as an insult. Being a woman from Michigan is a badge of honor. Like women across America, we just GSD. Get stuff done. At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwiched between working and raising my newborn and caring for my mom, who was dying from brain cancer. It was hard, but not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying to make it. Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for, too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, she'll fight to lower the cost of health care and elder care for every family. She's lived a life like ours. She knows us. Donald Trump doesn't know you at all. You think he understands that when your car breaks down, you can't get to work? No. His first word was probably chauffeur. You think he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out? Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store? That's what the chauffeur is for. But Kamala Harris, she gets us. She sees us. She is us. Look, we've all lived through a lot of history over the past few years. Floods and fires, an attempted coup, a plot, and a pandemic. It's exhausting. We don't know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know is this. Through it all, your life won't stop. You're going to have to get to work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills. And then one day, when you're just trying to get everyone out the door, a news alert goes off. Something happened. Something hit the fan. You'll ask, is my family going to be okay? And then you'll ask, who the hell is in charge? What if it's him? What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago? I know, in a crisis, we need someone strong enough to come up with a plan, to tell the truth, and to bring people together. Right now, before the crisis, is when we get to choose. Why wouldn't we choose the leader who's tough, tested, and a total badass? I know who I want as our commander-in-chief. America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
Of Michigan, who has crossed swords with Donald Trump a time or two, taking the stage there. And as the convention hall gets set for the next speaker, let's go to Kelly O'Donnell. She's got this coveted podium position. And if you are looking at the stage there, Kelly is just to the left of it and has an eagle-eyed view and can see what's going on. Kelly, what's the vibe?
Well, all week long, we've been able to peer in right behind the stage and see all of the speakers who were coming up, see some of the backstage interactions. And just a couple of minutes ago, that blue curtain came down, to use a Democratic parlance, a blue wall, if you will, which now blocks our ability to see what's happening backstage. And then separately, I've been getting lots of signals from people who are saying that there is a very special surprise guest, and we want to be very careful about not going too far. At the same time, I also want to tell you about President Biden making a phone call. He and the First Lady have placed a phone call from Santa Ynez, California, where they are on vacation, to the Vice President and have wished her encouragement for tonight and to say that they are going to be watching tonight. And so they posted that photo on social media. So there are a lot of tantalizing tidbits about what could be happening backstage tonight. We have had sources that have told us it is Beyonce. We have had sources sources that have said it is not. It is one of the biggest rumors of the evening. And of course, the song Freedom is one of the issues that has been a playlist already, whether a DJ is spinning it or people are doing the lyrics. That, of course, is Beyonce's song. And one of the big questions is, will she be here tonight? So there are a lot of things we know. I don't want to go too far beyond what our editorial standards allow. But the blue curtain is one heck of a clue. Savannah, Lester?
You walked us to the edge.
The blue curtain, the blue wall. We're right at the edge of just lunacy. I got to say, Lester, if it's not Beyonce, I hope they're going to deliver Taylor Swift or something.
They better come up with someone, because the anticipation in this room and this rumor has persisted all the people have been stopping me. Like, I know something.
I know. Well, it's interesting, actually, because they've tried to do these surprises, but let's bring Hallie and Kristen in here. Last night, Oprah was supposed to be a surprise, but the cat got out of that bag pretty fast, and so people knew, and so some were probably surprised, but not everyone.
Yeah, regardless, it was unexpected. She was not on that list that comes out days in advance of who's set to speak. It was meant to be a moment to build some anticipation and to get people excited, because remember, that is what this convention is all about. Yes, to a degree, it's about policy and all of these things. It is a party. It is a time for the Democrats to reset. Again,
and show your best face. I mean, let's face it, that's what conventions are about.
Yeah, they want to show off. They want to show off. They want to bring that momentum in to keep that so-called honeymoon going here. I mean, listen, not to do a hacky TV transition, but you talk about that blue curtain there. There's also, of course, the blue wall, those Rust Belt battlegrounds. That's why you heard from Gretchen Whitmer. And when you look at the momentum that is building around Kamala Harris, Democrats will point to Michigan as a place where she is now doing slightly better than former President Trump.
Charlie, I love you for trying to bring us back to our sanity here and bringing us back to the political nerd lane that we need to stay in. But on the subject of Beyonce, serious question, Kristen.
Yes.
I mean, the Democrats have always had a ton of celebrities come out here. They can always trot them out. I mean, that's just part of it. Does that translate to votes? I mean, if they do an event with a Beyonce or a Taylor Swift sometime down the road, is that going to get people to actually come to the polls?
It could energize young voters. Again, these all-important young voters we're talking about. But the timing's important. Let's go back to 2016 and Beyonce, who did a big event for Hillary Clinton right before Election Day. It did not translate into the type of win she
We are going to hear now from former Illinois Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger. Kinzinger describes himself as a proud conservative, but tonight he is throwing his support behind Vice President Harris.
Be in the trenches with you as part of this sometimes awkward alliance that we have to defend truth, defend democracy, and decency. I was just a kid when I was drawn to the party of Ronald Reagan, to his vision of a strong America, the shining city on a hill. I was a Republican for 12 years in Congress, and I still hold on to the label. I never thought I'd be here, but listen, you never thought you'd see me here, did you? But I've learned something about the Democratic Party, and I want to let my fellow Republicans in on the secret. The Democrats are as patriotic as us. They love this country just as much as we do. And they are as eager to defend American values at home and abroad as we conservatives have ever been. I was relieved to discover that because I've learned something about my party too, something I couldn't ignore. The Republican Party is no longer conservative. It has switched its allegiance from the principles that gave it purpose to a man whose only purpose is himself. Donald Trump is a weak man pretending to be strong. He is a small man pretending to be big. He's a faithless man pretending to be righteous. He's a perpetrator who can't stop playing the victim. He puts on, listen, He puts on quite a show, but there is no real strength there. As a conservative and a veteran, I believe true strength lies in defending the vulnerable. It's in protecting your family. It's in standing up for our Constitution and our democracy. That is the soul of being a conservative. It used to be the soul of being a Republican. But Donald Trump has suffocated the soul of the Republican Party. His fundamental weakness has coursed through my party like an illness, sapping our strength, softening our spine, whipping us into a fever that has untethered us from our values. Our democracy was frayed by the events of January 6th, as Donald Trump's deceit and dishonor led to a siege on the United States Capitol. That day, I stood witness to a profound sorrow, the desecration of our sacred tradition of peaceful transition of power, tarnished by a man too fragile, too vain, and too weak to accept defeat. How can a party claim to be patriotic if it idolizes a man who tried to overthrow a free and fair election? How can a party claim to stand for liberty if it sees a fight for freedom in Ukraine, an attack pitting tyranny against democracy, a challenge to everything our nation claims to be? And it retreats, it equivocates, it nominates a man who is weirdly obsessed with Putin. And his running mate who said, quote, "I don't care what happens in Ukraine." Yeah, and he wants to be vice president. Yeah. How can a party claim to be conservative when it tarnishes the gifts that our forebears fought for? Men like my grandfather, who served in World War II, who believed in a cause bigger than himself, and he risked his life for it behind enemy lines. To preserve American democracy, his generation found the courage to face down armies. Listen, all we're asked to do is to summon the courage to stand up to one weak man. Some have questioned why I've taken the stand I have. The answer is really simple, ladies and gentlemen. We must put country first. And tonight, as a Republican speaking before you, I'm putting our country first. Because the fact is, I do belong here. I know Kamala Harris shares my allegiance to the rule of law, the Constitution, and democracy. And she is dedicated to upholding all three in service to our country. Whatever policies we disagree on pale in comparison with those fundamental matters of principle, of decency, and of fidelity to this nation. Listen, to my fellow Republicans, if you still pledge allegiance to those principles, I suspect you belong here too. Because democracy knows no party. It's a living, breathing ideal that defines us as a nation. It's the bedrock that separates us from tyranny, and when that foundation is fractured, we must all stand together, united, to strengthen it. If you think those principles are worth defending, then I urge you, make the right choice. Vote for our bedrock values, and vote for Kamala Harris. God bless you.
A longtime conservative Republican getting the welcome mat here at the Democratic National Convention, saying his party has essentially rejected.
In fact, he said the Republican Party is no longer conservative, a stinging indictment of the party under Trump. Kinzinger, by the way, a member of the January 6th committee that investigated the actions of that day and paid a price politically, no longer a sitting congressman. This is Vice President Harris's younger sister, Maya.
In 1958, a 19-year-old from India left the only country she'd ever known to chart her own path in America. She came here to pursue an education, but she stayed here to build a life. Her name was Dr. Kamala Gopalan Harris. But we called her Mommy. Mommy was so many things to so many people. A civil rights activist, a scientist, a devoted mother to her 2 little girls. But most of all, Mommy was a trailblazer who defied the odds and defined herself. And when it came to Kamala and me, Mommy had great expectations for us, but she had even greater expectations of us. She raised us to believe that we could be and do anything. And we believed her. You see, Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been the author of her own. Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story. We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives, but what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be counted out. She knows what it's like to be the underdog and yet still beat the odds. And now, she has created so much electricity, so much optimism, so much joy throughout the nation, and it is why we need her leadership in this historic moment. We are living in a time when some are trying to divide us, to separate us in ways that make it difficult for us to come together. Well, look, my sister rejects that view. Where others push darkness, Kamala sees promise. Where others feel detachment, Kamala fosters connection. Where others want to drag us back to the past, my sister says, hold up now, we are not going back. Because Kamala understands we have so much more in common than what separates us. She knows the measure of our success isn't just winning an election. It's about who we bring along and lift up in the process. And so as I look out at all of you today and take in this incredible moment, I so wish that Mommy could be here tonight. I can just see her smiling, saying how proud she is of Kamala. And then, without missing a beat, she say, that's enough, you got work to do. She would tell all of us to roll up our sleeves and get to work, to elect a leader who sees the potential in each of us, a leader who cares for all of us, a leader who fights for every one of us. Our Democratic nominee, my big sister, the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Maya Harris, the Vice President's sister, with a ringing endorsement. Younger sister and only sibling.
North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper.
North Carolina, a close friend of Kamala Harris.
He's a close political ally with Vice President Harris, once vetted as a potential running mate before he took himself out of contention. They met when they were both states' attorney general.
I'm Roy Cooper, the last guy standing between you and the moment we're all waiting for. So I'm going to get right to it. All week, you've heard stories about my friend Kamala. I want to take you behind the scenes of one of them. 2011 was a rough time for American homeowners. Hundreds of thousands were losing their homes to illegal foreclosure. I was Attorney General in North Carolina, while Kamala had just become California's. All the AGs were close to a settlement with the big banks, and it was a pretty good deal. Would have meant $4 billion for California families who'd been ripped off. I know that sounds like a lot, but Kamala said, hang on a minute. I've met these families. I know what they've been through, and they deserve more. She went toe-to-toe with some of the world's most powerful executives, and she refused to give in. Let me tell you, this was a huge risk, but she knew it was a risk worth taking. That's Kamala. And we all know what happened. The banks caved. That $4 billion for California families became $20 billion. That was the first time I witnessed Kamala in action. And what I saw was a leader who does exactly what she says she's going to do, who never will settle for less. America, we got a lot of big fights ahead of us, and we've got one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. I know that because I know her. And tonight, I want the American people to know, even if you don't agree with her on everything, Kamala Harris will fight for you to the very end. For families who need better health care or a safer place to live, Kamala will fight for you. For parents who want better schools for their kids, for workers worried about a secure retirement for themselves, Kamala will fight for you. For any one of our allies, anywhere in the world, wondering if America still has your back, remember this: Kamala will fight for you. And when she fights, we win. Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready. The question is, are we? Are we going to stand up and fight for Kamala like she'll stand up and fight for us? All right. If you're ready, my home state of North Carolina, stand up. Stand up, Pennsylvania. Stand up, Michigan. Stand up, Wisconsin. Stand up, Georgia. Stand up, Nevada. Stand up, Arizona. Stand up, America. Are we going to stand up? Are we going to fight? Are we going to vote? Are we going to win? You bet we are. Let's go get them.
Roy Cooper with a rallying cry for this convention hall that is about as fired up as it can get, and yet we are now entering a portion of the programming that gets us ready for the speech from Kamala Harris, a biographical video. Let's watch.
Your first grade teacher would show up at your law school graduation. It's where Kamala Harris learned what it means to be in the middle class, making every paycheck count. She was raised by a working mom who taught her about standing up for what's right and protecting the people you love.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion.
She was all of 5 feet tall. If you met her, you would have thought she was 7 feet tall. And our mother, if I'd ever come home complaining about anything, she wouldn't have it. The first thing she'd say is, well, just stop the complaining. Just tell me what you're going to do about it.
And since she was a young girl, Kamala Harris has been fighting for families like the ones she grew up with.
That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
As a courtroom prosecutor, she went after predators who targeted women and children, and fraudsters who ripped off working families. And she put dangerous gang members and human traffickers behind bars.
We didn't have partnerships with DOJ or FBI or DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now, we all work collaboratively. She was the person who built the foundation in how we do criminal justice in America.
As Attorney General of California, she held the big Wall Street banks accountable for fraud, winning $20 billion for California families. She took on one of the largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. And in the Senate, she fought for her constituents with the determination of a prosecutor, standing up for reproductive freedom.
Can you think of any laws that give the government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now, Senator.
She fought to keep our children safe from the terror of gun violence.
How many of you guys had to have a drill where you learned about how you need to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner in the event that there is a mass shooter? Look at that. Look at that.
On the Intelligence Committee, she defended our nation against foreign adversaries. And in 2020, she made history as the first woman to be elected Vice President of the United States. She cast the tie-breaking vote to deliver urgent relief to the American people during the pandemic. She beat Big Pharma to lower prescription drug costs and cap the cost of insulin. And led the fight to restore reproductive rights after Roe v. Wade was overturned.
We have worked too hard and fought too long to see our daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than our mothers.
Because she's never been afraid to stand up to powerful interests.
Sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that door down. Excuse my language.
Now, she's running for president, still fighting for families like the one she grew up with.
Our campaign is about saying we trust the people. We're saying we just want fairness. We want dignity for all people. And we are a work in progress. We haven't yet quite reached all of those ideals, but we will die trying because we love our country. We believe in our country. We're not falling for these folks who are trying to divide us, trying to pull us apart. We know what we stand for, and we stand for the people, and we stand for the dignity of work, and we stand for freedom. We stand for justice. We stand for equality. And so we will fight for all of it.
That's who Kamala Harris is. That's what she believes. And that's what she'll fight for every day.
Keep running, cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for president, Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Yesterday, we heard the word joy several times during this convention, and we are now witnessing joy of these delegates who have waited for this moment. To think that a month ago, no one knew what it would look like at the Democratic convention. But this is the unity and, yes, the joy that they have pieced together in short order, as they are about to hear from Kamala Harris.
So very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President Joe Biden, when I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice president. To the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling. I know that.
was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working-class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections, to the peaceful transfer of power. I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner bill of rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy. And neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn. But we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. And that's the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans, and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails, and how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and child care for our children. America, we are not going back. And we are charting a new way forward. To a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because, as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare. Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans. Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds. And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security, and here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law. I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border. And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice. And artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response, over 50 countries, to defend against Putin's aggression. And as president, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies. With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock, because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7, including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump. Because, you know, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs. So fellow Americans, I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world, that here, in this country, anything is possible, that nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed. And that in unity there is strength. You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are. America, let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for. Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities. We are the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. Right the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
The Vice President of the United States, joined by her husband on stage as she makes history here in Chicago at the Democratic National Convention, formally accepting the nomination for President of the United States. And if the crowd wants Beyonce, they're at least hearing it right now as Tim Walz and his wife Gwen join the stage.
Well, wherever Beyonce was watching, this is truly Kamala Harris's night on that stage tonight. And she really drew clear and sharp distinctions between herself and her opponent. Kind of a virtual confetti falling around them.
And there's the shot. Let's go down to Tom Yamas, who's on the floor of the convention and about to be hit with 100,000 balloons from the rafters. Hey, Tom, if you can hear me, tell us what you're seeing.
Hey, Savannah, how are you? Yeah, it is incredibly loud, as you can imagine. I was just looking up because it just started to happen. If I can get your guy to go up. The balloons are starting to fall. There's 100,000 of them falling right now at the United Center here in Chicago. I also want to let you know and to point out there are large American flags right here. The Democrats tonight sending a very clear message that no party has the monopoly on patriotism. They want to make sure Americans across the country know that Democrats as well are patriotic as these balloons fall. I spoke to some delegates here asking them about what they loved about the speech. Most of them said that the loudest cheers for them came when they were talking about Kamala Harris as a commander-in-chief, what she would do in Israel, what she would do in Ukraine. For them, that was the part they were cheering the most, and also about her life story, that her mother was the hero of her story. She was the leader in her family, that they were immigrants. They came here. Life was hard. They were not rich, and yet they figured it out and were able to have a good life, a life that she wants to give other Americans. And also that they know who America is, and no one's going to tell them who America is, that she's going to lead America into the future. Clearly, the speech was well received as people, family, and friends are now gathering up on the stage with Kamala Harris and the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, Governor Walz and his family, of course, his son, Gus, the surprise star from this convention after that moment yesterday, and Democrats all across the United Center celebrating right now the official ticket, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, ready to take on the Republican ticket, and there's about 75 days left before Election Day. Savannah and Lester, I'm going to send it back to you.
Balloons still falling in various sizes on the crowd here. People still soaking up the moment. Vice President Harris and her family somewhere beyond these balloons. Peter Alexander, tell us exactly where you are in all this and the things that stood out to you over the last half hour.
Honestly, Lester, if you've ever been to a bounce house, this is that times like 10,000 right now. These balloons are enormous. And this moment, these folks have been waiting a long time for. Among them, my new friend Cheryl from Chicago. Cheryl, when Kamala Harris accepted the Democratic Party's nomination, the first woman of color to do so, you were in tears, wiping them away from your eyes. What moved you so much?
I come from the the middle class. My parents were from the middle class. My mom was a nurse. My dad worked at the post office. And I got to go to college. But my great-great-grandparents were slaves. And my daughter's in Congress. This is so overwhelming. I never thought I'd see this.
You told me you never thought you'd see a moment like this.
How could you think it?
Say again?
How could you imagine it?
No, this is a heck of a moment. You're right. Hey,
So fast.
I don't think we're going anywhere for a while. There are balloons all around us, so you better get. We better get comfortable for a bit. Hey, John, let me ask you. You're from West Hollywood, California.
Yes, I'm the mayor.
You stood up at least 3 dozen times throughout this speech. What was it that resonated with you and made this night so unique?
It was hope. It's so great to believe in a candidate and someone that just wants to make the lives of American people better. And as a gay man from the birthplace of the Republican Party in Ripon, Wisconsin, to have someone up there that represents me as the president is just the best feeling in the world.
John, very nice to meet you. I appreciate you. Savannah, Lester, balloons, a little Beyonce, and the Democrats hope a political bounce toward November.
Red, white, blue, and Beyonce. Let's go to Kelly O'Donnell near the podium. Off the stage, also taking incoming from the balloons. Hey, Kelly.
Well, we just saw Governor Tim Walz coming over here to wave close up to Nebraska, the state of his birth, and giving the high five and touching his heart as if to say thank you and hello to those people who share a common home state. And, of course, from this angle, you get a real sense of how all of the extended family is now soaking up the moment of the famous balloon drop. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience for them, certainly. And we know there are 100,000 of these balloons. Took days to put them together, high above the rafters. And when the cue came, they started floating down. What a night for the Democrats. What an impossibly hard-to-predict set of events, including whether there would be guests or special guests tonight. What really was the focus of this night is the kind of change that Democrats have had in changing their ticket, now defining their candidate, their running mate, and now trying to take this from Chicago to battleground states and key places around the country. So this is the party. They're inflated with balloons, with confetti, and a night of a soundtrack about freedom. So as we wait for the last of the balloons to drift down, the stage is still full with the family and extended family. We saw Doug Emhoff's parents. We saw his first wife. We saw the grandnieces of the vice president, who is now, of course, the nominee, and extended family members of a blended family that represents different cultures, different backgrounds, all together standing for the Walz-Harris families who now head on the road. Back to you up in the booth.
All right, let's bring back Hallie Jackson and Kristen Walker to talk about a little of this. I saw you all scribbling feverishly when we got into immigration, certainly when we got into Israel and Gaza. These were two areas that potentially can dog her during this campaign.
Absolutely. Look, she took these issues on head on. What was notable, Lester and Savannah, when she talked about her vision for the future, it sounds a lot like she plans to build on the Biden agenda. What this speech did was really fill in a lot of those blanks about her biography, growing up, being raised largely by her mom, painting a picture, again, that theme of a strong mother and the figurehead that she had at the head of her table who inspired her to become the person who she is, what inspired her to become a prosecutor. All of those details getting filled in. And then when she talked about what she plans to do for the country, talked about things like cutting taxes for the middle class, talked about things like voting rights, things that really matter to Democrats. But again, we didn't hear a whole lot about how she would be different from a Biden administration.
It's interesting because let's not forget this is someone vying to be the first female president, and the aura and the feel that people get from her is important. And it seems like she took on that role as prosecutor, whether it's about domestic policy or standing up to America's adversaries, or frankly calling out Donald Trump, her opponent, again and again, Hallie.
A prosecutor who's making her own case now for why she should be the one to lead the country. And while her candidacy is historic, a presidency, if she wins, would be historic, she downplayed that.
follow up that more in a moment. We need to take a quick break. Still ahead as the Democratic convention wraps up. We're already 75 days out from Election Day. Steve Kornacki will be here to break down the state of the race and the big board after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back to Chicago and our special coverage of the final night of the Democratic National Convention. Vice President Harris has officially accepted the Democratic nomination for president, and the balloons have dropped. So there's only one thing to do, and that's to check in with Steve Kornacki, our numbers guy, who can give us a sense of the state of the race now with 75 days to go, Steve, until Election Day.
Yeah, Savannah, a close race, but one that's changed in the last month, and you see that right here. When Joe Biden dropped out of the race, this is the average of the polls. Donald Trump was ahead by 3 points. In a month or so since Harris replaced Biden, you can see Harris, on average, now ahead of Trump by 2 points. So big picture, that has been the shift. What has powered this shift for Kamala Harris? 3 groups stand out here where she has gained the most from where Joe Biden was. Black voters, she's up 8 points from where Biden was. Hispanic voters, 10-point gain for Harris. Young voters, those under 30, an 11-point gain for Harris over Biden. So that's what's happening in terms of her coalition. What does that mean for the all-important road to 270 here? So this has been the battleground map this year, and here is how that has changed with the progress Harris has made with those groups. Before Harris got in the race, the Democratic path under Biden was very narrow. It meant win Wisconsin, win Michigan, win Pennsylvania. Those were their 3 best and maybe only realistic targets by the time that Biden had dropped out. You can see what a win there for the Democrats would do in those 3 states. They'd be at exactly 270, nothing to spare at all. But it's now changing because of those demographic changes I showed you. More support from Hispanic voters, Nevada, Arizona potentially coming into play here. More support from black voters, Georgia, and how about this one? North Carolina, a red state in 2016 and 20. Democrats have said they want to make this a battleground. There's polling now in North Carolina showing a dead even race, even maybe Harris ahead by a point or 2. And so what that means is Harris no longer has that Biden limitation of having to win those 3 states there in the Midwest, in the Great Lakes area. Potentially, at least, she could win in some of these Sun Belt states and take the pressure off of that Great Lakes path. More paths, more possibilities for Democrats. We'll see if they can capitalize them in these next 2 months.
It looks like she's expanded the possibilities on that map. Steve, thank you so much. We're going to take another break right here. And coming up, our final thoughts, the big takeaways from tonight's finale here at the DNC with Vice President Harris making history. We're back right after this.
Back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now in terms of momentum and what some people call the sugar high coming out of here.
Democrats hope they keep it up. They hope they have it. They hope they continue it for the next 75 days because that's going to be critical to turning out the Democratic base, which they need to do, and also to convince independent and maybe some moderate Republican voters to get behind Kamala Harris. That was one of the themes repeatedly tonight, and you heard Kamala Harris deliver that message directly into the camera, speaking to Americans, saying, I will represent all of you. Of course, from here on out, it is going to be a fight. This race, as Steve just laid out, is extremely competitive, and the next high-profile primetime moment will not be a party. It'll be a face-off, Sven.
Yeah, and I heard that Beyonce is going to be at that debate.
We'll all be sitting around the table covering a debate here for long.
Well, it won't be long.
Debates are the next shoe to drop.
That's the next big test. We know that Vice President Harris has already started to prepare for the debate, and I'll be curious to see if between now and then she starts to put some more meat on the bones of these policy proposals we heard her talk about today, as she, as Hallie just said, tries to reach out to those independent and moderate voters. And if at any point she does start to lean more into the historic nature of her campaign, clearly she's going to emphasize the strong female figures.
All right, well, that is going to conclude our coverage of this year's Democratic National Convention. We'll have much more ahead on NBC News Now and a full wrap-up on tomorrow on Today. I'm Lester Holt.
And I'm Savannah Guthrie. So glad to have you with us this week. Good night, and we'll see you bright and early for Today.
Good night,
everybody. Tonight in Chicago, a moment we've never seen in American history.
The first woman of color nominated by a major party in the spotlight on this final night of the Democratic National Convention.
And our special coverage starts right now.
A historic test for Vice President Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
The Democratic nominee speaking directly to the American people in her first major address since taking over the ticket.
Democrats fired up for the final night of a week-long celebration.
Turn out for what? America, hope is making a comeback.
Kamala Harris!
When we fight.
Can she reach undecided voters and keep the momentum